You didn't know Tim Pool was bald? Why do you think he wears the beanie all the time? He's incredibly insecure about it, I'm sure. Nevergoon, how's it going, everybody? All right, today we're going to be looking at this debate on the Tim Pool show. And you might be thinking, you're not a React channel. Why are you watching this? Well, what's his name? Wick, the man who hosts all of the panels that I've been on that you've seen, except for maybe the Admiral Gibbs one, is on it today. He was on this morning, and he's debating Lactoid, who was in the debate I had with Pisco. I am not sure how this went. Wick seems to think it went really well. I'm really interested in see how it went. So I'm just going to be going through, and we're going to see how Wick did. I'm sure he'll talk to me about this and or watch this video, so I'm going to be honest, but I won't be super mean about it if he totally fumbles something. It's a very intense environment on a 1.4 million subscriber channel, so let's just dig right into it and see how he did. But yeah, go Wick. Uh-oh, wait. Who won the culture war? America won the culture war. Because everyone watches our movies. Because we're so much better. How do I... God, this is the problem with my streams, too. He's got this stupid little filler.
This morning, Donald Trump put out a truth social statement saying Russia has to get moving.
Hey, Max Sterner, Lady Gaga.
Too many people are air dying. Typo. Thousands a week in a terrible and senseless war, a war that should have never happened and wouldn't have happened if I were president. Well, we are heavily focused on other things, such as tariffs and potential...
Oh, by the way, not solved on day one, like he said. Very unfortunate. I was really rooting for him.
Escalation with China and their retaliation, as well as this trade war, or largely the trade war. But the issue of Ukraine is not over, and Donald Trump...
and for all of your masochistic peoples in the chats, I am leaving the Tim Pool chat on, because I'm just very curious to see, so...
...is bringing it up once again because, well, he's trying to resolve it to some degree. But what does that resolution actually look like, and what should we as Americans do? We're going to debate the issue. We've got a couple of gentlemen joining us to have this discussion. Sir, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Name's WhickTV, and I run
All right, first thing, he's not wearing the beanie. He shaved the beard. Iconic look is gone. That's my biggest criticism so far.
podcast on YouTube of the same name, and I'm here to support Ukraine and advocate that we continue to aid Ukraine and even ramp it up a little bit.
Oh, interesting. And then, sir, who are you?
Yeah, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, X, and YouTube.
I don't know how they got into Tim Pool's show. Wick kind of told me about it, but I know both of them. I mean, Wick is pretty high profile considering of who he talks to. Lactoid, I don't think is high profile at all, but I think he's been inviting smaller people on for this culture war thing. I don't know if that's because he's running out of guests or because people don't want to associate him with him anymore because of the Russia money, but we'll see. I told Wick, I said, you better call him out for that Russia money bullshit. Steven, how do you even train for these kind of debates? Just make sure you know what you're talking about. Like, imagine whatever it is you do. Imagine you're like a mechanic and like you have to debate about cars. Like, if you know what you're talking about, the hardest part is going to be if they try to rhetorically press you into some weird pigeonhole where you're like, well, you're arguing about some stupid little, hypothetical. And you're like, wait, no, I know how a rack and pinion work. I know how the steering wheel drive shaft works and all this stuff. And it's like, you just have to know your stuff and make sure they don't deviate off of that. And anytime they say anything wrong, you call them out on it. Obviously, there's a lot of prep that goes into these, but like the worst part of these debates is if they try to get you on something you don't know. So
I am a libertarian. Lawyer. My position on this is that it's time for the U.S. to withdraw funding and to keep that money here at home.
All right. Well, this should be fun, my friends. If you're just...
By the way, Lactoid got really upset at my thing I did with Rob Noor, where I baited him into that responding to my Twitter or my tweet, and he was like, "You're a piece of shit. You're a liar. You're and it's like, bro, you support Trump. Like, I'm a piece of shit for faking a tweet so that he would respond to me. Like, come on."
Tuning in, smash the like button. Of course, share this show far and wide. It's Friday morning. The culture war is live, and we're going to be having this debate. So
yeah, arguing and being right are two very different things. And I'm sure no matter how right, Wick is on the right side in this. If he loses this, it's because he's better at a debate, or not as good as debating, but he'll have the right, facts. Let's see.
Show if you really do enjoy it. So who wants to go first? Why we should or should not be supporting this country?
I'll take it away. So here, look, Ukraine has been unjustly invaded by an aggressive force, Russia. This isn't the first time Russia has invaded other countries. They did it in Chechnya. They did it in Georgia. They did it before in Ukraine in 2014, and they're doing it again now. The idea that if we suddenly withdraw our funding, if we withdraw our forces, if we decide to just, let Putin have this little bite now, that he will somehow stop, is ludicrous. It's naive. Putin will not stop. He must be stopped. We have a situation where we are and should be funding more money into Ukraine, because that money doesn't just go to Ukraine. It goes to American jobs in American factories, building American weapons to fight America's enemies and support America's allies. We made in 2024 $316 billion.
Should I leave the chat on, guys? Because I see over here all it is just calling him soy, and I'm like, is this going to get better? Am I going to trigger myself and get distracted from the actual content? By the way, so far, like, he's saying all the right things. He has a lot of conviction, although the one thing I'll say is when Wick gets, like, really impassioned, it almost seems, like, fake. I know it's not, like, he's coming from a real place, but, like, because he's so kind of calm and supposed to be the moderator, and then when he starts blowing up, it sounds like this kind of almost, like, fake outrage sometimes, but it's strange. But I think I caught a clip of this morning, and it was a little bit like that. You can't read it because of how small the text is. All right, we're making them full screen then.
Selling foreign weapons, selling our weapons to foreign countries. This dwarfs the numbers that we've given in aid to Ukraine, and this demand spiked in 2024 by 26%, in part because we have shown ourselves, at least to some degree, to be a reliable ally. And so Poland, the Netherlands, other countries want to take and help rearm. They're up in their GDP, but there's more money out there than there is stuff. So we have an opportunity now to rebuild our industrial base and use Ukraine as a way to do that, because there's other conflicts coming. We have a trade war with China coming up, right? Trade wars can often turn into something a little bit hotter, and it behooves us to be prepared for that. And I think Ukraine is a good reason to do so. That's my argument.
All right, yeah, that was a great opening. You covered, like, all the bases. Talk about the history of Russia invading other countries. They're not going to stop here. This isn't some, like, oh, we just make peace and everything's good tomorrow. He's did that, and he explained, like, for the future, how it benefits America, how it's not a big deal for our like funding. Like, funding them isn't, like, draining us of the ability to fund other programs. It's like giving them old weapons. Yeah, sometimes it's money, but, like, this is, for each dollar we spend here, it's absolutely going very, very far. So yeah, I think you did a good job so far.
Yeah, I mean, my argument's pretty straightforward. I think we've been sold a lie when it comes to the war in Ukraine. We've been sold this tale of a David versus Goliath, this fledgling democracy that's being threatened by this massive authoritarian power, when the reality is the truth is much more complicated. I mean, here we are, 200 billion...
Okay, first of all, thank you, Tinfoil, for being a member for 3 months. And you said the Russian invasion of Ukraine is the best way to tell if someone is worth engaging with. Most of the time, people who don't support them are lying. Yeah, I have yet to hear a very good argument. Every single person I know that opposes this is either just pro-Russia, like they're like, any Russian talking point about how this is our territory and want it back, or it is, hey, like, some bullshit propaganda lie fed to us about how, oh, we're spending money abroad where we shouldn't be, and this is just, they're just draining our funds. Like, why should we be supporting them? This isn't our war. I just hate death. Like, don't you hate death? It's like these very, like, baby brain arguments. So Lactoid's not a baby brain, although he does sometimes make baby brain arguments. I'm going to assume he's going to talk about, oh, don't you hate that they're conscripting people against their will? Why is this money, that isn't ours, like, or isn't theirs? Like, why are we sending it to them when we could be fixing problems here? Like, these are my predictions for this. I didn't pre-watch, but it's pretty obvious where I think this is going. Who's the bigger enemy? Probably China.
Dollars later. And all we've managed to buy for ourselves is about 500,000 dead, probably more at this point. Another 500,000 wounded.
All we've been able to buy for ourselves is 500,000 dead, except for we have stopped Russia from taking Kiev in 2 weeks, like, as if that wasn't, like, their ultimate, plan from the beginning and what they thought was going to happen without the funds from all these other countries. But all right.
Wounded, some critically, probably more at this point. And this was all done in service of a power structure in Ukraine that's becoming increasingly authoritarian, a power structure that was founded upon a illegal and unconstitutional coup that disenfranchised millions of people in the East that we just don't seem to care about. We didn't seem to care about it in 2014, but it's the direct cause of what's going on now. And on top of all of that, Ukraine is losing. And Ukraine continues to lose every single day, despite the fact that we're dumping money into it. And last time I brought this up, you know, you and your comrades kept hammering. Well, Kursk, they have.
Am I too loud? How quiet is it, guys? Do you want me to turn it up? No, that's multiple people. I'm definitely the bad audio level guy.
Kursk is gone, right?
No, it's not.
Ukrainians have lost Kursk.
That's better one in the chat, if not two.
In Kursk today, not as much. Right? Not as much of Kursk, but today.
They have a single-digit percentage fraction of what they had, and the Russian forces are moving into Sumy.
All right, sick.
I'm following the war every single day. The Russians make gains every single day. The Ukrainians lose ground every single day, and we're dumping money into this dumpster fire.
Let's start here. Why did Russia invade Ukraine?
Well, Russia has always wanted to be to regain Ukraine. So Putin has said many times in his interview with Tucker Carlson and in speeches and in other statements that he wants to regain the imperial power of Russia, to establish greater Russia in Ukraine. In his
First of all, I want to say, because I got sidetracked by the sound thing, but Lactoid arguing about how it was this coup and we didn't care about this coup. I think is he talking about Euromaidan or whatever? Like, the implication that anyone even cared, like he cared about this, and it's like, oh, like we didn't care, and why should we care now? It's like, very clearly there are objectives for America right now, and they are, you know, to support a country that is fighting one of our enemies, weakening our enemies, and protecting the sovereignty of this country. Now, anyone who's pretending like this is the purely humanitarian, I think that is silly, where it's just like, oh, well, we should just defend sovereignty. Like, we should, but that's not why America's doing it. Like, we don't just go defend sovereignty of any country being invaded. It's specifically for if it's going to help us, and this is going to help us, which is why we did it.
His mind is part of that project. He believes that they are ethnically Russian, that Ukrainians don't exist in a real way, and he just wants to bring them into his fold, right? That's his belief structure, and that's why he's doing this. This nonsense that people will say about, like, oh, it's NATO expansion, oh, it's this, oh, it's that. It's not. Putin has been very clear. He's doing this because he believes that Ukraine doesn't exist, and Ukraine is part of Greater Russia, and he'll have it back.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of American propaganda version of whenever the enemies are going to,
that's what Putin has
whoever.
said.
Well, no, it's more complicated than that. As I think we're going to visit a lot here, a lot of the claims here that are being made are more complicated. There's more gray area than I think you're giving credit for. The reasons for the war in Ukraine are complex, and there's many of them. But some of the main issues are the disenfranchisement of millions of people in Crimea and the Donbass, and really the east of Ukraine, that happened in 2014 when there was a constitutional, unpopular coup that took place.
It's
not a distraction. That matters. If we care about constitutional order and we care about democracy, we can't just ignore it.
So let's say everything he said was right. Let's say there was this unconstitutional, undemocratic coup that was unpopular. Majority of people didn't want this, and the government, was overthrown by this radical minority. Do you think he's going to be able to tie this into, and that's why it's good that Russia invaded and is taking them over and killing civilians and all this stuff? Like, is he going to possibly be able to connect these ideas? I don't think he can, but let's see. Soy Pill, you should reach out to Dylan Burns. He's really cool, and he can tell you a lot about the Ukraine war. Yeah, I should reach out to Dylan. I actually filled in for him on that Admiral Gibbs debate, but I don't know if he'd be willing to talk about it.
When it benefits our enemies.
Yeah, exactly.
One last thing. The NATO expansion is also, of course, going to be one of the major factors. A few days before the invasion, a demand was made, don't let Ukraine join NATO. That demand was ignored. It was up to them. And then a few days later, the 2022 invasion happened.
It is up to them. Why wouldn't it be up to
them? Yeah, I like this. It's like, well, it's NATO's fault. It's joining NATO's fault because they said, hey, we'll invade and take over your sovereign country if you don't make this choice that we want you to do. Like, even if it was like, hey, if it was a legitimate threat that they understood, like, hey, having this country, a NATO country on our borders really scares us, we don't want that, right? And it's like, hey, if you don't make this decision, like, you have to make the decision we want you to, or we're going to invade you, as if like, oh yeah, no, that's legitimate. Yeah, totally.
If we're going to, let me ask you this.
Battle of the Coles dress shirts, very true. Oh yeah, Rosh, I guarantee you he's never going to bring up any of these failed propaganda points that have come out in the past 2 years, like, oh, they went in there to get rid of the radical right wingers, or oh, they went in there to like all the justifications that have been like completely coming out of the Russian propaganda and have fallen flat because they're so obviously not true. Yeah, they're not going to bring those up. He's only going to bring up the ones that are currently relevant because that's all he has.
You think that a country's sovereignty matters?
I think that a country's sovereignty matters to an extent. To an extent. I think
let me ask you a question. If the Colombia protesters, right, the ones who supported Hamas and things were like, you know what, and they're citizens. I'm not talking about the student visas and things like that. The citizens of Colombia were like, you know what? We hate America. We want to be part of Hamas now. We want to join Gaza. So we're going to vote to join Gaza. Do you think that would justify in any way, shape, or form Hamas coming in and attacking America in order to liberate the Colombian protesters who have...
All right, first actual criticism. He's getting too heated for this. Like, I'm sure, and I've seen Lacto debate, he's going to remain calm throughout this entire thing. He's already on the back foot because he's on Tim Pool's show. It's a right-wing audience. He is not looking like, super Chad right now. Like, he's just wearing like a dress shirt, right? Like, I think he should have worn the hoodie and had the hood up and had the beard, like very like wiki. This is very just like, oh, it's just a guy in a dress shirt. And they're already calling him soy. And now he's like getting upset without any provocation. Rightfully so, right? Like, getting upset at this is fair. Like, if you're like, hey, why the fuck is this country being invaded? That's not fair. But this is going to come off bad to a Tim Pool audience, I think.
Decided that, we want to be part of Gaza now.
It's disanalogous, and I'll explain why. A better analogy would be, let's imagine if Canada had an unconstitutional coup that was undemocratic and was against the will of the vote that had just happened, let's say. And there were parts of Canada that were thus disenfranchised because, like many countries, certain areas tend to vote for certain candidates more than others.
By the way, this analogy you bring up, I was going to bring up, like, yeah, it would be like if in the 60s, Cuba tried to form an alliance with Russia and then we tried to invade them, which we sort of did with the Bay of Pigs, not really. And there was the Cuban Missile Crisis. But I think there's a very different thing from, hey, I'm joining an alliance where if you attack me, this other person says they're going to attack you too. And, hey, I'm putting missiles right on your border. Those are very, very different. And if Ukraine had said, hey, we're joining NATO and we're putting, Jupiter missiles or whatever right next to Russia, I think they might have a more legitimate claim. That's obviously not what happened. Now he's going to use this Canada example as, oh, well, what if Canada had a coup and all this happened? And, and then, like, would we be justified in invading Canada? And the answer is no, we wouldn't. Unless Canada had posed some like serious threat to us by like threatening us, which is not what was happening. All the analogy would be, oh, Canada joined a coalition, maybe from a coup, that said, hey, if you attack us, I don't know, China will also fight back, which is like, okay, so we should attack them?
And then on top of that, this new illegal government reached out to Russia and attempted to join SISTO and attempted to put Russian missiles on the border with the U.S. As a great power.
Notice how he threw that missile thing there at the end? Is that what Ukraine was doing? Are they going to put missiles right on the border of Russia? Like, that was not what the joining NATO means.
It is myopic to think that the U.S. wouldn't do anything. The tanks are rolling in the next day. We were willing to end the world over the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, despite the fact that we had invaded Cuba in the Bay of Pigs just a year prior.
Okay, he's bringing it up.
There are certain lines that great powers, red lines that they have, and one of them is, and Russia's made it clear, Ukraine.
I think Lactoid's not stupid. I think he's well-read. I mean, he's a lawyer. Lawyers have to have some sort of like ability to process and have reading comprehension. I do think he's a bad person.
For many reasons, is one of the red lines here. They made that clear before the invasion, and they've made it clear since.
The question I have is, why Ukraine? What about literally any other country?
By the way, I forgot. I can't believe we're not talking about this first. So Tim Pool is hosting a debate on Ukraine. Tim Pool, hold on, it's about to make the noise, and I'm going to get interrupted.
Oh, yeah.
Brett83, thank you for the $5. I've injected 27 gallons of purified soy sauce directly into my veins to become an all-powerful libtard. Seriously, though, keep up the great work. Thank you, Brett. Look, Tim Pool took Russian money, whether he knew it or not, from through the Tenet media scandal. You can go look this up if you didn't know about this. Russian state was funneling money through Tenet media to pay people like Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson to promote Russia's interests. Now, it's debatable, because this is one thing I don't think we know. The Tenet media people knew, but we don't know if these pundits knew the money was coming from Russia. Did they knowingly promote Russian propaganda because of the Russian money, or did they think it was a reverse thing where they're saying things that are akin to Russian propaganda and they're getting paid for those points? Either way, their points are indistinguishable from Russian propaganda. That's why they were getting paid. So now Tim Pool is hosting a debate on the legitimacy of Russia's invasion, despite the fact that he should be completely discredited forever now. One, because he's fucking stupid and has terrible opinions, but two, because he's paid by one of these sides. And let's see how hard he goes on Wick here. But like, I hope Wick brings this up. It's like, how is this even fair when the moderator in this debate was paid by Russia to say, what's the classic clip? Ukraine is the enemy of the people, where he like slams the table down. He's like, look at, they're wasting all our money. They're killing people. It's fucking ridiculous. This guy's a clown, but let's see. He seems to be a little lax right now. I think he knows the eyes are on him.
Well, I
about
do
Burma?
think we should. I do think we should support Taiwan, for example, as another country where I think we should draw red lines and we should not let.
Oh, by the way, and this is what they're getting into right now is what I was talking about before. It's like, why don't we defend every country that is having its sovereignty, attacked right now? Like, I guess Burma is happening. I didn't know anything about that. And the answer is, one, because we can't do it for all of them, but two, because it 100% depends on how it benefits us. If two African countries where, they're having some crazy strife and one's invading the other one, and, what are we really building with that country that we're defending in that case? It's a hard line for there. And it's like, sometimes I don't know exactly about the Bosnian conflict, if the reason we went in, if we really got anything out of that other than we just wanted to do it for humanitarian reasons. But most of America's foreign policy is, hey, I'm doing this because I think it's going to help America. And Ukraine, obviously, there's a very obvious reason why it's helping us. I don't know if defending Burma is really going to get us much. Taiwan, obviously, the chips, right? We want to defend that against China. We don't want them to have that. So
real powers come in and start taking chunks. And the reason why is because it's in.
No, Maurice, Wick said if the students were pro-Hamas, and then those students got like arrested or something, or their free speech rights violated or something crazy, what would happen then? Would Hamas be justified in coming in and like attacking America because of those rights being violated for the people supporting them? In the same way that Lactoid is justifying the Russian invasion because the pro-Russia parts of eastern Ukraine were being silenced or whatever. Thank you for the $5, international spying. Isn't Tim being investigated for taking Russian money from Tenet Media? Yeah, exactly. He is. Oh, I don't know if he's still being investigated. He took it. He's maybe not taking it anymore. But now, I think he recently met with Netanyahu, so maybe he's going to get a bunch of Israel money now. Love your content, by the way. Not many left-leaning people are as funny as you. Oh, thanks, buddy.
Our interest, and these are the key words. Ukraine is in our interest because Ukraine is connected to a lot of European countries. We have Ukraine isn't just the only country that borders Russia. You have Estonia bordering Russia. You have the Balkans, right? And you have, now Finland and Sweden and things, but they weren't part of NATO before the invasion. But this...
I'm going to take your word for this, Plarty, but you say Croatia, Slovenia, and North Macedonia are all part of NATO, and Russia was supporting the Serbs, so countering Russian influence in the Balkans was definitely in America's interest. See, I didn't know that the Serbs were being supported by Russia in that conflict, but that's, same exact situation then.
Matters because the reason why a lot of countries in 2004 joined NATO was because they foresaw
said June.
Russian imperial
workout video June tinfoil. It's happening. I need to cut
over their sovereignty, and they wanted protection from that. So if we abandon Ukraine, what that does
Thank you
is
for the
it sends
$2.
a signal to our allies that are our actually allies, the NATO allies that we have, that, you know what, if it costs too much, then maybe we're going to abandon them too. And that creates a very dangerous situation.
But Ukraine is not an ally of the United States.
Ukraine can be, and I think it should be.
Sure,
but
that's not what I'm asking.
It's an art.
Because it's not. And so it's understandable.
That's an interesting way to phrase it. When he says it's not an ally, does he literally just mean it's not in NATO? Because they're our ally insofar as like we partner with them and help them now. I mean, they're literally now our ally. So is he saying before they weren't our ally? Like, was Albania our ally in the, Balkan conflict? Not really. Like, it wasn't like some huge trading partner, but it was something where it's like, hey, we're defending you because we are interested in defending you, right? So this is a very interesting, point coming from a Mr. Russia Money Tim Pool.
You're saying that if, say,
I don't know if the fact gator's coming back.
Saw
He's
an
dead.
Incursion from,
or maybe not.
Russia brought troops into Belarus, and then, or Kaliningrad started launching incursions through the border of Kaliningrad.
Yeah.
But Ukraine's not an ally, nor are they a member of NATO, nor the EU. So
really, did Ukraine help us in Iraq? I didn't know that. I know France and Canada did, but that's cool. Hey guys, hi everyone. Albania representation, no problem. My friend, my friend who I'm not friends with anymore, but he drew the soy pill. He was Albanian, so I knew some words. He'd always be on the phone like, oh, shkapobon, po with his dad. So,
what is the reason the U.S. intervened in this regard?
Again, because it's in our interest.
What are those interests?
Sure, one of our interests.
So I have to talk about this. So obviously, Tim, being a host, should ask that, right? Like, why are we here? If you don't know and you're watching this, like, what are America's interests? So it's like, hey, weakening the Russian military is our interest. Showing that we can help allies in Europe, that's our interest. These are all things that are like clear, and Tim knows this. But the way that he's asking it, like, he would never jump in and save Wick if Wick didn't answer this right. He's asking it specifically because if Wick doesn't have a good answer for this, which I think he will, it'll make his side look worse because he's still fucking a Russian asset. So what a fucking piece of shit.
Military-industrial complex. That was one of the things he mentioned, is creating American jobs. It's a way that we can...
Oh, and Sean, this is a good question. Do you think you always need to have a reason other than humanitarian interest to get involved? No, absolutely not. In fact, I would say most of our involvement in other countries is not just because it's humanitarian. For example, people would say, why don't we invade China? Right? Like, they're doing the Uyghur, roundup. They're sterilizing people. Some people call it a genocide. I think it technically fits the definition. I'm always hesitant because I don't know enough to use that word. But yeah, let's say it's a genocide, right? Should we go in and stop them? One, there's a thing where it's like, okay, yeah, obviously it's a humanitarian crisis. But one, it's a nuclear power. Two, how worth it is it to America to stop that? For how many people are being affected? Like, these are like legitimate questions that the U.S. government has to ask, and it's not out of the kindness of our hearts that we just go and stop bad things. We're not just we stop bad things world police. It's, hey, what could we get out of this? Which is why we don't go into Burundi and stop the civil war. Which is why we don't go into XYZ place and say, hey, like, your people are starving, here's all our excess wealth. Like, we say strategically what helps us and where do we help those people. I want to live in a world where we just give out humanitarian aid because we should. But that's, U.S. aid, it's bad that it's cut, but a lot of it was like, all right, how can we nation build and help these countries out so that eventually we get something out of it, right? International spying, thank you for the $2. Ukraine wants the EU. Russian often prevented that. Yeah, Russia was a big push behind Brexit. They're a big push behind the AfD, which is anti-EU. It's bad.
That is
on
one.
On the military industrial complex.
Absolutely. That is one of our interests. But another of our interests is create stability in this region. Because if Ukraine falls, like, we talk about the cost of supporting Ukraine. We got to talk about the cost of not supporting Ukraine. What happens if we abandon Ukraine and Ukraine falls? What happens to our interests? What happens to the cost to American consumers? Trade, we have about $1 trillion, a little less, a year with Europe in trade. And if that is disrupted, right, it just hurts our wealth at home.
What would disrupt that?
So, for example...
Tim Pool's going to play stupid here. Like, what? You think Russia would invade the EU? Why would they do that? That's crazy. You're crazy. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous speculation. Yeah, Wick Sans hoodie. He really needs the hoodie. It's so iconic for him.
If Ukraine falls, a lot of our European allies will see us as...
Yeah, Dave, you're right. Everyone should if you're all watching.
...as unreliable. And I'll give you an example of this happening. When Trump canceled, briefly, paused the aid that was going to Ukraine, cut off intelligence and things like that, the EU began to question its purchases that it was making from us.
Did it stop them?
When it comes to us.
This is a good point where it's like, look, if we can't trust America to withhold its agreement or to uphold its agreements, which, by the way, one of them is, hey, Ukraine, we promise your security in exchange for you giving up your nuclear weapons, which you're right, Daniel G. Thank you for the $5. Ukraine was foolish. I don't know if foolish is the right word to use, but to denuclearize, the U.S. is teaching the world that they should be Rick Astley about nukes, never going to give you up. So this is the problem. So for those of you who don't know, the reason why we wanted them to give up their nukes, and the reason why we want fewer nukes in fewer hands is because nuclear proliferation is bad. Yeah, it would be cool if every country had the ability to defend itself against anyone else, no matter what the size. But the problem with that is it takes one spark from one country and one bad decision to annihilate the planet. So you want that to happen as little as possible. So you want as few people to have control over that button as possible. So ideally, it is good to denuclearize. The problem is and this is another reason to defend Ukraine. If we say, hey, if you give up your nuclear weapons, us, the nuclear power, will defend you, and then we don't, when something like this happens, every other little country is going to be like, well, fuck this. I'm going to go get nuclear weapons. Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, they're going to be like, what the fuck? Like, if Russia invades us, I want to be able to defend myself. So yeah, nukes are bad in concept. It's good that we don't let as many countries have them, but like, we need to show Ukraine like, hey, like, it's good that you gave these up because now you have security, and they don't, clearly. So we literally have an obligation to defend them after that agreement that Russia broke.
It has granted them, so the EU has talked about they are no longer going to want to source some of the parts that they get for their munitions and their things from us because we are no longer reliable. They're setting up, I'm not sure if it's in place yet, but they're setting up a system where they buy from themselves because they realize that, oh, maybe under this regime.
It doesn't sound like that's related to Ukraine, though. It sounds like it's related to Trump's trade issues.
No, this was before the trade issues.
So you're saying that
this is before the trade imports and anything like this. This is when Trump canceled or paused, I should say, the aid we were giving to Ukraine that we had already allocated to give to Ukraine. He paused that so it wasn't coming in. He also canceled the intelligence sharing that we were doing. And again, like, Europe is on this doorstep, and a lot of Europe are our allies, and they see and they're watching how America is going to support them, because by supporting Ukraine, we are supporting them. We are making the world safer for them, and that's a direct.
So he's completely right, by the way, and this is a really good point. And I don't know if he's going to add this in, the idea that, hey, out of nowhere, some new president comes in and says, all right, we're not sharing intelligence, which is going to put Ukraine at risk. We are not going to provide material aid to you. So, like, essentially, go fuck yourself. Now all of Europe's like, holy shit, like, are they working with the Russians? Is all this, Trump Russian asset shit true? Like, they're going to lose faith in the American, like, military and the American hegemony. Like, this is 100% correct. So they're about to be like, what? Again, the indignance, the false indignance that's about to come out. That's like, oh, well, you think that Russia would ever invade the EU, as if this wasn't stuff that they've clearly talked about wanting to do and would absolutely do if they had the power to now. Oh my God. If they ever do it, if Russia invades the EU, I want just like the snapshot of these fuckers' faces when like it happens. Like, obviously that'll be the silver lining, or it's not a good thing. I don't want it to happen, but when it does, if it does, man, fuck these people for playing defense for Russia the whole time.
Wild assertion.
Benefit. It is not a wild assertion.
Wild and assert. They're not an ally, as Tim said. They're not an ally, right? You're saying they could be an ally, and I understand that U.S. aid and several other.
But you understand that, like, Estonia is our ally.
Estonia is our ally. They're a NATO ally,
right?
And I would agree.
The Netherlands is our ally.
For sure.
France is our ally,
and
correct?
They're covered under
They
Article
are all
5.
wanting us. They are all wanting us to support Ukraine.
Well, I'm sure they are. That's less money that they have to spend. I'm sure they all want us.
They're all ramping up their money.
Good.
What are you talking about? They are ramping up their money and spending.
I don't control their money. Okay, if they want to spend money, I can't stop. I don't think it's a good idea, but I can't stop them. But if you're saying, oh, they want us to spend this money, I'm sure they do, right? I don't think that we should. Not only for the reasons that I outlined before, but because you're openly talking about, well.
All right, now I get to criticize Lactoid. He's looking down too much. I get that he has notes, and it's good that you bring notes to these things. But this man is just, it looks like he's reading off the script that Putin handed him.
It's in our interest because the military-industrial complex.
And our interest makes Americans safer, and it makes the world safer.
No, it's in our interest.
American hegemony has made the world a safer place.
Ukraine,
a better place.
You really think
not just for America,
you really
but
think
for the world.
Ukraine was more stable or less stable after? Do you think it was more stable, or sorry? Do you think
it was more stable or less stable after Russia invaded? I think it was less stable.
Hold on. Do you think Ukraine was more stable after 2014 than before?
Of course not.
Okay. What happened in 2014?
In 2014, Russian sent little green men into Crimea.
What happened before then?
They locked down, right? They locked down the parliament so no one can get in. Men with guns.
This is great, by the way. So he's trying to trap him. And he's like, "Oh, what happened? Oh, there was a revolution that like pushed the an unpopular minority into power, or there was a corrupt government." And it's like Wick's like, "Look, I'm going to tell you what happened." From the bad parts, which is Russia was involved in like creating chaos here so that they had a justification for invading right in Crimea. So very good, like not getting pigeonholed by him.
Right.
What happened before then?
Forced to vote.
What happened before then?
let me read the exact resolution here. That's why I took some notes.
I'm sorry.
UN Resolution 68262, right? The invalid referendum on 16th of March 2014, where Crimea declared its independence and joined Russia. This was obviously
Why'd you put that in
coercion.
Why'd you put that in scare quotes?
Because it was, again, as the UN resolution says, invalid.
You're saying it's
And
invalid.
We recognize it's invalid.
I'm asking you why was it invalid?
It was done under duress.
Was it?
Because Russians sent their little green men in. They brought guns. They locked down the parliament. They forced the vote.
What's little green men?
Little green men. So they have.
I know Tim knows what that is. Tim covers this shit all the time. Like, I understand if he's asking this just to clarify for the audience, but like, you notice, like, I know he's going to keep doing it. I don't know if he'll do this to Lactoid, but he's trying to like put Wick on the back foot and be like, oh, explain this. And like, Tim can keep doing this until eventually there will be something that Wick won't know. And it'll be like, oh, you don't know. I'm going to play this clip later. Actually, I'll play it right fucking now. Holy shit. I hate this guy. All right, hold on. Let me bring this up. That clip with Luke Besley. Luke Besley went on his show, and Luke Besley made him look like a fucking idiot. And Tim Pool got so indignant at Luke for, like, what's it called? Like, not, oh, you don't know? Oh, you don't know? Like, and Luke said something to Tim, like, oh, you don't know the details? Like, this is very insane. And Luke was 100% right. Tim looks it up on Wikipedia and is immediately proves Luke right. And he acts like, oh, actually, okay, we're just moving on now. It's like, dude, go fuck yourself. Like, you just screamed at me, called me a moron. And now you're fucking like, you know, just going to brush over the fact that I just made you look like a moron. Like, and this is this whole fucking shtick. Like, this guy is such a fucking indignant little liar. It's just so slimy, these tactics. He has no idea how to, like, play fair. Let me find this clip. Sorry, guys. I have to find it on the David Pakman show. Oh, God.
University of Maryland, I'm asking you stuff.
What's up, guys?
Get it. We try to
come in here and say.
Man. Okay, if someone can find me like the raw clip, please post it in the chat or something, because I don't want to like scroll through this. Let's keep going back to this.
Green uniforms, they rip
Beasley,
off their badge,
thank you.
right? So they're not actually Russian.
Yeah, he says, can you admit I was absolutely citing that fairly? No, I don't think you were. It's like, buddy, you just read what I said out loud. Like, what a piece of shit. I don't know how anyone takes him seriously.
And they go in and they do their thing, and they have some plausible deniability, which people like my comrade Lactoid here will say, oh, that's obviously not the Russians, it's just some paramilitary.
Well, I want to educate Wick a little bit on this. So
okay, Wick is poking some fun. I appreciate that.
Obviously there were Russians.
Soy Chat can't post links on YouTube live stream. Oh, well, all right.
There. I'm not denying
I'll have to
that
fix
the little
that.
green men were Russians, obviously.
Russian soldiers, to be
yes,
clear.
of course, from Sevastopol, for sure.
With guns
Yep.
that were threatening
Yep,
force.
yep.
Okay.
But when I asked you before, what happened before then? I think it's telling that you're just ignoring all the context, as is usual with this conversation, before you cut me off again. That is usual with this conversation. There's, it just happened.
You guys told me to turn it louder, and I can hear every time Lactoid smacks his lips against the microphone.
Right? There's this, it just came out of the sky. This invasion just came out of the sky. When in reality what happened is Crimea had for years wanted to leave Ukraine. In fact, in 1992 they declared independence. Ukraine said, you better nullify that within a week with the threat of force. So then they were like, okay, fine, we're not gonna leave. And
Just
then
like Chechnya,
and then,
that's Russia did
we
to
can talk about
Chechnya.
Chechnya in a second, because I also know about Chechnya. But then in 2014,
how did Russia treat them?
in 2010,
Exactly, hybrid. You didn't go for my bait. You're avoiding the truth. Yeah.
there was a president elected in Ukraine, Yanukovych. And in 2014, do you deny that he was unconstitutionally couped?
No, but that doesn't matter.
Why doesn't it matter?
That doesn't matter.
Why doesn't the
You know
votes
why
of
it doesn't
Koreans matter? Does them being disenfranchised matter?
Is it doesn't give Russia.
Does it? See, like, it's not... If Lactoid was honest, if he really truly believes, and maybe he does, he would say, do you not think that the disenfranchised votes in Crimea justifies Russia's invasion? And then Wick could say no, but he's not saying that. He's playing on the only grounds that even sounds a little bit better, which is, oh, don't you hate unfairness? Don't you think it's bad that they lost their votes? And this is like, let's say an equivalent here. We passed this law in North Carolina that surgically targets black people and disenfranchises them, and Mexico invades us or something, and it's like, what? Well, do you think it's fair that those black people didn't get to vote? And it's like, well, I don't think it's fair when people get disenfranchised. I don't think that means we should invade another country. I don't think that justifies Mexico's invasion.
The right to come in with guns tanks and
Good. All
material
right. Thank you, Wick.
and force the issue. Russia or any other nation does not have the right to come in with force
So
and
Crimea just won't-
violate
so
someone's sovereignty
Crimeans just gotta sit and take it?
to solve an internecine conflict. There are other ways to deal with
Okay,
that.
what
and
way?
Russia did this.
What way should
with
Crimea-
military
What else were they supposed to do? What if they don't invade? How do they stop this? Like, there's zero room for diplomacy. It's a binary, right? There's do nothing and let people get disenfranchised, or invade and kill a bunch of people, like start a war. Like this is so fucking like, this is why I'm like, okay, I think Lactoid's smart enough to not think this. I think that he doesn't truly hold this opinion. I think he's just a piece of shit, but maybe not. I don't know.
What
force.
way should Crimea have handled it?
Any other way but this.
What way?
Because Crimea didn't handle it, Russia did.
What way?
Russia took away their choice.
Wick,
Why did
See, and this is the other thing. Obviously, this is a debate. He's not gonna like give him the answer, but do you really think he can't conceptualize any way we could have done this? Not, hey, we would like to send some sort of, diplomats and liaisons to talk about this humanitarian issue of disenfranchisement here, and maybe we can work something out. Hey, maybe we can say something that isn't like threatening you with the force of invasion. Like you can't think of a single scenario where there's a different way to deal with this. Like, come on, buddy. International spying. Thank you again. You're paying me a lot tonight. $5. Supporting Ukraine goes beyond just Europe. China wants Taiwan, and seeing the U.S. response emboldens. Yeah, exactly. That is a thing that's often overlooked. China is probably going to try to invade Taiwan in the near future, and they're looking at how we respond to this. Funny enough, I don't know if Trump would just let them do it, despite all of the, we don't have to support foreign wars rhetoric. I do think that, especially with the way he's dealing with China now, that he might also just be like, well, no, fuck it. We're tough on China, but it's hard to say. That man is a brain full of ladders and chaos, and you get lost in there. Lactoid is definitely bad faith. Dylan tried to watch this and gave up because he saw Lactoid continuing to repeat the points he had debunked. Oh, has Lactoid debated Dylan on this? Maybe we should check that out a little bit. But yeah, I'm sure I would also give up.
Russia going?
Because Dylan's like, by the way, I'm not well researched on the Ukraine thing at all. Like both these people, all three of these people probably know more just in context based on me. I would just come at this from like a very moral argument, because like I'm not debating about it. This is not my main focus right now. So I'd have to come in and be like, okay, like let's learn the exact history and the context. Like I know enough to talk about it, but when I look at this stuff, I'm not getting as frustrated as someone like Dylan, who's like, I am literally there with the people like fighting this war, watching them die, and knowing how unjustified it is. And this fucker's playing defense for like the people that are hurting people I know. Yeah, I'd be really fucking pissed. I might also bow out, but
Mia.
Because it's always it's
I'm not going to do a research arc. I don't want to make people watch me read on stream.
been part of their plan. They want Ukraine. Putin's wanted Ukraine for a while.
No, but why Crimea?
Crimea had pronunciation's hard.
This is what I was saying. Tim Pool is going to just try to like ask more and more drilled down questions, which you always have plausible deniability. Oh, I'm just curious, right? But the reason he's doing this is because as soon as he gets a fact that Wick doesn't know, it's going to make Wick look worse. He has not done this to Lactoid yet. I don't know. Maybe if he does, maybe I'm wrong, but I highly doubt it.
There's ports in there that gives them access to what they call warm water ports, right? Because they don't have...
I will never be New Destiny. I'm not New Destiny, okay? I'm not new someone else. I'm not the Joe Rogan of the left. I'm me, all right? I don't want to be tied to someone else. What was it, LeBron James Jr.? He said, I don't want to be tied to anyone. I don't want to be known for my dad.
A lot of those, and it gives them access, and they can use their navies and things like that.
It's the home of the Russian Black Sea Fleet and their only warm water port.
And they're primarily Russians in Crimea as well.
But that wasn't under threat, right?
Of course it was.
Why? What was the threat?
Because
they had a lease.
I'll explain to you why it was under threat. Okay, it was under threat for a couple of reasons. But when you have the pro-Russian president get unconstitutionally couped in 2014, and now you have this country which prior had promised to not join military blocs, is now looking towards NATO, right? There is a concern that if they join NATO, that you're saying that, but that's how do you, as a geopolitical actor, how do you know that for sure? Especially when you have.
So let's say this was true. Let's say, okay, Russia is doing it because it's their only warm water port in this area, right? Okay, so if you're saying Russia invaded because they wanted a military strategic advantage that was being lost to, people not wanting to be a part of them, just say that. That's a justification. I don't agree with it. Like, if that happened to us, if some country decided I don't want to be a part of your country, and we're like, yeah, well, unfortunately, you're Greenland and we want your territory because it's strategically advantaged. I don't think that justifies the invasion. But at the very least, it's just being honest. It's like saying, hey, sorry, we want this. This is for us. You know, this is for in our advantage, so we're going to take over. We're going to invade you, right? Like, if they just said that, that would just be them saying like, hey, Russia wants this and Russia should take it, right? But it's not that. You know, now they're backing up to this, but it's like, you notice how they keep jumping all over the place. It's like, oh, well, it was actually about NATO. Well, actually, no, it's not about NATO. It's about this a specific military thing, but it's like, okay, well, what you're saying right now is that Russia wants this because it's a strategic advantage to them, and so that justifies them going in and taking over a sovereign country. Well, okay. Just say that then, all right? Just say, I'm okay with them invading because they want to, because it would help them. And I'm sure this guy would defend us invading Greenland or something stupid, so.
More than just a possibility.
Is Wick and Lactoid not the same person? No, they are not. Rip in peace to the 69K subscriber count. Oh no, I'm going to hit 70K. Guys, thank you so much. This has been amazing, by the way. So thanks for everyone here and for everyone supporting me. I really appreciate it. So
I need reasonable...
You had a coup. You had a coup. How can you trust this new government when they ignored their own constitution? They ignored Article 108. They ignored Article 111, and they disenfranchised millions of people, millions of criminals.
If I was Wick, I would ask Lactoid, hey, if Donald Trump had successfully overturned the 2020 election, would all of Europe be justified in invading and taking us over and instituting their own government to make sure we had fair elections? And it's like, what do you think he would say? I don't know. I wasn't checking on 69420. Sorry.
And by the way, the U.S.
I gotta read Killing Hope. Buy it for me, Captain Bucket. Then it'll force me to get a whole box full of Killing Hope books and just ship it to my desk or my front porch.
UN had done polling in Crimea prior to this.
I'm gonna look it up on
found
Audible
that
right now, so I don't
most
forget.
Crimeans would vote to leave Ukraine and join Russia. This was between 2009 and 2011.
Know for sure if
and
they
Pew
would,
Research.
The vote they
Hold
had,
on, hold
the
on.
vote they had was conducted under coercive force.
I'm almost done. A few, like I think less than 2 months following the annexation of Crimea into Russia, Pew Research went in and did a poll, and 88% of Crimeans said that Kiev should recognize the results. Only 4% said no, which is relatively in line with what the referendum was.
Wait, I gotta go back. Those numbers are maybe important.
Polling in Crimea prior to this, and found that most Crimeans would vote to leave Ukraine and join Russia. This was between 2009 and 2011.
Know for sure if
and
they
Pew
would,
Research.
Vote they had,
hold
the
on.
vote they had was conducted under coercive force.
I'm almost done. A few, like I think less than 2 months following the annexation of Crimea into Russia, Pew Research went in and did a poll, and 88%.
Yeah, citing these like popularity polls, like when you have Russia's total influence over this, putting their own people in there that they know will support them. You know, like Wick said, like threatening people with elections. Like if you look at any Russian election and consider it legitimate, and especially like this one legitimate, any poll legitimate, it's like, all right, like, is this really what we're going off of?
Of Crimeans said that Kiev should recognize the results. Only 4% said no, which is relatively in line with what the referendum was.
They were occupied by Russian forces.
Okay, so
don't say no.
When they weren't occupied, they wanted to leave Ukraine and join Russia. What about that?
Through a poll.
Through a UN poll.
Isn't a vote.
A UN, because Ukraine wouldn't let them have a vote. They tried to have a vote in 1992.
And again, this is before the vote that was under duress. I believe this poll was also like during the process, and this is something we should look up. Like, don't take my word on this. I'm pretty sure Russia was at this point already funneling, not military, like their own like pro-Russian, pro-nationalist citizens into this area to like skew results in a certain way where like, hey, we're going to influence this in the future. Because like these plans are not months or years. This is like decades in advance. But this is maybe spurious. Like, look that up.
And Ukraine said no.
More than just someone calling you up on the phone. Like,
but yes, also a poll is not a vote.
Buddy, do you want to secede from your country? You need an actual constitutional Congress. You need something actual.
Would
there.
Ukraine let them have that vote?
At the end of the day, none of this justifies Russia coming in.
Of course it does.
And of course it.
Oh, and yeah, by the way, I got trapped in this because I keep pausing. None of this justifies invading the country, and I'm glad that Wick brought it back here.
Does not. We would never let that happen in any other situation.
Ukraine
Russia
did
not let that happen.
No.
When Chechnya tried to secede, right? And when the Warsaw Pact broke apart, when the USSR broke apart, and Chechnya said, okay, we want to go away too. At the time, they were like, no way, Jose. And they came in with military force.
That's a great point, Daniel. Yeah, do regions of a country have the right to secede just because it's popular? Like if Texas just said tomorrow, like, we're part of Russia now, should we just let them? Like, no. In fact, like that was the whole Civil War. We're like, hey, no, this isn't okay because one, you're going to destroy the unity of these United States that may or may not endanger the rest of the country. But two, like, why does that, like, that's not how the Constitution works. You can't just vote to leave. So now maybe if it became legal in some way, but yeah, it's like absolutely important to talk about like holding the country together. So I mean, I'm sure if the Civil War was happening today, of course Lactoid and Tim Pool would be arguing pro Confederate points. So
you support that?
Stomp them down. I absolutely.
by the way, yeah, so far Wick's doing great, bringing up great points. Like I said, the only minor criticism is not wearing the hoodie, and then also he's getting like a little like indignant, which is fine because this is like a touchy subject. But like I would, when you look at what Tim Pool and Lactoid are doing, they're like just very calm. Like it's almost like the rage comic, right? It's like you are the soy indignant libtard, and I am the cool, calm, collected conservative. So.
We do not, because of the way they handled that.
Whoa! Why don't you support
Because
that?
of again, as if you listen to that, because of the way they handled that.
What way did they handle it? That
gross human violations of their rights.
the Ukrainians do that in the Donbass?
No.
No. So
No.
when Amnesty
You know
says
why?
when Amnesty says that they were committing war crimes by firing unguided rockets in civilian areas, that's just thousands of people dead. Who cares?
So go ahead.
You brought up the vote from Crimea, and so I've been looking into it. I have a question for you.
Tim should know a lot about this. This is his job. He does it every day for hours and hours and hours. And like, I don't know that just like you brought up this thing and I started reading about it. I didn't really know much about it before. Like, again, I'm going to admit, I don't know that much about the whole conflict or the context, but like, I'm not hosting a debate on this. I'm not in a debate on this. I'm just looking at this video and analyzing Wick's performance. And I don't do this for a full-time job, like analyzing these heavy political topics, but this is the exact same thing where Tim Pool, Sam Cedar called him out for not knowing about like Social Security, and he just gets so much of it wrong. It's like one of the biggest things our government spends money on, and he just doesn't know anything. Like there's just like a very heavy anti-intellectual incuriosity about learning this stuff. It's very frustrating.
In the 2010 election in Ukraine, which you mentioned,
yes,
Viktor
welcome to the good
Yanukovych
side,
won
Stark.
49.55% against Yulia Tymoshenko, who won 46.03%.
Yes.
The country was split from the east to the west, with the west largely, this includes
now like a hypocrite,
largely
I'm going to bring
being in
up
favor of Tymoshenko, and the right being in favor of Yanukovych. Yanukovych had his political opposition after this arrested and held for 3 years in prison.
Following 2010?
Yes.
In 2011, Yulia Tymoshenko was arrested for what is largely seen as political persecution and held for 3 years until Yanukovych was ousted.
Sure. And so...
And not to mention...
Oh, and by the way, Tim is now drilling down onto Lactoid, which is good. All right. I take back what I said of being only pro the one side of this. He's at least trying to, like... I think now that he's done this... Not an amazing moderator, but he is trying to like get both sides to elaborate and then push back a little bit. I appreciate that. I can't believe I just complimented Tim Pool.
And hold on.
During Euromaidan, right?
Okay,
the brutalities that Yanukovych was perpetrated on his people. 108 protesters killed brutally.
And 13 cops were killed. So
why did he throw that in there? And 13 cops, by the way.
In terms of the political, oppression that came following Yanukovych's election, I'm sure there's criticisms you can levy. I know Yanukovych had issues with corruption. I know that, in fact, Ukraine now has issues with corruption. But just because there are those issues doesn't mean that you can trample upon your own constitution to remove a president and not expect separatism in the places, as you brought up, in the places that overwhelmingly voted for Yanukovych.
Guys, if I go on Tim Pool, I will wear a beanie. Like, not a beanie propeller hat. Like, I will wear the Tim Pool beanie.
Crimea and the Donbass, it was overwhelmingly pro-Yanukovych. Do their votes not matter? Do you just get to replace this president
Let me
in
ask you this,
2014
Lactoid.
with somebody that was not democratically elected? Ignore your own constitution? This is what led to the separatism, and the separatism and this new power structure in Ukraine, and this new power structure and separatism is what led to the 2022
Oh, I got to wear both. I'll wear both. I'll wear the beanie and I'll switch mid-debate.
invasion.
Well, let me ask you this. Had the U.S. backed and really wanted, right, Yanukovych, political enemy that he jailed for 3 years unconstitutionally, right? If he had wanted, if we
Well, you don't know the
really,
details
really
about
wanted,
that, and you don't either.
If he had really wanted, and I'll go with the hypothetical that what Tim just said was accurate and that was seen and pretty much seen as shady, as illegal, etc. So go with it. Run with me on this. Would that give us, the U.S., the right to go in with gun, tanks, men, and occupy and seek to annex parts of Ukraine? Would that have given us the right to do that? I don't believe you. I don't believe you if you say that you think that we would have.
He should not have asked that last part. Should have just ended there, made him answer it, because he's like, he knows Lactoid's being a little, bad faith little person, but like just that little thing, I think just making him answer that flatly makes it look way worse if he does have to bite that bullet.
I think we've talked about matters of scale. In the
matters of scale.
Yeah, no, for sure. Let me explain. In the event that the Constitution was violated, which we don't know if it was, we had an arrest warrant for Yanukovych issued in 2014, immediately after he left the country. You do have a history.
He fled the country. Yes.
He left. Yeah, you can say he fled. It's because his car was shot at. If there's a constitutional issue with that, you can say there's major issues. You can, in fact, even potentially, if it's bad enough, if there's enough repression, that could potentially justify an invasion based on humanitarian reasons. There is, unless you want to say,
look,
well, hold on. Unless you want to say,
I'll say this.
Hold on a second. Unless you want to say, well, we can't invade a country even if like there's gross humanitarian violations, and then that means you can't, invading Nazi Germany is out of the question, the Confederate South.
What I'm saying.
So you can, if there's enough violations of the Constitution and human rights that could justify.
We didn't even know about like the Holocaust when we invaded Germany. That was because it was an existential war against Europe that we knew would come to us eventually, did come to us in Japan. The Confederate South, again, same thing. It wasn't like, yeah, it was about slavery, but it wasn't like, oh, well, you're treating your slaves so poorly, and slavery as a concept. Like most of it, like the main impetus is like, hey, we're keeping the states together, and yeah, also to end slavery. But it's not like, well, we didn't start a war with the South because slavery was there. It wasn't like, hey, if you guys don't stop that slavery, we're going to send in troops and stop it ourselves. We like, there's too many humanitarian crises on a large scale, so we're just going to have to go invade them. It's like, no. This was a splitting off, a separatist movement from the country because of slavery that we needed to fight back, right? Like, World War II, like, we didn't even know about the Holocaust. It wasn't like, hey, let's go in here and stop this horrible, awful thing happening. It was, hey, they're going to take over Europe, our allies. They're going to take over us next. This is so stupid.
By potentially humanitarian intervention.
Human rights.
But what I'm saying is this, Euromaidan was particularly egregious. We have a movement that, according to the last poll prior to the ousting of Yanukovych, had about 45% popularity and 48% unpopularity, primarily in the East. And you had the president remove...
Sean, I think Tim Pool invites people he thinks are going to be interesting on, just like Joe Rogan. I don't think Joe Rogan's so ideologically captured that he won't listen to the other side. And Tim Pool's not such a propagandist that he would never have a liberal on. He's just also stupid. I don't think he knows how propagandist he is.
Moved, violating Article 108 and Article 111, and you had separatism. Well, to some extent, it does. The United States had help.
Notice how weak he's being now. That he's like, all right, here is your best argument laid out about the corruption here. Yanukovych support from these regions. Does this justify invading this country? Well, I guess, to some extent, a little bit. I'm sorry, are you not here to defend this? You should be as indignant and loud and impassioned as Wick is if you truly believe this, which I don't think he does.
Look at what has happened.
Come in to help us leave the UK. Let me ask you this. Does the U.S., because, we argued no taxation without representation, and I think nullifying your vote is essentially removing representation. Do the U.S. have a right to leave the UK, the England? Do we have a right to declare independence?
Got to go all the way back 400 years. Did we have a right to do this?
Sure, they were doing more than just that. They were disappearing people. They were giving people no.
If we argue that there should be no taxation without representation, doesn't that mean that Russia should be able to invade Ukraine? What the fuck?
Trial. They were just taking them off the street, right? But here's the deal: we don't live in 1700s anymore, and we're dealing in a world that is fundamentally different than back then. And to pretend that we're going to live by the same rules that we did back in 1700s, I think is folly. Look, none of this justifies. None of this justifies. And this is a principle.
That was a very good answer from Wick.
A country's sovereignty matters, and a foreign entity cannot use military force in order to violate
Pisco did really well,
country's sovereignty in order to solve a crisis that they themselves have helped serve up. Because if I may finish, Russia has a habit of doing this. Russia has done this before.
So I talked to Wick before this, and this is very good, because I was like, look, if this was some unprecedented thing, some of these arguments would have a little more water, where it's like, look, oh, Russia was scared about this, or they're expanded about this, expansion, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, are we going to ignore Georgia? Are we going to ignore all these other places that have done this? Like, I'm very glad that he's going to do this and bring up, like, hey, like, we've seen what they do. Like, they call me Rex. Your comment got filtered, but I can see it in chat. The Donbass is Russophone since the 1930s due to the coal mining that Stalin sent workers, according to Louis Siegelbaum, PhD. So they've been sending people there for 100 years, is kind of what you're saying? Yeah, Chechnya, Georgia. Oh, Transnistria. When I first learned about that place, I was like, there's no fucking way that's real. Transnistria? That's what that blue and pink flag everyone has is, right?
In Georgia, they took an internecine conflict that was in South Ossetia and I can't pronounce. Abkhazia. Thank you. And they pumped money into them. They sent their little green men in there again, their little Russian soldiers, and they stirred up this conflict. Again, remarkably similar to how they behaved in Ukraine with the Donbass and with Crimea and these things. And they use this as an excuse, right, to go in with military force and take a slice, right? And today, even today, they occupy illegally 20% of Georgians' sovereign territory. Russia, and Putin specifically, continues to do this, and they play this game. So this idea that if we just stop funding Ukraine, it's not our problem, he's just going to stop, has not been borne out by the facts of the matter. If someone continues to exhibit a habit of behavior...
I'm really curious how they're going to counter this, because it's just so obviously true. Like, even if you think it's justified, like, oh, they want their military, ports back. Oh, they, don't like this corruption or this disenfranchisement. But they're going to stop here. I know they did it this time and 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 this time. But, like, this is the last time. Super promise.
Behavior over and over and over again. What is different this time? Let me ask you this, Simon.
I think Sam Cedar was great on this show, and they should keep inviting people who, one, know exactly what they're talking about and can call Tim Pool out on his bullshit, but two, like, I think need to be a little more aggressive with him. Because Sam made him squirm. Like, he made him ask a question, and Tim, like, didn't have a good answer for it, so he deflected. He was like, oh, you're clip farming, you're prop clipping, or whatever the fuck, and it's like... What? Like, Sam obviously doesn't know what the fuck that is. He's just saying it to try to deflect and be like, "Oh, you're just trying to make you're trying to make clips for TikTok, Sam." And he's like, "No, I'm making a point that makes you look like a fucking idiot."
2 times. That's less than the U.S. has intervened in other countries. We invaded Iraq. We invaded Afghanistan.
Oh my god. So, so you think Iraq and Iran and Afghanistan invading those was good? It's like, oh, the U.S. does it. This is literally like the Putin talking point. It's like, well, if the U.S. does it, I think Trump said this. When he was defending Putin, he was like, well, we're not so nice. Like, oh, okay, I guess they could do whatever they want then. Okay.
We got involved in Libya.
Sorry.
We didn't annex Afghanistan. We didn't annex
No, we replaced
Iraq.
the government.
But that's a fundamentally different
to a pro-Western government.
And again, I'm not here to support every single thing that you...
He shouldn't have gotten caught on the minutia there. Now he's making the good argument, which is, why the fuck does this matter? I'm not defending those things. I'm saying those are bad too.
United States has done, and
I'm not here to support. I'm not here to support every single thing the Russian
Chamberlain
government
defense.
Has done.
Yes,
I'm not. You can point out. And by the way, I'm actually critical of the Russian government when it comes to Chechnya. I think it's surprising that
Destiny has been on this show. You can go look it up.
You're not, because. Or that you are, sorry.
I did like Emma on this, yes. Emma
of the Russian government in Chechnya, because the same arguments. Well, it's a little. It's not. I mean, no, it wasn't a genocide, but it was an annexation of a area that wanted self-determination, wanted to be separate because the Soviet Union had just collapsed. But under your logic of the countries are sovereign, we can't get involved. You should be against Chechnya, because Chechnya was part of the Russian government, wasn't it? It was part of the Russian territory.
The U.S. should have gone in Chechnya?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Hold on.
Indeed.
Just because of the expense and the kind of geopolitical reality on the ground.
Because it would cost too much money, not because like it's not. Well, actually, I just don't think we should get involved there. Thank you, Nathi Shiro, for the Canadian $10. Thanks for the Monopoly money. Pro-war against peaceful separatists feels weird. I'm French-Canadian. If unity is everything, shouldn't the whole world unite under the U.S. flag? Aren't other countries a threat to global unity too? I'm not quite sure what you're saying here. First of all, are they peaceful separatists, Nathi? Like, are they like, yeah, we're just being peaceful? Like, yeah, sure. if every state wanted to peacefully say, look, I don't want to fight you, but I just don't like being a part of the United States. We're all voting to be independent. Yeah, sure, that would be peaceful, but you look at what the downstream effects of splitting up the country are going to be when you have the complete disruption of like world economics, the complete disruption of like what our military sustains around the planet. Like, to say that this is like, it's not just, oh, okay, like California, the 5th largest GDP, is now no longer part of the United States. Whatever, no big deal. Like, this would be transformative to geopolitics, to the state of everything right now, and it would probably cause some conflict somewhere. Now, I'm not saying that means we would need to go in with guns and, you know, fight the California government to take it back, but it would absolutely cause some sort of strife, some sort of something happening somewhere. And to say that, oh, it's so simple as, well, they just vote and then they leave, it's not just that. It, like, splitting up America would be a huge fucking deal.
From a moral
perspective, we would have been justified.
I think we would have been justified.
We would have strong justification.
Again, until the like the Balkans, right? When we went in, when NATO went in the 90s, right, and stopped the Serbian genocide that was happening there, that the Serbians were conducting, right?
NATO offensive.
Yes, that was good. That was something we should have done, right? And when
don't tell me, is Lactoid about to defend the Serbian genocide? Let's go. Let's see what he says. Holy shit! Hey Connor, how's it going?
Comes to the war crimes, like we talk about when war crimes justify intervention. Look at Bucha. What happened in Bucha? 498 civilians massacred. Does that justify the U.S. getting involved? I think it does. Look at what they've done by stealing 20,000, at least, children, Ukrainian children, and disappearing them into Russia.
I'm sure this is going to be, well, are they stealing the children? I don't think that's what they're doing. What they're really doing is saying, well, these are children in a war zone, and we're just taking them out of harm's way. Like, who knows what we're going to do with them?
To serve with Russian families, to live with Russian families.
This is the section that lost Dylan. Why? Oh, is he going to defend it like that? Holy shit.
And to be raised as Russian against the will of their parents.
Can you even
does that justify?
Can you even state,
does that justify U.S.
Hold on. When you say against the will of their
sorry guys. Nathi Shiro is clarifying, not talking about Ukraine, just commenting on the argument for unity. I didn't want to pay too much. Yeah, you gave me 10 Canadian dollars. I don't know how much that's worth. Probably nothing, but thank you. It may have made my message a bit confusing. I see. I mean, you can elaborate here. Like right now, I don't have enough viewers to not justify reading almost every comment, so you can type a little more there. But super chats really help me, so I do appreciate them. And also, like, don't stop just because I read your message. Like, super chat because you want to support me, not because that's the only way to get my attention, right?
Parents, what do you mean?
I mean that the parents, they're not allowed to see the kids.
Is that what's happening?
Sean, I already answered that.
Do you even know what the Russian argument
is? I think he genuinely wants to have
I
Democratic
don't care
people on.
Why
they're
orphans. Doing it. It's wrong.
They're orphans.
Thank you.
And
Nikki.
if the parents are identified, they ship them back to Ukraine. They're orphans. They're orphans. It is absolutely true. They're orphans in combat zones.
That is not true.
They are orphans in combat zones. That is 100% true. Now, you could say, well, Russia has an obligation to send the orphans to Ukraine. That could be a discussion. But again, hold on. The framing.
Is he saying? I think it sounds like he's saying, well, Russia's definitely going to give them all back, so it's fine. So I was wrong. He wasn't just saying, well, I guess that is kind of what I was saying, which is, well, they're just moving them out of harm's way, and as soon as the conflict's over, they'll send them all back. And as soon as they know who their parents are, they send them back. I don't think that's true. Maybe it is. It's hard to know. This is like a fog of war type of thing, where it's like, I'm sure Russia's saying that. I'm sure Ukraine is saying the opposite, but...
The
you not think children should be reunited with their families if we're able?
Oh, but yes, yeah, the back-to-back argument of, we don't know what they're doing, and also they totally send them back is... Okay, so what do you mean we don't know?
They're orphans. They don't have families. They don't have families.
But
it's
they
in a
do
combat
in
zone.
many cases.
And if
their parents are saying, "Give us back our kids,"
and every month when they identify parents, they do send them back.
They are making it very, very hard to identify.
You're all over the place. First,
I'm not all over the place. You are all over the place. Again, let me ask you
one. Wick is rightfully bringing it up, and I think I've read about this. Like, yeah, they stonewall. They don't really send them back at this monthly basis. Like, Lactoid's presenting this idea of like, oh yeah, well, we're just taking them out of harm's way, and then every month we send them back. It's no big deal. What's everyone complaining about? As if like the reason people are bringing it, like, in Lactoid's mind, what would have to be happening is the propaganda machine from Ukraine and all of these families, like they're just telling all of these people to just lie about the process and how difficult it is for them to get their kids back, or if they're getting their kids back at all. And then Russia's just like, what? This is just a completely ridiculous made up thing. Like, we're sending them back on a monthly basis, and we do this constantly, and there's no issues, and we don't hold or put any of them, places, and just forget about them. Like, this is kind of silly.
More time.
Let me ask you one more time.
Congratulations on your credit card debt.
Question. Does
I hope your shift went well
the
too.
massacre justify, because you have agreed that violations of human rights allow us, or allow a foreign country to go in militarily, right? So if Buka's not enough for you, is them snatching these 20,000 orphans, as you call them, off the streets and
Oh, and by the way, I'm remembering, like, trying to brush up my memory on this. Yeah, they're also like taking these kids away and like re-educating them, like forcing them to sever their connection with like Ukrainian culture and language, and like trying to Russify them, I guess, like as if like, oh well, they're just moving orphans away. Like, I'm sure Lactoid, this must have come up in his research, and I think he's willfully ignoring this like whole cultural, wiping out that they're trying to do. So
peering them into the Russia. Is that not enough for you? What about all the other
they're stealing the kids,
that have
Captain.
been recognized by the UN, by the ICJ, by the OSCE, right? By these other human rights watchdog groups that they know.
Yeah, I don't like. We're gonna watch the rest of this, but we could just end it here, HC. And you're totally right. Yeah, the whole argument is, well, everything Russia's said is true. Like, that's all they have right now. So
is happening in Russian.
I have given my opinion on it, Sean. I'm not going to do it right now.
Where they are forcing Ukrainian citizens to become Russian, get a Russian passport, and then they conscript the men and send them off to fight against Ukraine. Does that not justify?
Whoa. Hold on. We got a problem with conscription now? Okay, we got a couple questions here.
Wait, okay, I have to realize, is that really what he took away from that? Maybe I misheard, but it sounded like Wick was like, yeah, they're capturing Ukrainian people, forcing them to fight against their own country, and he's like, oh, you have a problem with conscription? But let me just make sure I didn't mishear.
Passport, and then they conscript the men and in Russian occupied Ukrainian territories, where they are forcing Ukrainian citizens to become Russian, get a Russian passport, and then they conscript the men and send them off to fight against Ukraine. Does that not justify?
Okay. Yeah, I was right. I heard that correctly. So it's, hey, they are capturing citizens of a sovereign nation, forcing them to fight against their own country in a military zone. And the best thing Lactoid could come up with this, because that's completely unjustifiable. There's literally nothing he could say here, and he knows it, is, oh, so you have a problem with conscription? Well, you know who else is conscripting? It's Ukraine.
Whoa. Hold on. We got a problem with conscription now? Okay, we got a couple
slimy piece of shit.
Yes, if you are making someone...
Wick, please. A couple points here.
No,
First of
he
all,
should not have let him interrupt. It's like, well, is that what you think I just said? What the fuck?
You didn't know what was going on with the orphans. You were saying, oh, the children are being...
This is absolutely happening.
Wick, for God's sake.
And it has to be like, oh, come on, man, let me finish, as if he's not lying about the orphan thing, and now like completely obfuscating the point that Wick tried to make about conscripting people against their will to fight against their own country. Hold on, you didn't know what you were talking about.
You made the claim, oh, all these children and their parents are begging for them back.
In a lot of cases, yes.
And that's true.
And this is happening in the majority or the vast majority of cases. That's what was implied. The reality is they're orphans in a combat zone, and they're being moved out of the combat zone. There's a genuine discussion to be had as to whether or not the orphans should be sent to Ukraine, or whether or not they should be sent.
Pure Russian propaganda. It's just not true. It's just not true.
I let you finish, didn't I?
See, like, Lactoid's never going to get indignant, because all he has to do is be bad faith and defend, spit out Russian propaganda. And Wick's like watching this, like, I'd get pretty mad too. Now, I think this does make him look a little worse, because it's like, oh, you're the screaming soy jack, I'm the calm guy. But it's like, it's hard when you're talking to these slimy pieces of shit to their face. You're watching them lie and like obfuscate right to you. It's fucking annoying. Like, I'm getting mad. I'm not even there.
Whether they should be sent
to... And yeah, he didn't let him finish. I let you finish. No, you interrupted me.
Safer places, I did. Whether they should be sent to safer places deeper within Russia, away from the combat zone. I understand that Russia has annexed those areas, and there are people there now who the Russian government considers to be Russian citizens. And I also understand there's conscription occurring. The Ukrainian government is also conscripting people who don't want to fight. There's plenty of videos you can find right now of vans pulling up.
Well, Ukrainians are conscripting their own citizens under their constitution, but that's just as bad as Russia conscripting the people that they have taken over in their invasion to fight against their own country.
People off the street, forcing them into the front line.
First of all,
the big reason why this is happening is, a big reason this is happening is because...
And also, yeah, if you're going to make 3 really stupid points in a row and then say, you can't interrupt me, like, yeah, in debates, guys, like, say, hold on, let's do one of these at a time. Because what the fuck? You're just going to gish gallop all that bullshit at me?
Ukraine is suffering from a critical manpower shortage, which is one of the reasons why why they are losing.
Okay,
now,
hold on.
Talk about,
and hold on, let's completely move off the point that made me look like a fucking idiot, which is, you have a problem with conscription, where conscription means stealing the citizens of other people and fucking forcing them to fight against their own country. Doesn't want to talk about that.
You laid out like 8 points. You want to talk about the Butcher Massacre?
You keep talking about things, and we keep needing to address them because you bring up points that are just demonstrably wrong.
I wait for you to finish.
No, you do not, sir. So the Army General Christopher G. Cavoli met April 3rd, right? He's the commander of EUCOM. He's the...
Doom Metal, the reason you're not going to see a really good faith debate from both sides, because I have debates with my Republican friends, and it's mostly good faith. Like, we're friends, we understand each other. The reason you don't see a lot of that is because it's not good faith. It's because most people don't give a shit. They just want to have a stupid fucking argument because they want what they want, right? They want Russia to win. Or I don't even know what Lactoid fucking wants here. I think he just likes being contrarian.
Supreme Allied Commander of NATO forces, right? He sat down in front of a session of Congress, right? An open session of Congress, and he talked about the Ukraine situation. This is very recent. Wick
should not have let him move off of this. I think Wick's about to say, this guy's saying that Ukraine could possibly win the war because he just said Ukraine's losing or whatever. They should be talking. He can't let him move off of these 2 points that he's like showing him how bad faith he is on this. So
he testified, right? And I think he would be in a better position to know than you or I, considering the access to the intel he has,
He'd
right?
Also be biased.
Right? Biased.
He's involved in...
He's a very biased guy. Anyway, here's like 16 Russian propaganda points that I have only heard because Russia put them out into the ether and I would not otherwise know about.
NATO, isn't he?
Okay, yes, but he has the duty to tell the truth. Like, here we go. Like, saying he's biased because he's a NATO general, right? He's testified that Ukraine has solved its manpower issues, and it is currently in a better position today than it was last year.
I suppose.
So I guess Wick wasn't exactly moving off of the points. He was trying to show that it is a false equivalency to say, oh, the conscription of Ukraine is the same as Russia invading a country and forcing those citizens to fight for Russia. I think he needed to summarize that a little better because, like, yeah, they are jumping all over the place, but that is it's very frustrating that we are going to move on from this, it sounds like.
My issue with this conversation so far is I still don't understand why I should care about Ukraine.
Okay, here we go. This is what I was talking about. I'm just asking questions. I think someone on the right came up with a point or a term for this. Was it Jordan Peterson or Ben Shapiro called it jacking off, just asking questions? I just don't understand why we should care. I just don't get it. Oh, really, Tim? You don't get it at all? Because in all your research and screaming that Ukraine is the enemy of the people and receiving hundreds of thousands or was it millions of dollars from Russia, like, you didn't think to look into this at all, like why this conflict is happening, what the history is. Like, come on, buddy.
We're arguing humanitarian issues. You want to talk about China and humanitarian issues? We can do that. I'm unmoved by the plight of a country that has nothing to do with us.
I think you're just incorrect when you say it has nothing to do with us. Again, our allies, Taiwan.
My friend does not regret his vote yet.
Why?
Taiwan.
Oh, here we go. So now we're talking about, should we invade China for the Uyghurs? Should we? And no, obviously we shouldn't. Like, regardless of me thinking what they're doing is wrong, like, you can't just invade a country because they do something bad, right? Like, we can't just invade America because they do something disenfranchising people. If America commits a war crime, we can't just invade them. Like, these are nuclear powers with vast armies, and like the cost of conflict is fucking insane. You have to find out ways to like do other things about it. Like, America has not invaded Russia despite its invasion. I hope we don't. We're putting pressure on them monetarily by giving money to Ukraine. We are putting sanctions on them. These are, we're trying to work out a peace deal. I'm not really sure that's ever going to happen, but there are so many ways, again, the Lactoid would never have picked any of these between doing nothing and putting pressure on a country to stop them from doing something absolutely terrible. And now it's like, oh, well, actually, like, no, there's nothing you can do. It's either nothing or invade. Like, I hope Wick brings up that there's many things we could do here. Online man, God bless Russia, you all are trash. I hope you're just trolling, buddy. Or maybe you're Russian.
Japan, South Korea, Vietnam.
The Budapest Memorandum that we fucking signed.
These countries rely on us as well.
I think if
China's been invading the South China Sea and sinking Vietnamese fishing vessels, they're building military bases. Should we invade mainland China?
If they invade Taiwan, yes.
Well,
we have a bright red line.
They took over Hong Kong.
We have a bright red. Oh, they took over
There were
Hong
mass
Kong
protests
because
trying to
of
shut it down.
Sure, but the
Hong Kong was
British government had.
Okay, so I said, okay, at least Tim kind of questioned Lactoid, although it was a little bit of a soft question. Now, yeah, look how hard he's going on Wick right now, because he is ideologically captured by this. He wants to be, I mean, he was already paid by Russia to be pro-Russia, like, whether he knew it or not, and he probably knew. Now he's like, oh, well, I just don't get it. Like, he just has to be, it can't be like, no, this is stupid, like, Russia is correct, but he can be like, well, it just doesn't seem like we should care that much. Who really cares? Like, if we don't do it for Hong Kong, why should we do it in Ukraine? Like, this slimy little, like, oh, I'm just curious about it, when this is the least curious, like, anti-intellectual person ever. Like, he just doesn't fucking research anything.
Made a contract to give it back in so many years. That was a legal thing.
Is that the authority of a foreign government to tell Hong Kong that they give up their rights?
Oh, by the way, notice Lactoid was on the back foot there, having to defend the conscription thing, having to defend the orphan thing, and this is Tim is jumping in and rescuing him, right? Lactoid was like, like, I could kind of see a little bit of distress in his eyes there. Maybe I'm like body language, armchair body languageist here, but you could see, like, he's like, oh, thank God Tim is fucking backing me up now.
They give up their rights?
The Hong Kong citizens, if you will?
The Hong Kong citizens aren't beholden to the will of the Crown of England. So when the protesters in Hong Kong started saying, we do not want the rule of mainland China, and China sent in tanks to crush them.
Yeah, that was wrong. That was horrible.
So like with Crimea, should the U.S. now get involved and support?
If this was our analogy, wouldn't you say, oh, shouldn't the U.S. then invade Hong Kong and take it over because the Hong Kong elections were, like, affected by the Chinese, like, going against the democratic process? Like, this is I feel like this is the opposite of what Tim thinks he's saying.
The people of Hong Kong and Southeast Asia in incursions against mainland China.
If we could send
Connor, I've seen that video. It's great.
Into Hong Kong, do you think we should? If we could send monetary aid to help smuggle people out, do you think we should do that?
Should the U.S. send?
Well, can you answer my question?
I'll ask you a question first. Should
that is a good question.
The flagship of the Chinese fleet in the South China Sea.
Should we start war with China over Hong Kong? Well, my question is, don't you think, like, we should give them some aid? Well, I don't want to answer that. You answer my really stupid, ridiculous question first.
If they invade Taiwan, yes. If they
invaded Hong Kong.
Again,
the people of Hong Kong did not vote for that.
Characterizing as invasion is a little bit different. It's a different context.
They sent in tanks.
Again,
the people fought back against it, and they started disappearing them.
Horrible.
So what's the difference between Crimea and Hong Kong?
Well, tanks were there. There was a tank. Like, as if China rolled their entire, like, military up to the border and started fighting with Hong Kong's military. Like, this didn't happen. Like, yeah, there was conflict. Yeah, there was protest. And by the way, I know Wick did not study up on this specific thing, and Tim knows it too, and that's why he's trying to get him on it. This is what I was saying he's going to do. He's going to go through, and he's going to keep asking questions until he gets to something that Wick has not, off the top of his head, know everything perfectly, and try to, like, oh, well, why don't we do it here? And maybe Wick will handle this well, but, like, what a slimy piece of shit. Like, he knows exactly what he's doing. This is not good faith.
In Crimea, there was no contract, right? So in Hong Kong,
I don't know if this is a good debate strategy, but, like, and this might seem like a cop-out if I didn't know the answer. Now, if I do know the answer, I think this is a good way to do this, and say, why do you think we didn't do that? Can you think of a reason? Hey, Lactoid, what do you think a possible thing we could do other than invading in this situation? Do you think Russia could have been more diplomatic? Do you think they could have done, like, X, Y, or Z? And then when they say, like, oh, you want me to answer for you? If you give an answer, then that's when you give the answer. And if you don't have an answer, maybe that's a bad tactic. But, like, I think it could really expose them if it's like, all right, do you want to answer your own question there? Like, what do you think I mean?
The British government.
You said there was a lease that Russia had.
With Sevastopol, which is the
military.
Sorry. Pronunciations might.
So the tanks that Russia had in Crimea were.
Thank you for the $5 international spying. People are actively dying and being oppressed, which my religion explicitly states is awful. Why should I care? It's so true. And this is funny too, because Tim claim to be like a leftist liberal. Oh, I care about good things happening. But, well, unless it's like a bad thing happening in another country, because that's not me and I don't care. It's like, to what extent does this matter? Like, yeah, of course, America is not some like humanitarian, like, oh, we just want to stop bad things everywhere, because we don't do that. It's for our own interests. And this is why, when he's asking this stupid fucking question, Wick does need to refocus, like, this is how it helps us materially. This is how it degrades Russia's military. This is how it protects the sovereignty of Ukraine. We are obligated to do it because of like the agreement we signed when they denuclearized, and it shows that we will show force when someone that we promised to protect in this area is getting threatened. And the same with Taiwan, and the same with any other country that relies on us, right? If you want to make arguments about how they shouldn't rely on us, okay, sure, but this is a very important thing for us to do. And to say like, well, I don't care because I'm not there, like, this is just a stupid I'm just asking questions thing.
Already leased to have been in there at the Black Sea port.
He did used to work for Vice.
But not
So
to
Russia-
blockade the Ukrainian military bases there, not to lock down parliament there.
So
Again,
wait.
the British, as I understand it, and again, I'm not an expert on China by any means, but the British had
I like that he admitted that.
a agreement with the government of China that in 100 years that we're going to give back Hong Kong into China's hands. And the day came and they did that. Now I'm with you. China has done horrible things to the protesters.
Exactly
in Hong
hybrid,
Kong.
yeah.
Horrible things indeed. And there might
And
be
the
an
Uyghur
argument.
Muslims.
There, yes,
Our
absolutely.
interests, I think, are
they're-
very much at risk with China right now, considering the seizures, the atolls they've built, and their declaration of ownership
Let me
of the
ask you
South
this.
China Sea.
Would you think it's beneficial then for us to stymie China's allies to hurt China's allies? Do you think making China's allies weaker would be in our best interest in the United States?
This is good. I see. Well, I think Tim's going to catch on to this, but he's saying like, well, if you think China's such a big problem, don't you think we should hurt China's allies, Russia? And Tim's going to catch this and be like, well, if you're implying that I support the, let's see.
No,
No, why not? We're about to
because
have
the
a
reason
conflict with China.
the reason I asked the question is that
I understand that's the reason you ask your question. but
the
this
reason we
brought
asked the
up another
question is that we have multiple conflicts around the world, and my point was, when you guys are debating the humanitarian issues of Ukraine, I'm sitting here being like,
Notice how you completely just avoided that completely because it's a very good question. It's like, oh, well, you're using this concept of, well, China's a big enemy. Shouldn't we do something about it to defend your point of why we shouldn't care about Ukraine? I'm saying, well, if that's true, Russia is an ally of them. Russia will help China. Shouldn't we then hurt Russia? And he's like, oh, shit, like, I can't really bite that bullet. I'm going to totally pivot off of that.
literally don't care. No, like, you're arguing with him. He's saying, you're saying we should be involved, and you're saying, but there's humanitarian issues. I know you're arguing other things too, but in that context, I'm just like, I literally don't care.
Let me explain my position a little bit more. So
That's his
I
best
think
argument right now,
perhaps,
because if
there's
he
some
went full
agreement
Russia
between
propaganda,
extremists,
everyone
which is
would
that if you
bring
have
up
a
the fucking
sufficient
Russia propaganda
humanitarian
money.
crisis or a sufficient erosion of democratic principles or constitutional
He's not going to let me wear a Tenet Media t-shirt into the studio. That would be... Oh, you know what I could do, though? I could wear the Christopher Nolan movie shirt, or something like that. I'm sure there's some fucking Tenet material, but...
principles that could,
Yeah, I don't care. Why are you hosting this debate if you really don't give a shit? Like, why isn't the debate, why should I give a shit about this, right? That's a really good point. Like, oh, I just don't care. First of all, you would care 100% if this was like some horrible thing happening that somehow aligned with your interest. You just don't have a better argument right now than I don't care, because any other argument's going to make it sound like you're being a fucking Russian propagandist, which you were literally paid to do.
justify intervention in
I had a
certain
giant lollipop,
circumstances. I think
but
we all
it broke.
believe that, right? Like,
And also it got old.
intervention in Nazi Germany. We all agree.
I mean,
Stop them from doing what they were
I know he's gonna make maybe some nuance point. Lactoid's trying to give him like the easy, like, well, if it's sufficient enough. Well, intervention, stopping the Nazis was bad, right? I mean, that should never be the way you start off that fucking sentence. Let's see how he backpedals here, though. Oh my god.
crisis or a sufficient erosion of democratic principles or constitutional principles that could justify intervention in certain circumstances. I think we all believe that, right? Like,
no.
Okay, intervention in Nazi Germany. We all agree.
I mean,
Stop them from doing what they were doing.
the issue with Nazi Germany goes beyond humanitarian issues. The U.S. did not
So
invade.
does Ukraine, and so does
the
China.
U.S. did not invade, storm the beaches of Normandy because of the Holocaust.
But if we knew about the Holocaust,
true.
and
That's what I
even
said.
if Germany wasn't doing all the other things that we invaded them for, I think that would have been sufficient reason to invade Germany.
So
right?
we should invade China now?
No,
here's
I
the
mean,
China
they're
point.
giving forced
Well, they're doing the
abortions
Uyghurs.
to Uyghur
I'm
women.
not. Let me explain. I'm not saying that we should invade China now. I understand there's a lot of it's a different situation, and we can go into the minutia of the different factors that are involved. But what I'm saying is,
This is weird. Now I'm like on Lactoid's team, arguing that maybe it's good that we would invade Germany to stop the Holocaust. Like, what is going on here? What is Tim doing?
that if you do reach a certain threshold, I think, and it's possible to intervene, I think that there is a justification to do so. The question here is, does Ukraine deserve U.S. intervention? Is it worth $200 billion?
Yes, because we signed an agreement that said we would protect them if they gave up their nuclear bombs.
What are we getting out of this? What's Ukraine getting out of this, right? And
Ukraine's getting the right to exist.
From what I see,
Connor, good point.
Is that really what's happening? Is, you said something on a while ago that I thought was actually kind of profound. Your belief on the
Tim Pool said something profound. This is how I know Lactoid's lying.
Israel-Palestine conflict is that Palestine needs to be allowed to lose. I sort of believe that about this as well. I think that by giving Ukraine weapons at this point, all we're doing is we might be slowing the progress of the Russian military to some extent, but it's
This is an argument you can steal, man, I think. Potentially, okay? If you knew, but this is not true, by the way, but if you knew defeat was guaranteed, you knew there was nothing that Ukraine could do, absolutely nothing, they were going to lose, like 100% guaranteed, and you said, look, you either lose today, and whatever Russia wants happens, or you lose 3 years from now after thousands more deaths, tons of money spent in, and Russia still gets everything they want, but there's more bad things happening. Just from utilitarian point of view, yeah, okay, one of those is clearly better. But that's not what the case is. The case is not, oh, we're guaranteed that Ukraine's going to lose. Russia is guaranteed to get everything they want. Like, this is a very silly argument. I think Wick talked about this with me before, but he's going to bring up, like, well, here are the analyses of how this could play out. There's tons of different ways this could play out. So the only way this argument even works, which even if it was guaranteed they would lose, there would still be like, well, did they still want to fight back and try to do something? Is there some way they can resist? Like, there's no binary where it's just guaranteed loss, guaranteed win, right? There's so many ways this could play out. But even if it was true, Wick is going to bring up how, yeah, there's a bajillion other reasons this could happen, or this could play out. And to say, well, this justifies it is, all right.
Dramatically increasing the casualties and the end result.
Oh, yes, and HC, yeah. From our point of view, not the Ukrainian point. From our point of view, and this would be kind of, I don't know, you'd say this is evil, but it's like, look, we still want to, fight to the last man, Ukraine to fight to the last man to slow down Russia and hurt them. I think that would be a bad argument morally, but that's not what we're doing.
Going to be the same.
You may believe that, but that is demonstrably untrue by the facts of the matter. But I want to talk and
it's not even a country.
Again, you keep
it's an
authoritarian.
authoritarian.
Not true.
No, it is.
You keep saying things.
You
that
can
are
look
just
this
not
up.
true,
You can look
that
this up.
The people who have much more
should we invade Gaza?
access.
Do I think we should invade Gaza?
Should we invade Gaza?
No, absolutely not.
Well, why not? There's a humanitarian crisis.
Again, there are levels of intervention, and this is why I asked you the question earlier about Hong Kong.
Okay, I say Tim's asking in bad faith, but he might be so stupid. Yeah, Trump Gaza, exactly. We are kind of maybe going to do that. Maybe he's just so stupid that like these things are the exact same to him. I don't think so, but it's like, oh, what should we do? Like, it's just this binary, should invade or not, as if these aren't like hugely different situations. Like, do you think giving Ukraine money is analogous to invading mainland China to stop the Uyghur like genocide? Like, no. Like, obviously these things aren't the same. But he is framing them as the same. He's not even like having any amount of introspection here. Like, obviously the analogy was, should we fund Taiwan to help them fight back on China? There's an argument to be had there, and if he was good faith, maybe they would talk about that, but it's not going to happen.
About, well,
yeah, the trans dancers.
Would you be okay,
we need the trans
not with
dancers.
military intervention, but with us intervening with aid money. Do you think that
this is great? Yeah, Wick is doing a
Hong
great
Kong,
job, like
yes.
making
I don't
this
think we should be involved in
disambiguous
at all.
at all.
Right. Well, this is where I disagree. I think that let me ask, are you an isolationist? I don't actually know.
What does that mean?
An isolationist is someone who doesn't want to...
Okay, never mind. I take it all back. He's obviously just fucking jacking off here, dude. Like, what does isolationist mean? You fucking know. You know exactly what that means, you piece of shit. Oh my God. See, this is why there's two people that I would like, I don't know if I'd actually be able to debate because they trigger me. And it's Tim Pool and Andrew Wilson, because they do this shit where it's like this, I don't even know what you call it, where it's like, I know that you know what that is. I know that you're just trying to drill down on this. I know that you and I, if we had a good faith debate, could move past this instantly. and you are making me explain isolationism to you for what? To put me on the back foot, to make sure that my argument is like succinct or whatever. Like, fuck you, dude. Like, you know exactly what the fuck we're talking about. God. And no, Tim Pool does not have any credibility anymore. He is a paid shill by Russia. There are a litany of videos of him getting called out on his bullshit, not knowing what the fuck he's talking about. Sam Cedar on Social Security, Luke Beasley when he showed them that he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about on January 6th. There's just like so many things. Timba on Toast made a great video of Tim Pool being a stupid fucking fence-sitting idiot. Also, 50 state landslide guys for Trump in 2020.
Foreign involvements at all. So, for example...
Hey, Fireside, how's it going?
Let me ask your line then.
Yes, exactly. We gave money to... Fireside made a good point here. Look, what we did in World War II, we didn't just invade Germany the instant they did anything wrong, like when they invaded Poland or annexed Czechoslovakia or whatever the fuck. We gave money to our allies, and we're not actually directly in the conflict. Now, yeah, if Russia blew up Pearl Harbor, we'd probably go fight them, and that would be probably pretty justified. But right now, we're just saying, look, we're going to keep funding the side of this that we think is justified and that helps us out, so...
What do you care about? What would you care about in a foreign land that says, okay, the U.S. needs to get involved in this?
What does it mean by involved?
Whatever you think it means.
So
he was not always a Russian tool, but he's always been a slimy little piece of shit.
We're buying rare earths from China, so we negotiate a trade agreement. Involvement in that is fine.
So when I'm talking about conflict. So if there's a
notice how we've completely moved away from this like Ukrainian thing because Tim Pool is jacking off about what? You think I'm an isolationist? What's that mean? By the way, he fucking tried to rip into Sam Cedar because Sam didn't know what the difference between like utilitarian and deontological is because he was trying to make a moral argument about politics. And Sam was like, I don't give a shit. Like, oh, you're saying I'm like Thanos. Okay, I don't fucking care. Meanwhile, pretending like he doesn't know what isolationism is, like, what a fucking
like
asshole.
In China, for example, with the Uyghur Muslims, would that be something you should care about? That,
I don't think that's true.
We need to stop this from happening?
Yeah, that's a coin toss. I don't know that.
Okay, wait. I need to ask what Wick's hypothetical, or go back.
Okay, so let me ask your line then. At what point would it be sufficient? What do you care about? What would you care about in a foreign land that says, okay, the U.S. needs to get involved in this?
What does it mean by involved?
Whatever you think it means.
So, like a trade negotiation?
Perhaps
we're buying rare earths from China, so we negotiate a trade agreement. Involvement in that is fine.
So
this is another bad faith thing. Like, oh, I'm not even going to pretend like I could understand a hypothetical that would exemplify what you're asking me. It's like, hey, if there was a 10 trillion person genocide in Swaziland, do you think it would justify us interfering militarily or with money or something? And he's like, oh, do you mean like if we traded with China? Shut the fuck up. You know what he means.
I'm talking about conflict. So if there's a conflict in China, for example, with the Uyghur Muslims, would that be something you should care about? That, hey, we need to stop this from happening?
Yeah, that's a coin toss. I don't know that the U.S. involved in a conflict which could escalate to kinetic conflict, for which it's not a priority of the United States. There's an argument of, wow, it is really bad what they're doing. So maybe we just don't do business there. Maybe it's that simple. Maybe
that's a form of intervention.
Not.
All right, Wick pointed it out. Nice.
Really,
it actually is though. It actually
saying I'm not going to buy bread from you is not me kicking your door in at your grocery store.
You're saying.
Is Tim really going to? I mean, maybe he is an idiot. Does he really not think that like the economic sanctions, especially the way we're doing it with Russia right now, couldn't be much more damaging than a smaller scale kinetic war like on the border? Like this is so stupid. Like, just the world, hegemonic power, like deciding to sanction a country. I mean, we're just not buying your bread. It's not a big deal.
I'm going to buy bread for you unless you change this.
It's called a boycott.
I understand, but
there's nothing wrong with
intervention. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm saying
that's an
intervention.
That's an extremely absurd definition of intervention. Which
I don't agree.
Okay, well
yeah.
then let's.
Cutting off trade with a country and a fucking system that exists now where trillions of dollars are being exchanged between them, boycotting them that's not really intervention. That's not doing, especially when you do it for something that they're doing, to protest their politics. That's not intervention. That's just saying, I don't want to give you bread. Like, the level of obfuscation here is so ridiculous. There's no way he's this dumb. That's why I hate this guy. Because if he was just stupid, I know stupid people. I've talked to stupid people, and at the worst, I'm just like, oh, I guess you don't get it. Let's talk about it. But this is so fucking dumb. Like, this is like, what you're fucking saying.
Let's
God. It makes me so mad.
Kinetic intervention and purchasing boycotts.
there's a whole host of other types of intervention that we can do when we
Indeed.
talk about
So
this.
when we're talking about should the U.S.
Indeed.
engage in forms of warfare, such as sanctions or kinetic conflict, psychological operations, cyber warfare, etc., the answer is no.
So notice that he just tried to say, well, here's the dichotomy here of, well, we can boycott their country or we could have kinetic warfare with them. And then he's like, well, okay, you're right. There are multiple forms. And one of them would be warfare. And the warfare is the sanctions. It's like, yeah, sanctions like not buying from them or organizing a boycott or putting extra tariffs or, it's like these obviously are all things that are intervening. And you're saying they're all warfare. It's not like a dichotomy between kinetic and that. Like, come on, dude.
Should we stop buying from them? Yep. Yeah. If
that's
if
it, though. Just don't purchase their products.
He's got animals and he's a butcher and he tortures the animals before he kills them. I ain't buying from him. I'm not intervening. I'm just saying I'm not going to go. That guy's crazy.
Do you think there's any foreign situation where you would be in favor of the U.S. using a kinetic intervention?
Probably.
Wick should not have moved on to that. Wick should have drilled down on the, okay, so are you saying that you're not in favor of any sort of boycott, sanction, whatever, divesting thing for any country that's doing something terrible? And now he's bringing it to the kinetic thing, which is a much easier thing to defend, to say, I'm not sure the U.S. should go in and use kinetic force on a sovereign country, no matter what, or in certain scenarios, like it doesn't justify escalating to something worse, right? You can make an argument there, but he should keep him on the, well, we have all this fucking economic power. Should we not levy that against people doing terrible things? No, I don't care, actually. I don't care. Well, I mean, he's torturing animals, but like, whatever. That sucks. That sucks. I don't care, though.
I mean, examples.
So fucking
yeah,
stupid.
like the most difficult position is, should we have gotten involved in World War II? When you have an expansionist power.
The most difficult position is, should we have gotten, I'm very curious about what he's about to say. Like, actually, should we have gotten involved in World War II? Like, this is like one of the most, like, of all the wars that the U.S. has ever fought, it's like the most morally defensible one. It's like, hey, let's stop this like genocidal white nationalist regime from taking over the world. And it's like, well, should we have, like, I got to hear what he has to say.
That is ethnically nationalistic, authoritarian. We did not know
Russia, but go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit extreme considering the Holocaust, but we didn't know the Holocaust was happening before we invaded. There was speculation, there were concerns, but that's not the reason for the U.S.'s intervention, and it wasn't until afterwards. But you basically had the collapse of Europe, the expansion, and don't forget, Nazi Germany was in North Africa. Not to mention the Italy, not to mention Japan. So this was a global war for which the U.S. largely stayed out of until the final few years. So even in the minds of the Americans, we should not be involved. It actually wasn't until we were attacked that we decided to actually get involved, which is interesting.
You think we should have
So wait, yeah, okay, I hope Wick jumps on this. So it's like, what you're saying is, we waited a long time, that's good, and maybe we shouldn't even jumped in at all?
Involved earlier.
Probably, well...
Do you think it would? Let me ask it this way:
It's a coin
do you think
toss.
it would be better?
It's a
for
coin
the
toss.
US?
What the fuck? It's a coin toss whether or not we should have stopped. First of all, also, Tim is never going to bring this up, what Fireside already did. We were involved, all right? We were giving tons of money to countries on the Allies side. We were absolutely supporting these places. Yeah, the public was like, well, I don't know about war, because of the same talking points. Like, I don't want people to go die across the world, but they're not hurting us. I'm just American. Like, yeah. You could talk about there was public sentiment against it, but holy shit, dude, it's a coin toss whether or not we should have gotten involved earlier and stopped the Nazis earlier. Holy shit, dude.
And the world, had we gotten involved in World War II earlier than we did?
No.
No, why not?
Because we don't know what would have happened had things played out differently. What we do know is...
Jesus Christ, dude. We don't know what would have happened had things played out different. This is such a fucking baby cop-out answer. I think Matt Walsh used this to justify slavery, where he's like, well, I don't know where my life would have been had slavery not existed. No one does, because that is what happened, and therefore we must therefore defend it. It's like, dude, no, yeah, you could say that about literally anything. Yeah, we don't know what would have happened if America didn't invade World War II. We don't know what would have happened if America didn't jump in, or did jump in 2 years earlier. But like, what the fuck? Like, oh, well, maybe if we had done that, then the Nazis would have won. Like, is that seriously? Like, we can clearly draw lines from how things played out when we did jump in, and if we did it earlier, and say, well, we either would have won the war earlier, or maybe this battle would have went a little differently. But to say, oh, well, maybe things would have been worse off had we, stopped the white nationalist expansion fucking country from going and taking over everything else. That could have been worse. Let's see what he says, though. Oh, $2. Tim Pool would have defended the Nazis in the 30s. Hey, I'm sure he would defend them today, too. And it's kind of what he's doing. International spying, we were involved via Lend-Lease and embargo. Exactly. We were already involved. It's just materially, kinetically, should we have been involved? Like,
the time frames by which we acted, we got a result that was largely beneficial until the prevailing powers created what's called the liberal economic order, which has created instability and chaos for generations, and the U.S. entering a bunch of wars they've never declared. The Constitution of the United States effectively...
Is he talking about because we waited a long time, we didn't lose as much, we were able to establish the U.S. powerhouse in the 50s, and that's led to bad things today, and therefore... I'm going to make an argument about what we should have done in World War II because of that. Like, this is kind of wild. This is beyond stretching.
Ended in the 50s with these declarations of, say, the IMF, the World Bank, etc. So there's it's an interesting conversation that actually was lighting up with Douglas Murray and Dave Smith the other day, and it's been one of the principal discussions on foreign policy now. There's a lot of concern over the worldview of people like Daryl Cooper, as well as Dave Smith and others, who have made arguments that Winston Churchill was a bad guy, which I think is largely silly. I think the circumstances of World War II are the...
All right, he's meandering a little bit now. He's talking about the Joe Rogan debate that I actually did watch. It was kind of interesting. Dave Smith is not very intelligent and makes dumb arguments. I don't love the Douglas Murray guy, who I don't think is the Hitchhiker's Guide writer. But he was doing his best to call out this idea that, like, you're talking about these subjects like, Israel, Gaza, you're talking about these wars like Ukraine, and you're presenting yourself as an expert insofar as, no, you're not saying you have a PhD in it, but you're talking about it with authority for hours and hours and hours on all these different talk shows, and you largely are not as well researched as people that actually are involved in this. I don't think you should have, he doesn't say you shouldn't be able to talk about it, but he's like, you should not be taken as seriously on this, and people should rightfully call you out for it. And they shut him down. So I'm curious why Tim's bringing this up here, but let's see where he goes, because he's not really justifying his point.
The offshoot of World War I. World War I was high density nations in dispute for a variety of reasons, came to the industrialization of war, which then leads to the wars it was. It's easy to say, now 100 years on nearly, I would have done it better. Honestly, I have no idea. So if you were to say, should we have gotten involved earlier? Well, I don't know, because the outcome could have been substantially worse. Sure. Right now, what we know
is such a fucking cop-out. Like, this is what I'm talking about. It's like, oh, well, I don't know what would have happened 80 years later, so I don't think we should have done that. Like, hey, you watched that guy who broke into my house stab me for 40 seconds, and then you stopped him. And yeah, some bad things happened in our marriage after that. I mean, like, we didn't, always get along. Sometimes we fought, and one time I spilled chili on the floor, and I don't know what would have happened had I intervened 20 seconds earlier and stopped that guy from stabbing you. So I really can't say what I would have done. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is such a stupid argument. Brett83, thank you for the $10. To touch on the economic aspect of boycotting Russia, the Russian market imploded the day countries stopped trading. Yep, that's true. I would think that USA being a part of that is supporting Ukraine. Yeah, absolutely. Like, we have decimated the ruble in the past 2 years. So yeah, obviously it helps. Obviously intervening in that way without kinetic force is probably preferable if you are on a spectrum of things that we could be doing. And God, it's so fucking stupid. Sorry guys, Temple is getting me riled up with these dumbass fucking arguments. By the way, speaking of supporting things monetarily, I've been asked and reminded by Claire, who is the organizer of that fundraiser, to check out the fundraiser link in my description. It's a fundraiser for Cars for Ukraine. So if you're interested in helping them out, go check that out, please.
The Nazis were very bad. They were authoritarian. They controlled their economy. They functioned not too dissimilar. The difference between the communists and the fascists and the Nazis was largely on their view of culture, traditionalism, and progressivism. So we don't want an expansionist authoritarian system that takes everything over.
I agree that we don't want.
But the liberal economic order has functioned largely like that, only slightly better.
The liberal economic order is only slightly better than the Nazis is currently where we are in Tim's argument, by the way. Jesus Christ. I didn't think it would be this bad. First of all, I don't even know why the fuck Tim's talking right now. This is a debate about Ukraine between Wick and Lactoid, and Tim has bailed Lactoid out. But now we have moved away from, is it justified for the U.S. to support them? And we are talking about, hey, I think that maybe we shouldn't have stopped the Nazis because, I mean, look at the liberal economic order. We're only really slightly better than what the Nazis are doing. So, like, what if we didn't intervene earlier? I don't know what would have happened. Like, Jesus Christ, this is so baby-brained. And I'll say this if anyone in my audience is confused. I think we're more than slightly better than the Nazis.
Fundamentally disagree with that view. I think the liberal world order has made people more safe, more wealthy, and much better.
This is where I think Wick should have gotten indignant. He was getting indignant about the other stuff, about the conscription, about the orphans. If someone said to me, hey, we're just slightly better, the liberal world order is slightly better, like, what the fuck? Look around him. Look at all of the things that we have from the free trade. Look at the mics we're talking into. Look at the life that you're living, because you have all of these fucking things based on the economic order that has come out of, like, the modern world post-World War II. And yeah, bad things have happened, but to talk about how we're only slightly better than the authoritarian white nationalist regime that would have killed you, by the way, for being a half Korean, half white, or whatever he is person, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, this is the dumbest argument ever, Tim. That's what you should say to him, because that is fucking stupid. And, like, everyone in the audience needs to see that.
Better off than it was before, but that's another argument. We're talking about Ukraine, Russia today, and I want to, because you said something there that I do think is interesting, like that we don't want authoritarian expansionist powers, and I would argue like that we should have
authoritarian expansionist powers like NATO, where countries willingly vote themselves and apply, to be a part of and say, hey, let's all defend each other. Authoritarian expansionists. That's Tim's little Russian propaganda fucking sneaking out there.
There's a difference between expanding.
By the way, I can see why Dylan crashed out. I'm starting to feel it. And we're only 40 minutes in.
At the point of a gun, like Russia does. And there's a difference between expanding, say, hey, you want to join NATO? And there's like, you know what? I would like to join
If that's
NATO.
what had happened. But if you look at the history of Ukraine, that's literally not what happened.
Ukraine isn't joining NATO. It hasn't joined NATO. It wasn't even discussions to join NATO. It got nixed. Right? It is now because of Russia's actions, but it's probably not going to happen.
And the conflict is largely predicated upon NATO
but again,
policies.
Once again, you have said that, like, oh, it happened.
I don't think Lactoid brought up the NATO expansionist thing all that much, but Tim had to bring it up because that's the other Russian talking point.
Happens in the case of NATO that is just the same as Russia doing the guns. But no, NATO has largely expanded through voluntary joining. This has happened. Can you give me a country that you think that has joined NATO under coercion?
Right now in Romania, they've removed the populist right-wing candidate from being able to run for no reason. In France, Marine Le Pen has been accused
for no reason. That's how he's framing it, by the way. I don't know what the Romanian one. I know vaguely of the Marine Le Pen one. She got like some sort of, what was it, like embezzlement charges or something? Like, I haven't looked into it too strongly. But look, if I Google this right now, if I look up Romanian right-wing, politician, is it going to tell me, hey, the Romanian right-wing politician was removed for no reason? Romanian right-wing candidate removed. Go to Reuters because I trust them, guys. I always trust Reuters because I love blindly trusting the color orange. I'm going to read this for you guys. Here, actually, let's bring this up here.
What does that have to do?
So you guys can see what I'm reading. All right. Romania said, by the way, always do this. If you hear something that sounds fucking stupid, like, hey, they removed the Romanian right-wing candidate for no reason, look it up. Because I don't know this, right? I don't know anything about it. I never heard about this. But I want to look this up and see, all right, what are you saying, Tim? Now, unfortunately, we can't do this on the fly. All right. What's the title? Romania far-right candidate barred from May. Okay, let's see why. Romania's Central Election Authority on Sunday barred the far-right pro-Russian candidate. Interesting. I wonder if this has to do with some weird Russian involvement in this election to try to get them to leave NATO. Candidate Kalin Georgescu, I cannot pronounce that, from running in May's presidential election, a decision likely to deepen a constitutional crisis in the European Union. The cancellation of the presidential election due to allegations of Russian meddling in that guy's favor has thrust Romania into the heart of a dispute between the administration of US President Donald Trump and European nations over how democratic values should be defined. In a detailed account published late on Sunday, the election authority said its decision was based on the Constitutional Court's move to cancel the election after he did not respect ballot regulations. Okay, so he's already breaking a rule. It is inadmissible when rerunning the election to consider that the same person meets the conditions needed to accede to the presidency. He had been the surprise frontrunner on last year's ballot, and members of Trump's administration called its cancellation an example of European governments suppressing freedom of speech and political opponents. Sunday's decision, Good. Elon Musk. Guys, I've been editing the Elon Musk stuff and recording it. I don't want to read about him. Which tech billionaire and Trump advisor Elon Musk called crazy on his social media platform X risks deepening a rift between transatlantic allies that has already been shaken by the White House shift in policy towards Ukraine. While Musk and Vice President J.D. Vance have criticized the cancellation, several European diplomats, including German, French, Dutch, and Spanish ambassadors, have expressed support for the independence of Romanian courts. It is a direct blow to the heart of democracy worldwide. Okay, but are they really going to say why he did it? Like, you can't just cancel someone because you know they're supported by Russia. Otherwise, we could write Trump off. Let me skim this a little more. Romania's highest court annulled the ballot 2 days before the second round of voting, citing allegations of Russian interference, which Moscow denied. Okay, so there's some reason. There's some sort of thing, I'd have to look into this more, some reason that they're saying, hey, Russia's interfered. Now, if they're literally just saying, hey, Russia supports you and we're canceling you, I wouldn't support that. Like, no matter what, I don't think you should just be able to cut off a candidate for saying, well, you're being supported by our enemies and this will, end our democracy or something. Like, I mean, maybe there's an argument to be made there, but like, I don't think you can just be like, well, you're off the ballot now. Like, if there is a general accusation of there's some sort of interference, which it seems like, I don't know about how clear this is. I understand the hesitancy here. But by the way, when I bring this up and we talk about the details of this, in what world would I ever say they just kicked him off for no reason? Because maybe Wick didn't read about this. If I had to, like, he shouldn't be taking Tim Pool's word for this fucking bullshit. So he's under criminal investigation, for counts including member of a fascist organization communicating false information about campaign financing, and he won the first round following a highly coordinated TikTok campaign, even though he has said he has spent zero funds on his campaign. So, oh my God, did TikTok let this guy win the first round of voting? Jesus. And let's see if there's something a little better here. Well, no. Okay, we're going back to this. Yeah, okay. NATO. All this to say, Tim Pool just said one more time. So we could talk about, hey, they kicked the Romanian guy off for no reason because he might want to leave NATO or something, and not, hey, there's accusations of this criminal thing and they might be using lawfare, they might be doing XYZ. Like, you could at least steelman the fucking side. But no, it was for no reason. They just don't like him.
But no, NATO has largely expanded through voluntary joining. This has happened.
Thank you, Mr. Thoughtless, for becoming a bigger bean.
That you think that has joined NATO under coercion?
Right now in Romania, they've...
Notice, I forgot completely, too, that Wick asked, hey... Can you give me a coercion happening? And he's going to talk about, well, this country might want to leave and maybe they're being coerced into not being able to leave democratically. Like, is that completely ignoring the context, by the way, of all of what we've talked about today about how Russia goes into these places and forces their will onto the public to make it seem democratic. Completely ignoring that. Actually, I think that this is happening in Romania. Jesus
removed
Christ.
The populist right-wing candidate from being able to run for no reason. In France, Marine Le Pen has been accused of
What does that have to do with joining NATO?
How is...
See, if I was Wick, I'd say, what do you mean for no reason? Why did you say, in what world is there no reason? But
Romania has... Romania.
How can I determine whether or not the population of a country is willfully joining a nation when they remove its leaders?
Okay,
so if Russia
notice he's not gonna let him get a word in here.
Join NATO.
They removed Ukraine's
That's
leader.
Wick.
If USAID funds protests in Ukraine...
Ukraine isn't joining NATO.
Mr. Thoughtless, thank you for the $5. I'm sorry you're struggling with listening to Tim Pool. I am too. I am not going to put on Subway Surfers. That was a very special Christmas Eve treat.
The invasion, a demand was said, don't you promise never join NATO. Why didn't they just say, yeah, sure, we'll never join NATO?
They did say they'll never join NATO. And they was that part of the this agreement? Actually, let me double check that. Was part of that agreement that they would not join NATO? Someone say that in chat. Was the memorandum agreement? I'm pretty sure it was NATO signatory. Another key point was the U.S. State Department lawyers made a distinction between security guarantee and security assurance, referring to the security guarantees that were desired by Ukraine in exchange for non-proliferation. Security guarantee would have implied that the use of military force in assisting its non-nuclear parties as per NATO, while security assistance, okay, well, that's just different. That's not specifically talking about not joining NATO. Maybe they actually didn't say that specifically, but the point is they weren't joining NATO, they weren't trying to, and that America was saying hey, yeah, we'll assist you in making sure this doesn't happen. And all of a sudden it's like, well, all they have to do is say they're not going to join NATO, as if they didn't just get fucking invaded.
NATO will never
Because
accept them.
a country has a right to make its own choices.
You said they're not joining NATO, so if they're not joining it, why not they just say, yeah, we're never going to join?
Because you don't let a foreign power come in and tell
Because
you...
yeah, because last time this fucking happened and you said you would invade, you invaded. So we're going to at least do the thing that's actually going to be a threat to you, which is say boots on the ground from like Article 5 gets invoked. Because otherwise, what the fuck? Like your word means nothing. We want like actual security guarantees.
What you can and cannot do. You say if we're going to exist as a country, we have to be at least somewhat independent and being able to make our own decisions. They don't want to be a puppet of Russia.
Okay, so they were never going to join it.
But I still want an answer.
They were never going to join
real quick, I still want an answer from you, Tim.
On what?
Which NATO country has joined through coercion?
The look in Tim's face. Like, what do you mean? God, I hate that look. Because guys, we need a word for this. Where it's like, when I know that you know what the fuck I mean, and you're pretending still, I know it's bad faith, but like, there's some like smug little shit like word that I want to use to call them out when they do it.
So my point is, I cannot assess which country is joining of their free will when we know in these...
Well, okay, so by the way, Tim's argument right now is, well, I don't think there's a legitimate reason to remove fluffing it. Fluffing it? No, that's a little too obscure. Weasel. Obviously, it's weaselly, yeah. He's like, well, I don't know why they got rid of Marine Le Pen and this Romanian guy. So therefore, I don't think democracy... I can't trust that democracy even exists in any of these places. So did really any of them join NATO of their own free will? Is that, like, that's what he said? Like, saying that out loud, I really want Wick to, like, lay that out and just be like, this is your argument right now, you fucking moron. Are you serious right now? Now, fluffing it's just like a little obscure. I'm sorry, Griteo. He's pooling. Oh my god. Wait, that it would be really funny if I called it pooling to like specifically name it after him. It's like this fucking stupid fucking tactic of, you know exactly what I mean and you're obscuring. You're fucking pooling so hard right now, dude. I think that would be kind of funny. Maybe I will call it that.
These countries, they forcefully remove opposition to NATO. When a president starts to rise up, say Marine Le Pen, and she says, we want to leave the European Union, so they accuse her of crimes, criminally charge her, and remove her.
Did she do those crimes?
Yeah, exactly. Did she do them? Did she embezzle money? Are they just doing it for no reason?
No, and probably not.
No, she didn't. Or she said, we don't know.
The argument...
Probably not, though. How do you know?
They hold a trial to be able to find out. But
hold on. You're right. You're right. He's
Marie
completely correct. He's completely correct. You are completely correct. Crimea separated from Ukraine by a vote that was completely legitimate. We all agree.
Of course, except
What a
for
fucker,
again,
dude.
Except that
in
one.
Resolution 68, they disagreed. Because there was evidence that it was under coercion.
So the
if you
people
have
who are...
Which, by the way, Wick is right here. And if the UN would absolutely come in, and if there was some like legitimate like destruction of democracy, we're removing people off the ballot just for disagreeing with us, the UN would come in and say it like, hey, this is a not a legitimate election, this is not free and fair. Like there are bodies that did the same thing in Crimea that would come and do that for France or Romania. I don't think that is what's happening. But actually they removed the Romanian guy for no reason. I'm sorry, I forgot.
So the people who are largely on the side of opposing Russia, so the people who oppose Russia have argued that the election that happened in Crimea is invalid. My point is, you have chosen to respect only certain administrative procedures and not others.
Absolutely.
Wait, so you have evidence that this election in Crimea was not legitimate because of direct, like, demonstrable proof that Russia came in and manipulated and coerced people into voting a certain way and also injected their own nationalist people into this area so that they could affect the vote, and you don't trust that. But this Romanian guy was removed for no reason, and you do trust that? Or you trust all these dozens and dozens of countries that voted to go into NATO? You trust that? These are the same thing. These are the same thing to me.
My position is neutral. We know that they've criminally charged Marine Le Pen. We don't know if it's true or not. If it is
true, should they charge her?
If Marine Le Pen committed a crime, should she be charged?
Yes.
It's a question. Yes.
Should she be removed?
No.
No, why not? Why do you think? Well,
because
I guess it
democratic
crime, right?
countries allow for people to vote. So previously in France, when
I mean, there's literally rules for running like as a criminal. I mean, felons can't vote in this country, which I don't agree with. I don't think I was gonna say, can felons run for president? Like we literally just elected one. What's the Marie Le Pen removed? What is she being accused of? How did that happen? Let's bring this up here.
Other politicians.
I hate that we're being dragged on in the weeds, and this is so fucking obscure. Far-right French leader has been sentenced to a 5-year ban on running for public office for embezzling EU funds. Okay. Sounds like she did it. What does the ruling say? The 56-year-old daughter of was sentenced under house arrest while wearing an electronic ankle bracelet. Wow, okay. An additional 2-year suspended sentence. She said she would appeal the verdict, but she remains... Okay, so the verdict's already been... I'm sorry, is this like in court, or is it simply a governing body said you can't run because this is happening to you? Which is, again, like, Tim won't clear this up because he doesn't care and is using it to obfuscate. But, like, this is so, like, okay, you could represent this a little more fairly, buddy. I think the reason they're saying she's the 56-year-old daughter, Connor, is because he was like some nationalistic person. Like, it's relevant. It's like the whole, what's it called? Mussolini's like granddaughter running. Monday's ruling came amid record ratings and opinion polls who hoped her decade-long efforts would finally deliver. This is not going to get into the court details. God damn it. I'm even falling for... I'm not even in the fucking room and I'm falling for Tim's bait where it's like, look, we can talk about Marie Le Pen, but you're operating under the assumption that for sure she's innocent. You said probably not, you know? Like, oh, actually, no, she probably didn't commit these crimes. Isn't it convenient that she got removed now? As if running for office doesn't put like a giant fucking lens on you. And that's why all the, you know, rape accusations come out when someone runs for office. That's why all the fucking crime accusations come out. Because, yeah, you're putting a fucking spotlight on yourself. And when you do bad things, for example, embezzling funds, like, people are going to see that. There's a huge spotlight on you. But it's getting fucking dragged down to the details because we're supposed to be talking about Ukraine and we're on like, well, did Marie Le Pen legitimately actually do this? And the fact that I can't possibly truly know because I don't actually read anything. Like, by the way, I would have read up on this. This is the problem why, right? Wick studies on Ukraine and the Ukraine conflict and whether or not it's justified and all these arguments. And now we are here arguing that, well, I'm not quite sure that the charges against the French candidate in the current election are legitimate, and she was removed and the democratic process is disrupted, and therefore I don't trust NATO in and of itself. It must be this authoritarian body where conspirators are going in and removing anti-NATO people. And it's like, well, how are we on this? I didn't study up on France. I didn't study up on fucking Romania. And now you've obfuscated to the point where we're not even talking about like whether or not a country should be able to defend itself from a fucking invasion. We're talking about the charges against a French politician. So
One should be able to vote, like convicted.
He's pooling.
Sitting
He's
in prison
pooling.
right
I'm
now.
drowning in
Not
the
in
pool.
prison.
Not in prison.
There's due process restrictions, but once you get out, your rights should be respected.
If her criminal conviction involved jail time, and I'm not sure it does because I'm not.
Yeah.
quite
Also, they've
up on
been
that
in NATO.
case specifically. But say 5 years in jail. Do you think she should be able to run from a jail
Yes.
cell? Interesting.
Yes, because in a democratic institution, a democratic country, the people decide. You can't simply have a judge bang a gavel and say
That's not
the people no longer have a right to
I
vote.
can't decide to take away your guns. I can't vote on that. I can't decide to stop you from speaking, to deplatform you. I can't vote on that. And we
yes, you
understand
can.
that. We understand that because we have a constitution
you can
that
do that.
protects this. We understand
Now
that.
we're going to talk about like natural rights and whether or not they're enforced by the society. Like, Wick is falling for this, and like it's true. He's making a good argument, but like if I was in this room, I'd be like, why the fuck this is completely irrelevant to the point of whether or not this is a moral thing to happen. Like, we're so fucking in the weeds right now.
That in a democracy, there are certain things.
That's not correct.
Wait, hold on. Do we care about constitutional rules now? Just want to ask. Like, do we care about constitutional
about
processes?
principles.
Do we care about
We
constitutional
care
principles?
about principles, and sometimes principles comes into conflict.
Drowning
and you have to
in
decide
the
higher
pool.
principle.
Right.
And when you have a principle of sovereign territories should not be invaded militarily with lethal force by foreign powers to stop them from resolving their internecine conflicts, I think that does rise above some legalese in a constitution. I think that's fundamentally a different thing.
I have a question.
I think your
By the way,
position here
guys, I know
really-
we've been on like 16 tangents. Wick's doing a great job right now. I think he's done a great job right now. I have my minor criticisms here or there, but so far, pretty damn good, especially considering it's a 2v1.
It's very convenient, right? Because
It's very convenient because it's very correct.
No, it's very convenient because if the people there,
Hell
if
yeah.
they're powerless to stop their oppression, and now your position is, well, other countries, they can't go in and help the oppressed. Well, that's very convenient, right? Now they have to stay oppressed because, hey, other countries can't go in. You'd be against the French sending Lafayette to help us in our revolution against the British. You'd be against the U.S. getting involved in Afghanistan for moral reasons, and Iraq and Libya and Syria. You're just like you're an anti-interventionalist across the board, surely.
Of course not. And I've already recognized that there are severe, extreme circumstances where, yes, intervention you know, you probably should do that.
Should we have?
I gave you an example in the 90s when we
Thank you, Captain
invaded the
Bucket.
Balkans, right? And NATO did all that and stopped the Serbians from genociding all these people. That was good.
Should we have invaded Iraq?
Ooh, that's a good question. Which time? Gulf War?
Either.
Gulf War, yes.
Wick's a veteran, right? Did he fight in Iraq? I don't know if he was directly saw military combat or if he did like a tour there, but I know he's a veteran.
Other time, probably in hindsight, no. But
why did we invade Iraq in the Gulf War?
Because they were taking over Kuwait, which was a sovereign country, which was pleading for our help, and which
Tim knows this. I know Tim knows this. It's asking questions. Yes, Tim is bald, by the way.
was our ally.
And then what about the second time?
The second time, it was because we were sold a lie that there was weapons of mass destruction. Had there actually been weapons of mass destruction, there might have been a case there. And had we actually believed there were weapons of mass destruction, then fair enough. But
should we have intervened
I think in
Libya?
hindsight, it was a mistake.
Should we have intervened in Libya?
I'm
just
not familiar.
He's asking all these questions because he's waiting until he can find one where Wick doesn't know, like, or have a good reason. And then he can be like, well, therefore we shouldn't. And it's like all of this to deviate as far as we can from, hey, should we help Ukraine out? This is fucking stupid.
Familiar enough about Libya to make a decision.
And by the way, props to Wick for saying like, yeah, like, well, I don't know about this one. I don't remember exactly why we, deposed Gaddafi. I didn't study up on this, but you notice how you're bringing this up to obfuscate away from the fact that I think it's justified to do this thing with Ukraine. Like, Jesus Christ.
The actions of NATO resulted in the death of Muammar Gaddafi, which resulted in the reignition of the North African slave trade and tribal warfare. And the country's in relative chaos right now. I'm wondering for what reason NATO got involved in Libya. Why did we do this?
I don't know enough about Libya to say. I'm just going to.
It sounds to me like a dominant international power intervened in a local nation's conflict and overthrew their government.
In certain cases, if you're...
It's so funny here because, I am the Fox. Thank you, $5. Good luck. Stay sane. Keep doing what you're doing. It's important. Thank you, buddy. I really appreciate it. If you bring up this example, first of all, he's trying to compare the UN, deposing of Gaddafi to Russia coming into Ukraine and starting a war, invading a sovereign country. Like, we invaded a sovereign country. Like, if I'm based on my very, very sparse recollection, it's like, okay, Gaddafi's doing these insane war crimes, and the UN, like, all these countries are coming together and saying this needs to stop, right? That is the justification or whatever. That is not what's happening in Ukraine. But to frame it that way and to also keep going on this tangent, and you know why he's still going on it, because Wick said, hey, you know what? I don't really know much about this. Like, maybe we should talk about something else. And he's like, actually, well, you know what? Maybe we should talk about this more. Like, it's like, dude, what the fuck? Like, so fucking transparent.
You were asking me that if everything America and NATO has done has been wise or correct, I would say no. There are obviously instances where I think we should not have gone in. Vietnam is a good one, right?
Should we be involved in Syria?
Nope. Wick had a pretty defensible, good answer there. Let's just keep asking every possible thing of why or why not we should be involved. By the way, Tim's argument here, if he was consistent and not bad faith, would be, well, I don't care. I don't know about Syria. I'm not in Syria. Oh, Iraq. I'm not in Iraq. Oh, Libya. I'm not in Libya. Oh, Ukraine. I'm not in Ukraine. Like, that was his defense earlier. Well, why should I care? Why should I care? Why should I care about Ukraine? I'm not there.
Now?
Ever.
Yes, I think we have interest in overthrowing a monster like Assad. Yes,
it sounds
he destabilized his people, and I think
how did he do that?
Again, by severe.
Look at this shit. This is so fucking annoying. He just keeps fucking. Oh, well, what about this? What about and how did that happen? And what's going on? It's like, well, I'm going to wait until I found some fucking global politics thing you don't know about and then try to drill down and to make you look stupid on it. Not because I genuinely care about your position about why and how we should intervene, but because I'm paid by Russia to make it look like we shouldn't be in Ukraine. What a fucker. He's pooling. He's pooling.
The people who would rise against him.
What does that mean?
Chemical weapon attacks, mass graves.
This is
Again,
so hard to
look at
watch.
what happened after Syria. Right after, I'm sorry.
And that's the problem. Is like Wick. I feel bad for Wick right now because he's being pooled. He's getting pooled on so hard, and he's being good faith about it. He's like, well, I know about this, I know about that, and like I'm trying my best to explain it. And he's doing a great job. Poor guy is getting just absolutely pooled on with this fucking asshole who does not give a shit about any of these answers that he's trying to actually have like a well thought response to.
Took back Syria, right? And what they found, again, I'm not for that. That's bad, right? But they found that doesn't make Assad good. That doesn't make Assad better even, because again, the prisons found in Syria where they had people who hadn't seen daylight in years, just
It's
mass
pooling
prisons,
time.
was
Yeah.
horrific. Again, I am not
Does the
saying
US
that
do that to
every
anybody?
intervention is good.
Does the U.S. do that with prisons?
To the extent that
People are in solitary
Syria did,
confinement
no.
People are in solitary confinement for
Well, the U.S. does that, so it's fine. Notice, like, every position, this is how Tim gets him on the back foot on all of these positions. It's not, I have a strong conviction about this. It's, tell me why I should care about this specific conflict. And now I'm going to move on to 17 other conflicts, and if I can find one thing that I can then obscure and say, well, it's kind of the same as what we do, right? So why should I care? Well, all you have to do in that situation is say, oh, do we do that? Oh, maybe we do. Let's say it was as bad. Let's say the U.S. prisons were just as bad as they were in Syria. Yeah, we should stop that. We should stop both of those things. Those are both bad. Oh, well, the U.S. does it too, so why is it so bad when Russia does it? This is the Russian propaganda defense of just like, well, we do bad stuff, so if they do bad stuff, who cares?
extended
Why
period
even
of
have
years,
morals?
for instance, without
Again,
without
this
trial?
is incomparable to what Syria does.
What does Syria do?
Look at this.
Syria has mass.
Oh, God, he's
prisons that they
pooling.
Throw people in for simply opposing the government, for simply.
Oh my God, wait,
just-
guys. This is a shot in the dark. If Tim Pool brings up the January 6th protesters being locked up, I'm going to fucking lose it. When he says, oh, well, they throw people in prison for opposing the government.
What does that mean, opposing the government?
Does Ukraine arrest people and imprison them for opposing the government?
Yes, but do you think these are the this idea? Okay, and these comparisons you guys are trying to draw here
Directly to
between
Ukraine?
Syria and USA, right? Syria and Ukraine are
I'm just waiting for it.
insane to me. I think
That's not an argument.
He's about to
not
explain.
I understand.
Fuck you,
but I don't
dude.
have to make my
Ah,
argument.
shut
I don't
up.
Say it's insane. I feel it's insane because
There we
which
go.
I make
Thank
my
you.
argument.
Yes,
right?
thank you, Wick.
I feel it's insane because of scale. The matter of scale. These things matter. It's like water, right? It's good to drink.
Oh my God.
It's okay to drink.
I'm going to let him
if I
finish this, but or he's going to finish this, but this is actually a really good tactic. This is like, hold on. You guys are fucking retarded. This is just baby brain arguments. So let me explain this to you. If I have a small tiny microdose of cyanide to build up my tolerance, you would say that's bad, right? Like, it's still poison, right? But if I took a huge chunk out of fucking a brick of cyanide and killed myself with it, like I died because I ate too much cyanide, that would be much worse, right? Like, but in both cases, oh, you eat cyanide? You eat cyanide? Okay, that's bad. Both of those things are bad. Like, just, oh my God.
splashed you with water, it'd probably be bad, but it wouldn't be as bad as if a tsunami or a flood or any like a biblical type of flood came in and drowned you. So just because a thing, right, can be bad doesn't mean that scale doesn't matter. When it comes to Syria, the scale matters. And when it comes to Russia and Ukraine, look, I'm not here to say that Ukraine has been perfect, that Ukraine is this perfect country. I am saying that when you look at the
Microdosing
scale,
on
we're talking
radioisotopes to
about a
prepare
glass
for
of
the end
water
times is a
versus
good idea. Yeah,
flood.
definitely. Don't do that,
A
guys.
flood that is Russia's war crimes in Bucha, right? Russia's war crimes in the occupied territories that it
And
does.
you know what? Props to Wick, first of all, for that analogy. Props to him. And also for refocusing this on, hey, why the fuck are we talking about all this obscure shit when I have a very strong moral argument for this specific case, which is the reason you invited me on. Like, again, this is like, I like Wick. Sometimes I don't like the arguments he makes at panels. So far, I think he's been knocking it out of the park. So
war crimes in Chechnya, Russia's war crimes in almost every conflict it's been involved in, massively outscale anything you could say Ukraine has done. And
So what happens if right now we just stopped Ukraine and said no more funding, we're done, we're out? What would happen?
so first of all, that sends a signal to nuclear proliferation expands. Japan starts to want to get nukes. You have all these other smaller countries that say, you know what, we need nukes now because we can
this
no
is great,
longer.
by the way. He's about to give all the best reasons for why we shouldn't pull out. And Tim Pool was just jacking. He was pooling very hard right there. I'm really curious how Tim Pool is going to ignore every single good point Wick's about to make.
Rely on the global world order to protect us, which has been protecting us before. So now we need nukes for ourselves so we can be a sovereign nation and not worry about a greater power coming in and taking us out. So that's the first thing that happens. The second thing that happens is China takes Taiwan. It shuts down trade in the Bering Strait, I'm sorry, not the Bering Strait, my bad, the Taiwan Strait, right? Where about $2 trillion a year of commerce goes through, and it just shuts that down because it can. And you have land grabs by smaller countries, each trying to take pieces of each other, because Ukraine is really a domino, and once it falls, it's going to lead to this cascade.
For clarification, you're saying that the structure of the liberal economic order right now relies on us staying in Ukraine. Is that
yes?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. That is what Wick says. So first of all, yes, Wick says yes, but like, imagine hearing, hey, if we pull out of Ukraine, we're signaling to other countries that they cannot rely on the U.S.'s promises to defend them. And in fact, they should probably want to get their own nukes. And, this is going to create nuclear proliferation, and that is bad. And and Tim's response to that first point is, wait, are you saying that, like, and maybe he's responding to the Taiwan Strait thing, but still, it's like, are you just going to ignore that point, I guess? But also, like, did you hear what I just fucking said? Like, is that not a problem to you? Do you care about that? Oh, I don't care. I don't care if more countries get nukes. I don't care. Like, fucking answer the question.
In a very real way. And again, Taiwan is looking at us. We have our NATO allies looking at us. We have other countries looking at us. We have our enemies looking at us. How are we going to respond? Are we actually going to stand up for the values that we say that we hold? Or when we say we will support Ukraine no matter what, do we actually follow through on that? And they're looking to see if they can trust us to keep our word.
The new government,
and if we do
our new
not,
government has not said that we're going to support Ukraine no matter what, and that would be a wild standard to have. I'm curious why
our new government didn't say that. I know the country signed an agreement, but we just elected a guy who said, I don't care anymore. So it actually doesn't matter.
You support Taiwan, because if you have this standard, well, we can't get involved, even if the population there really wants to leave and perhaps has justification to leave and be a separate country, we shouldn't get involved. Why is the U.S. arming Taiwan? Why are we involved in Taiwan?
Yeah, exactly, Connor. That's a good point. Just to elaborate on this, imagine if, no matter what, if new governments came in and just reneged on all of these fucking agreements, why would any country ever sign any agreement with us ever? Why would any country take us seriously? And this is part of why we're losing so much influence in all these other countries, because they're like, well, if you're going to come in and take all of these promises and just throw them out the fucking window, like if it's just every 4 years you completely upheaval every promise you've made going back however many decades, why the fuck should I ever trust you? Why should I invest in you? Why should I ever make any agreement with you if in 3 years some other guy's going to come in and completely undo it? Sometimes these things happen, right? So okay, Trump says I want to renegotiate NAFTA or whatever. Oh, we want to do some new trade deal. We don't like this trade deal. Like, there are things that can happen that are like, okay, a new president's going to have new policy, but to just say, well, like everything can be and can completely null and void because we have a new government is ridiculous. Like, this is not how you build coalitions. This is not how you maintain allies. It's just going to fall fucking apart. And the fact that it's a new government, it's fine.
Shouldn't we just kind of say, well, we can just, let them be part of China?
We set a red line in Taiwan that
Why?
if China decides
Why
to
did we
take
do that?
over using military force,
Yeah.
we will stop them.
Why?
Because we recognize that there are fundamental, specific interests that are good for America that run through Taiwan. First of all, we get a bunch of chips from them, which we put in.
I understand. I understand.
smartphones,
What I'm asking.
There's a lot of trade that runs through the Taiwan
I'm
Strait.
going towards the principle that you elucidated earlier when you were saying that there's this principle of national sovereignty and that countries shouldn't be interfered with by outside powers, even if certain sections of that country want to be independent. Now, it's clear that Crimeans wanted to be independent. They wanted to be separate, and their constitution. Hold on, and their contract was the rest of Ukraine was violated when the constitution was thrown away in 2014. So why are you okay with the U.S. intervening in Taiwan? This also kind of breakaway area.
I'm sorry. Is he trying to say that it's hypocritical for Wick to say, I don't think Russia should come in based on the, some election thing that they're just using to justify to interfere with this sovereign nation. But when the U.S. defends a sovereign nation which has asked for our help, that's them interfering with a sovereign nation. And you said that was bad. Like, is that really what he's saying right now? Let's see.
Area, but you're not okay with the Crimean people wanting to leave Ukraine.
Because, again, just like...
Okay, so no, he's saying Wait, so you don't think that Crimea should be able to democratically choose to leave Ukraine despite all of the Russian interference to show that this might not actually be democratic? But you are okay with Taiwan asking the U.S. to defend it? Like, these aren't even close to being like mutually exclusive opinions.
I would be okay if instead of like if Taiwan wanted to hold a vote, hold a referendum now, right, today, right, with the situation it has now, they aren't under occupation right now, at least not in any real way. They could hold that vote,
Yeah,
and they
good point,
have
Louis.
several times to do we want closer relations with the mainland of China and things like that. And you have fights politically where they elect leaders that go closer to China, go away from China, things like that. If they were to say, you know what, we just want to rejoin the motherland and we are done being our own separate thing, and there was no or not enough.
By the way, this is like a good hypothetical. Let's say all of Taiwan, or like a good chunk of Taiwan, they, with no Chinese interference, this is very, like hypothetical. Let's say they said, fuck it, we want to be part of China again. We want to rejoin mainland China. And then America said, no, that would hurt us. So we're going to stop you, even though you've democratically chosen to do this, which is some kind of stuff that we've done, right? We've deposed democratic elected leaders for our own interest. I think that is fucked up. That is an example of bad interventionism, which is, yeah, it benefits my country and the people that I live here, but I think morally that is unjust. If they wanted that sincerely, and you could show there wasn't some crazy, Chinese plot to like subvert this, I don't know. Like, it's like, yeah, I don't think we should be allowed to go and say, well, fuck you, because we want, more stuff. We want these chips. Like, yeah, it would fuck us over completely. And maybe that would screw us over in a future conflict with China. But like, this is so fucking ridiculous. Like, to say like, well, you just hate intervention, or, well, here's a really bad intervention. So you don't like this one, but you like good intervention? Like, what's the quote of the day? It's probably, I'm pooling it right now. He's pooling so hard. The obvious difference is that outside pressure and influence would push a Crimean vote to Russian influence. Taiwan's vote for independence is more obviously authentic because it's against Chinese interest. That's only because so far they are against it. But like, if there was somehow some like outside of Chinese influence and meddling election and they wanted to rejoin, potentially that could happen. Obviously they won't. Albert Hunley, thank you for the $10. How's it going, buddy? It is frustrating being a bystander. Why doesn't he call him out on his BS? I think it's hard, right? You're on this guy's show. This is a guy with far more influence than you, inviting you on. Like, he's doing Wick a favor right now. He's boosting Wick, right? So it's hard to call someone out. It's almost like, there's the power dynamic between your boss and you. Like, yeah, you want to call your boss out, but it's like, I don't know, like, I'm on this show. If I was ever on the show, I would be a lot more aggro than this. But, I would not say everything I wanted to say, because what I'd want to do is just call Tim Pool out the entire time. I'd be like, why are we like, I would deviate away from the debate itself to constantly be talking about how this guy is a bad faith actor, have a laundry list of all the bullshit he's ever said. Like, say like, oh, you took all this Russian money. Like, how is this even possibly a level playing field of a debate stage? How can this even be called legitimate when you clearly are an illegitimate actor in this? Like, but I probably wouldn't do all of that right off the bat, because I'd either get kicked off or just like, yell back, and optically that might not work. But yeah, Wick could be a little more aggro here, but it's hard when you're in these scenarios. You've got two people talking to you, you're in their studio, they have full control over all the audio and the mics. It's hard. Force, then we should probably let that happen. But Thanks
if
for coming,
China
Bill.
came in and does what they want to do, which is send boats, missiles, and troops to occupy the nation and force the issue, then yes, I think we absolutely should stop them.
I feel like you ignored something that I brought up earlier.
Because that's what Russia did.
Sure. Well, no. I feel like you're ignoring something that I said earlier. In 1992, Crimea declared independence from Ukraine, and they were going to hold a referendum to have a vote. The central government in Kiev said, no, you don't get to have that vote. You have 1 week to withdraw the referendum with a threat of force. So when you keep saying, well, the Crimeans should have been allowed to vote without Russian interference, I agree. The Ukrainian government wouldn't let them. And they also wouldn't let them in 2014.
I don't know about this 1992 history, but again, even if this is true, are we using this as justification for Russia's invasion? Which I don't even know if Russia, well, okay, no, not for the recent one. This would have been in 2014. But it's like, again, are you using this to justify like invading a sovereign territory? Because you can get indignant over this, and maybe this is a corrupt, bad thing. Ukraine had a lot of corrupt, bad like things happening in the past, and probably still does now. But then it's like, oh, and that's justification for invading them as a nuclear power, like
14. And so that's why the Russians intervened in Crimea. for also some political, obviously geopolitical reasons as well. But the people of Crimea,
That is
you keep saying,
nonsense.
let me ask you, in
Yeah,
1992,
and assuming they weren't interfering
do
in
you deny
1992.
the truth that in 1992 Crimea declared independence and Kiev said no?
I don't deny.
So when you keep saying, well, the Crimeans should have had a vote themselves, and you have Kiev not letting them have the vote, I'm confused as to your actual
Well, by the
standard
way,
here.
this is something that I think is a little slimy. I mean, Wick did talk about this, but Wick's main point is not let Crimea vote for themselves. There's several other points that he's made that has been completely looked over on this, and he was making a very good point about Taiwan there that is also getting completely ignored.
Why do you support Taiwan?
Do you think that the United States should have allowed, during the Civil War, the South to secede?
No, because they didn't have their constitutional rights violated.
What constitutional
did-
rights in 92?
The U.S. should not have allowed the South to secede because they didn't have their constitutional rights violated. That's the reason they should have, not to maintain the Union, not to stop slavery. Like, what is this?
Were violated from Crimea.
Hold on. So the Soviet Union collapsed. We're talking between 1990 and 1992. There was a first referendum in 1991 in which the Crimean people overwhelmingly voted for autonomy. There was a second referendum in 1991 or the Crimeans and really the rest of Ukraine voted to leave the Soviet Union. And then literally within a year of the Ukrainians having a referendum to leave the Soviet Union, right, which was arguably legal at the time, probably illegal, you had the Crimeans say, well, we're going to have a referendum to leave Ukraine. And the Ukrainians said no. So the Ukrainian people, when they wanted to have a vote, it was denied to them. And then in 2014, when they wanted to have a vote, it was denied to them as well. The OSCE refused to come in and monitor
again, and Wick, I hope he brings this up again. It's like, okay, do you think that France would be justified in invading the North during the Civil War because the North wasn't allowing the South to secede? Like, what the fuck?
Election in Crimea, despite
If
the fact
indeed it
that
was a
the-
legitimate election, by the way, which I don't know, or a legitimate vote, because I know the recent one wasn't. I don't know about this 1992 one.
Crimeans invited the OSCE
I'm
to
not
come
saying
in and
that
monitor
Ukraine
the
is
election.
angels.
Well, hold on. The fact that you keep saying, "Oh, they're not angels, they're not angels." I understand.
Sure.
I'm saying they're.
None of this
I'm
justifies-
saying
let's
they're.
get back to the
I'm
point.
no.
None of this
we're on the
justifies
point.
Russia
We're on the
aggression.
no. You keep saying.
Nice,
let's get
nice.
back to the point. But this is the thing.
It is not. It's
You keep getting, let's get to the point, but I want to talk about this potentially defensible thing about Crimean annexation.
This is the
obfuscation.
thing that justifies intervention.
Obfuscation.
This is the thing that justifies intervention.
not.
When you have an area.
You know, this is interesting too, because he's like, this justifies Russia's intervention. It's the area is democratically voting for a thing, and the government isn't saying it's okay. Is Tim going to come in? Is he going to push back on Lactoid? And is he going to say, well, why should I care about Crimea? Why should I care about their citizens and what they get to say or not? Why should I say that Russia should be allowed to do this? No, he's not going to say that. He's not going to give a shit because it doesn't actually help his argument.
That is denied a declaration
This
of
is not Tim
independence,
Pool
denied
that
the
you're
right
looking
to
at
have a
right now.
referendum, and then when they vote for a president, fine, we're under your constitutional rule. That constitution is broken, and the president that they elected gets thrown out unconstitutionally, and now they're like, well, we want to leave, and then Ukraine says no, and the OSCE says we're not going to monitor it because Kiev didn't authorize this referendum, and then you say, oh, but then the Russians come in, nothing justifies this. Let me ask you, like, at what point would Russian, like, it seems like your standard is they'll never
If
be justified.
they're-
Wow.
So
In March of 95, Ukrainian parliament abolished the Crimean constitution.
Yep.
All laws and decrees contradicting those of Kiev, disarmed the bodyguards of the government. That's crazy.
They've been bullying Crimea.
Ukrainian National Guard troops entered the residence.
Oh god, just the like, wow, I just learned this, and it's like, yeah, like why are you speaking so much on authority and hosting this debate if you don't know about this sort of stuff?
Of the leader of Crimea seized it and forcefully took it over.
Yeah, look in 1992 as well.
Wow,
The whole story.
That was in
here.
'95. That was yeah, I believe that was.
That was in 95. There's this has been going on since 91.
Yeah,
There's 91.
you're right. And also, it's like, well, here's these 2 lines of Wikipedia that if I read out loud specifically make your argument not look as good if it supports Lactoid's argument, and not, hey, why did they do this? And like, let's talk about the context in which this happened, and like, was there a good reason for it? Is it justifiable? Should we get to the details of whether or not like a government can decide whether or not to abolish this thing? It's like, nope.
92,
I don't know,
95.
Albert, if
Since
they're allowed to
when
fact
the Soviet
check.
Union fell, Crimea said
But he
we are
can.
our own place.
The moderator, who's clearly has, a certain skew on this, he's allowed to fact check.
have said we won't let you do that.
Yep.
And so then over the next few years, Crimea had established its own
I'm not
forces
Crocodilo
and
definitely
constitution, declared independence, and then Kiev invaded and took it over.
I'm not here to argue
Ukraine did.
whether or not Ukraine did correctly there. I'm here to argue that Russia did wrong when it
And props to Wick for this, right? Let's say you didn't know about this, because like I would have done a ton of research. Maybe I would have known about this. I don't know about this 1992 referendum on Crimea, right? Okay, hey, I'm not here to argue whether or not Ukraine was justified in doing that. I'm arguing that Russia should not be allowed to invade. And if your justifications for saying they should is this specific thing that Ukraine did, say that. But I don't know if they're going to say that again. Lactwood was kind of touching on it before, but I don't know. Like, are they going to finally, that's the position they're finally taking? Because that's not what they brought up earlier, so.
Forcefully invaded. Like, again, even in 95, if Russia had said, you know what, we're going to come in and we're going to take Crimea ourselves.
Okay,
that
cool.
would have
And
been
he's
wrong. That would have been not
countering that.
okay. That is something that we should oppose. We should not let large foreign powers intercede in conflicts that they themselves are stirring up. Remember?
No.
They
No,
Yanukovych,
I don't
Not
remember.
the case. Hold on.
Yanukovych,
No.
again, there's been
You're about to,
a lot of
You're
evidence.
about to totally misquote the actual history on this once again.
Yeah.
When it comes to Crimea, okay, as Tim just pointed out, 1995, 1996, there was also a constitution that was passed in Kiev that changed
does not give
relation.
Russia the right
Hold
to
on,
intervene.
you keep saying
I
that.
told Wick to wear the
Because it
hoodie.
keeps
He
remaining
didn't.
to be true.
Okay, but we all understand your point here. We all understand that you think.
I don't think you do.
No, I do. I'm disagreeing with it. I'm saying that when you bully an area to this extent, when they want to leave and you deny it, when you abolish, you invade them and take away their constitution, when you violate when you violate the shared constitution that you force Crimea to be under to their detriment, the person that they voted for, what it seems to me is that if there's anything that justifies like this is way more justified than the U.S. leaving the U.K. at this point. Like, if there's anything that justifies intervention, this is what justifies intervention.
Absolutely
and you keep saying, well, it's not justified. It's not justified. How convenient. This oppressed people that doesn't have the means to defend themselves, well, they can't.
This is the first time Lactoid has gotten indignant in this conversation, and it's to defend the poor Crimean people couldn't defend themselves, and good old Russia came in and said, you know what, let's defend the Crimean people. By the way, remember why we're here, why they're having this debate. While Russia is, sending bombs into civilian areas and wants to take over Kyiv, is he going to talk about that, how that justifies that as well? Does it also justify that? Well, why didn't Russia just say, all right, you know what? We're going to come in. We're going to make sure that the Constitution gets, reestablished the way that it was abolished. It shouldn't have been that. And we're going to make sure this election gets held. Is he going to talk about, hey, why didn't Russia just sanction this and say, hey, this is unjust what you've done to Crimeans, and we demand that you hold this election in Crimea. We demand that you respect them, and if you don't, we're going to do X, Y, Z. No, actually, they jumped straight to the invasion part, right? They didn't do anything in between them. And hey, I don't know, maybe they did, and Lactoid just doesn't know this, but notice how right now the indignant, like, oh, how dare they completely destroy and oppress these Crimean people, and that justifies us taking our tanks and driving up to the border, going over there, killing thousands of people, starting a international conflict over this. Like, this is like the thing that he's not going to lay out all at once in one big argument, because it sounds fucking stupid when you say it all like that. But he's got to keep moving back to these like very, very small defensible things, which are like, oh, you think that no democracy is bad? Oh, you think that more killing? You think that more killing is bad? I don't like more killing. I want less killing.
To any outside power to help save
five
them,
more minutes of reading.
Save them from this consistent oppression, because, well, we can't have intervention. We can't have any intervention. They just have to sit and take it. That's your position.
Okay,
the Crimeans
you
just had to
think-
sit.
And notice, Wick's position is not, there should be no intervention. It's no kinetic intervention. He talked about sanctions. He talked about boycotting. They're just going to ignore that. They're not going to talk about it.
And that is
Take it.
absolutely not true, because there is
wouldn't let 'em leave.
There are a wealth of options.
Oh, here we
right,
go.
that
Yes,
can
thank you,
get
Wick.
into.
Yes.
Like, if we wanted to stop that from happening, there are
I'm wicking it.
sanctions.
I'm wicking
there are
it.
ways to.
Who would have sanctioned
influence
Ukraine?
it.
The U.S. would
Again.
have sanctioned Ukraine?
Again, if what you're saying is true, and I have to look it up, and when I look it up,
please
is it
do.
going to be true?
Please do.
I'm very curious.
Yes.
But
I told him to do that. I said, if they ever back you into a corner on something and you don't know about it, and they like speak from authority, say, hey, if I go look this up, like after this, is this going to be true? And guys, I don't know if any of you guys clip this, but someone please clip like the way that they're talking about the 1992 referendum, and then like give some fucking context to it, and like explain that they're probably talking about it wrong. I don't actually know about this, so I can't do this in real time, but it's one of those like, yeah, like Call them out on it so that we can clip it later and be like, okay, like, is this true? If I go look this up, is this going to be true? If I go look up the Romanian guy and why he was deposed, is it going to be true that they just did it for no reason? And then I Google it 10 seconds later and that's just not the case. Like, fuck you, dude. You're such a little slimy fucker.
We'll get into that, right? But in the 1995, right, if to the world order, Crimea had said, help us, and appealed for help to outside forces, do you think that the only choices are military intervention?
This is so good. This is so good to show. There's
letting
obviously other options.
I think at that point, the only option was military intervention.
I disagree. I think that's
because
untrue.
the coup was pro-West. The West was not. We've already intervened on behalf of this power structure.
Russia can impose sanctions as well.
Yeah, what they're going to say is, we don't care. We're going to like just trade with the EU now. We're going to trade with NATO now. We don't care. We're going to continue to oppress the Crimeans, and there's nothing you can do about it.
There are other
It is one. You keep saying there's other options, but this, first of all, there's not, and second of all, this standard you have where it's like there's always
he's back. Yeah, I'm so glad that Wix has pointed this out. Finally, it's like, look, okay, so your premise right now is that they are backed into a corner, and the only thing that they could do is invade Crimea. There's no other option. Not a single other thing would have helped. I can't even imagine a possible thing. It looks like, you like, seriously, not a single other thing they could have tried before military force to invade this place to stop this like small section of what they claim to be a destruction of the democratic process. Like, goddamn.
These other options.
What's the very next sentence? Wait, should I bring up the Wikipedia page? The 1995. Connor, can you don't link it to me? Oh, the 1992 Crimean. Let me bring this up. Yeah, is it something like, oh, if he just reads the next sentence, this is like such a this is a pool moment, dude. Let's see, 1992 Crimea referendum. What was the section he was on?
I'm
gonna pull it so hard. Trying to post it. No, I've got it up in here. But what was the section? Relations with Russia, name change in 1992. Second paragraph, second sentence. Following Soviet victory, Crimea was granted autonomous status. Are you talking about the Crimean ASSR? Which section? I'm on a different page? Well, okay. This is just Republic of Crimea. Should I go to Crimean referendum? The name change in 1995. Okay. Oh, this one. Okay, gotcha. So, Meshkov was elected as president on a pro-Russian platform against the favored candidate, Bargrov. Despite winning a referendum on further autonomy, Meshkov quickly ran into conflicts with parliament. On the 8th, the Crimean parliament degraded the president's powers from the head of state to head of executive power only, which he responded to by disbanding parliament and announcing his control over Crimea. Ukraine decided to intervene. Okay, so already, this isn't just, well, they just legitimately did it. The parliament was saying, hey, like, we're not, like, there's obviously some sort of conflicts between the parliament and the president, okay, already. And it's saying, oh, you know what, like, maybe there's some sort of thing that we should investigate here. And it's like, no. Ukraine just came in for no reason and said, fuck you. But let's see. Ukraine decided to intervene. The Ukrainian parliament renamed the Crimean Autonomous Soviet Socialistic Republic as the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. And a week later, the new Ukrainian president, Franchuk, as the prime minister of Crimea. Okay, so they got rid of the guy that was elected. They abolished the Crimean constitution. All the laws and decrees contradicted those enacted by Kiev, and removed Meshkov as president of Crimea and abolished the office itself. After this, the Ukrainian National Guard troop enters his residence, disarmed his bodyguards, and put them on a plane to Moscow. On the 31st of March, the Ukrainian president issued a decree that subordinated the Crimean government to the Ukrainian cabinet and gave the Ukrainian president the power to appoint the prime minister of Crimea. Crimea's status of being subordinate to Kiev was confirmed eventually by the remaining Crimean authorities, and from June until September, Kukma governed Crimea under direct presidential administration decree. Crimea, exception of Sevastopol, was designated an autonomous republic in 1996 after an interim constitution, and it was ratified, changing the territory's name. Okay, so I'm sorry, what was the sentence you were talking about, Connor? No, Ryan, this is not the Soypill research stream. This is the I'm watching Tim Pool and crashing out, but very quickly checking. Okay. In June 1992, the parties reached a compromise. Crimea would be designated... Oh, they compromised on this? This wasn't just like totally authoritarian. Crimea would be designated the status of autonomous republic and granted... Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so it wasn't just some like, oh yeah, fuck you, we're going to do whatever we want. It was actually like some sort of democratically or somewhat democratic process here But of course, yeah, like that was me falling for the pool trick of his
standard
framing.
you have where it's always other options whenever it's any kind of
Nice one,
intervention that's not us doing it.
Oh, also,
But when
hi,
we
Ryan.
do
How's it going?
It's complicated.
You think I'm okay
I
with
mean,
all of U.S. interventions?
Assad,
I've named
Assad
two.
was bad.
I've named two
we have to
interventions by the
intervene with
U.S. that I've
Assad.
been totally against. One is the Iraq War, as well as the
Chair.
Vietnam
Okay, thank
War.
you.
Those are two
Fucha.
U.S. interventions that I think we should not have done.
Yeah, and then we asked you about Libya and
And
Syria.
Rosh, yeah, that is a good point. Have they brought up the denazification argument once now? Which was, by the way, their justification. And by the way, if they had this debate 3 months in, you know these motherfuckers would be talking about, oh, Ukraine's full of Nazis. They're denazifying.
And
Actually, maybe not. Maybe if I go look up Tim Pool. Guys, go look up Tim Pool's arguments on this in 2022. That's when it started, right? 2022. Getting my years mixed up. It's late and I haven't eaten. Is that what he was saying? He's like, actually, I think they have good arguments here. These Russian people.
Libya, you didn't know about Libya.
But Syria,
Lactoid,
I think,
I don't
yeah,
know.
stopping Assad was a good thing, and we should have done it. And I'd
Could-
do it again.
Couldn't there be other options for stopping
There
Assad?
could have, but they
Couldn't
weren't
we sanction
working.
him?
Do you understand that we did sanction Assad? We went through the steps. To go from 0 to 100, right? To go
Wick
from
has not brought up the Russian money yet. He better bring it up.
doing nothing to okay, now we're coming in with tanks.
It wasn't
would be
nothing.
wrong.
This has been
We
going on since
go through a
1991.
step-by-step process.
No. This
escalation
This
of
has been
force is
going
a
on
thing.
since 1991. We brought up 1992, the Declaration of Independence that was ignored. We talked about 1995 when Kiev invaded Crimea and abolished their constitution. We're like, this has been going on for decades, right? At this point.
See,
and
okay,
you're saying,
and
well,
this is one thing
you know, there could-
where had I been on this debate, I would have looked up this Crimea thing. I would have known about this, and this is one, I guess, like a slight mishap by Wick, but like, yeah, just reading that for 10 seconds, and I would have done hours of research on this, and like I said, okay, wait, hold on, you're framing this as Ukraine just came in and deposed these people, and not, hey, there was a compromise between parties on how this region should be governed because the way it was, set up in that way was like, sorry, what the fuck was I saying? Like incongruent or like not a legitimate government or XYZ. Like there are very different ways of framing this that are not, it was just like they just subverted the democratic process. That's all that happened. And like, I think Wick should know this.
could have been other things. They've been trying other things. It's not like
3 30-second unskippable ads. I'm sorry to hear that. Jesus Christ. Does AdBlock not work anymore?
Russia just invaded this out of nowhere.
That's true. Russia didn't invade out of
1992,
nowhere. Russia
Wick.
has always
Why?
wanted Ukraine, and they have not invaded out of nowhere. They are invading because they want to gulp up
I have
this
YouTube
territory
Premium.
because Putin wants greater Russia. This is
Full of the
just
bull-
true.
full of the bully
This is
people
just
that
true.
want to be
What
gulped
you were
up.
doing is trying to obfuscate and post
I'm
hoc
not
rationalize
obfuscating.
because again,
I'm citing
look at what
facts.
Putin has said.
And just to be fair, I do put the ads on. I think is it aggressive or one of the higher modes, just because. Well, I don't know if my dad's watching this stream, but it's my full-time job now. Cat's out of the bag. But if you guys hate me enough, if you guys complain enough, I will reduce it a little bit.
What has Putin said? What is his reason for invading Ukraine?
He brought up the unconstitutional
two.
coup. No, he brought up way more than 2.
He gave 2 reasons. There are 2 objectives in
No,
Ukraine.
you-
What are they?
You didn't even
Hold on. There are 2 objections.
No, you're
in
saying there's
Ukraine.
2.
What
You're
are
wrong.
they?
You're wrong. There's not.
This is great. I love that Wick keeps refocusing. Wick has done a great job of keeping him to refocus this, right? And saying like, hey, motherfucker. Like, wait, are we seriously saying like this is justified? No. Here are the 2 reasons. Are these legitimate?
There's more than 2.
Demilitarization?
Did you watch his speech?
Denazification. He gave reasons
Yes!
for those objectives.
Yes, he's bringing it up. He's like, yeah, is this legit? Oh, fuck yes. Oh, yes.
Not the only 2.
He doesn't believe
You
Ukraine
think
should
that
exist.
Putin is being honest?
I think when he says...
Wait, is Tim
that
Pool
he
bringing up, do you think Putin is being honest as like an argument against Wick? Holy shit. Yo, obviously fucking not.
wants Ukraine, that he doesn't believe Ukrainians are a thing.
Ah,
that
I'm
Ukraine
just so
exists
happy that he's
really,
doing a
that
good
they're
job.
All
I'm
really
sorry.
just part of Russia. Then yes, I think he's being.
Did you know
honest
that
when he
Kiev
says
was the
that.
capital of Russia?
At one point? What
Yeah,
point?
hundreds of years ago.
Wick
Okay,
is
fair
ahead
enough,
of me.
hundreds
Wick
of
is
years
10
ago, we
steps
don't live in
ahead.
that time.
Right. My point is that you know what Ukraine means? The word.
The word itself?
Yeah.
No.
Do you?
I actually don't know.
It means the borderland. That's why it's called the Ukraine. They dropped the after the Soviet Union's collapse because they didn't want to be referred to Russia's borderland. Russia called it its borderland because it was historically a part of Russia, and Kiev was its capital.
I don't care about 800 years ago. I don't care about 600
Well, this is pre-Soviet Union.
I don't care about
You
500
don't even
years
care
ago
about
and-
1992.
So
I absolutely do.
Well, no, you said like, oh, they just jumped. There's
Wait,
Again,
man, I really want, like, this isn't Wick's fault, but like, I do want, like, what the fuck is Tim Pool talking about? It's like, well, actually, did you know that, Ukrainian people have historically been a part of Russia? Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Russia had decided to militarily invade Ukraine in 1992, I would have opposed that. And I oppose it now. And
Yeah,
again,
and see, that's a
following the
good
collapse of the
defense
Soviet
of that.
Union, we wouldn't have called it a military invasion of Ukraine because the Soviet states were in chaos and disarray, and they were largely.
Thank you for the
under the
$2
rule of
international
Russia as it
spying.
was.
Yeah, hundreds of years ago, the
there
Mongols
was a lot
owned it.
going on,
Should the
and,
Mongols
you're
invade
probably
Ukraine,
correct,
guys?
Actually, in the fact that we probably would have just let it see where this.
Connor, you're being too good faith to Tim Pool. Yeah, I would also respect it a lot more if Tim Pool said, it's not relevant, I just think it's a neat fact. But that's not what he's doing. He's literally bringing out every possible defense of, like, for Russia that he can, because he's a fucking Russian propagandist. And maybe, oh, you know what? Actually, what am I saying? He took all that tenant money, it got called out, and he was like, my God, I have to go on an apology tour. I apologize to my fans. I apologize to everyone. I was deceived. I was being bought out, and I didn't even know it. And this is disgusting. It's disgusting that a country would do this, that would try to use me as their propaganda arm. And now I've reevaluated all of my opinions, and now they're all completely legitimate just from me and my brain. Nothing else has happened. There's no other money or anything else coming in. It was just this one time, and I'm sorry, everyone. I remember when he did that apology tour and said that. So actually, no, I can't just assume.
The chips fall, but the chips have fallen. And
Okay, Connor, and just to be fair, you could theoretically be deceived. I think Dave Rubin probably was deceived because he's a fucking moron, way stupider than Tim. Dave Rubin, they said, oh, it's not a Russian, it's Edward Gregorian or whatever his name is. He's some, what was it, Belgian philanthropist who wants to pay you to say certain things, right? But like, you look at what they're asking them to say, it's like, hey, attack these like Ukrainian protests. Hey, attack these points that people are making against Russia. And it's like, yeah, okay, like, you didn't get paid to specifically have this opinion, but like, you made videos that had your, actually, I should look into this. Did they actually get paid to have those opinions? My assumption was that it was kind of like, at best, they were paying them because their opinions aligned with Russian propaganda. But I think there actually were some where it's like, hey, make a video about this, or Tenet Media kind of pushed them to make a video about a certain topic that just coincidentally happened to, side with Russia. I'd have to go look at it again. It's been a little while. But yeah, like, oopsie boopsie, like, maybe you were deceived because you're a fucking moron. It didn't do your due diligence on who's giving you millions of dollars. I would probably look into this a little bit. But yeah, no, I think, Tim, he apologized. I remember he definitely apologized for this.
We live in a world
Oops, all
where
rubles,
certain
yeah.
borders have been drawn, right? And I think that, again, what is happening today, we're not talking about 20 years ago. We're not talking about ancient history of 800 years
Yeah,
ago.
this is kind of like
Russia
Russian
is
propaganda.
engaged
Whatever.
in an illegal and unjustifiable, expansive project where it wants to take parts of Ukraine and absorb it into itself, because Putin believes that ethnic Russians, that the Ukraine isn't a thing, that they're all ethnic Russians, and he feels that a greater Russian
Yeah, they are
empire
ethnic
wants to be a part, like he believes he should expand Russia into this greater empire, that they could be a world power again, and he has these imperialist ambitions and dreams, which he has said over and over and over again. So when to the question,
I don't do music festivals,
of the
Lady
debate,
Gaga.
right? Of, is it in the U.S.'s interest?
God, I'm sorry, guys. I promise I'm not doing this because I go on this guy's panels. Wick is actually doing, like, he said, I asked him, how'd you do? He said, oh, I did well at the beginning, well at the end. They got some shots in, maybe not as well in the middle. I mean, I guess technically we're in the middle now, but he's fucking killing it. Like, the refocusing is great, bringing up the arguments, pointing out the inconsistencies, like, biting the bullet when he has to, admitting when he's wrong. Like, very few notes so far. Like, maybe he's just going to crash out, but like, so far, just amazing
Ukraine,
job.
Again, yes, it is, because we have financial interests there. We have military interests there, strategic interests there. We are, and making Ukraine an ally in the future, which I think we're on a path to do, and I think that we should do, will give us access to rare earth minerals and better able to, like, a defensive basis.
I think we're a little less than an hour left, Gritio. You're
You're
going to have to go watch the VOD if you need to bow
the
out.
principal political conflict in Ukraine was from 2010 to 2014?
Notice how he's not going to address any of those very legitimate reasons that Wick keeps refocusing on because he can't.
The principal political.
The reason-
I can talk about some of the political conflicts. What's the principal one?
Trade. The trade issue.
Oh, trade. Whether we're going to be trading more with the European Union and all that,
Or the Russian
versus
Federation.
Russians, yes,
Yeah.
yes,
You're familiar with that conflict?
vaguely, yes.
I'd assume you'd be more than vaguely, considering it's the reason for the war.
You think that's the reason for the Russian invasion now?
Yeah, all of these other justifications. And by the way, this is the reason for the war. I'm just bringing it up right now.
That was the reason for Euromaidan. Yeah.
That's what Putin said. And if we're taking Putin at his word, then
Putin doesn't always tell the truth.
So only when you think he's telling the truth, you'll take what he says.
When I think what he's saying is backed up by his words and deeds, when it makes sense in the when we see him acting.
That's such a good answer.
What did he say about the trade conflict with Ukraine?
Oh, and he's going to interrupt the answer.
conflict.
But yeah, it's like, look, well, Putin said he supported Kamala Harris. So do you think he really supported Kamala Harris? It's like, look, obviously Putin is going to say things that benefit him, and he's going to lie in certain cases. He's going to lie in not certain cases. But I principally believe Putin at his word when his actions are backed up by what he's doing. When Putin says, I want to reunite and make, the Russian, reignite the USSR and make it powerful. And then he goes and takes all the former USSR satellite states and bring it back into this big Russian empire. Yeah, I think he's probably telling the truth there. Oh, but when Putin said it was, all about the denazification, do you think why didn't you believe him there? It's like, well, because it's not backed up by reality. That's why. This is so obvious. And Tim knows this. He's pooling. He's fucking pooling.
With Ukraine, he obviously wanted people to be able to trade with Russia, and he wanted them to be closer to Russia because, again, he says he wants to absorb Ukraine.
You're wrong.
I'm wrong. What did he say then?
Putin said that he would cut off trade with Ukraine if they entered into an agreement with the EU because he didn't want cheap European products flooding into Russia.
It's because we don't want all those cheap German goods coming into our country. Oh, God.
Okay. What does it have to do with whether or not Russia is justified,
the escalation
or whether we have interest in continuing to support Ukraine? I'm just curious.
It was a question about if you understood the political conflict that's occurring in Ukraine and why the war was happening, because you made several assertions about Putin's statements. So I asked you what Putin said, and you didn't know. And then you made an incorrect.
A lot of things, and I'm sure that there are things that I have said that, or that Putin has said that I am unaware of. That's true. Fair enough.
The issue
if he has said some things that I am unaware of, I grant you that.
The trade agreement with Ukraine issue, and largely in the election with.
And this is the part where Tim is like, "Well, actually, I know a lot about this thing." And it's so funny, the switch between like, "Wow, look at this! I just found this out 10 seconds ago by reading this Wikipedia 2-sentence article that doesn't actually support exactly what I'm saying if I read a little further." But I read it, and wow, this is an interesting fact that totally supports my argument. Anyway, let me speak from authority about this very specific trade agreement that you aren't completely up to date about, and how it's specifically the reason for the invasion, and specifically the reason that you never even thought about once, despite the fact that even Lactoid didn't bring this up at all. And like, I'm just bringing it up an hour into this debate for no other fucking reason. I'm very intelligent. I know all about this stuff. By the way, did I mention that I'm on Russia's fucking payroll?
And Timoshenko had to do with whether or not Ukraine would be opening up to or joining the European Union. Yep. Many of the Western Ukrainians wanted to join the Schengen zone so they can get freedom of movement to leave Ukraine. And they viewed it largely as Poland. They saw it as an opportunity the same as Poland had. When Poland joined the Schengen zone.
Oh my God, Gratu. This is the man who said, "What is isolationism?" as a debate tactic earlier. And now he's like, well, actually.
Millions of Poles began to flee the country and go to other countries, notably in the UK, where they started taking jobs with higher base pay because Poland's economy wasn't as good. The EU didn't want to induct Ukraine because their economy was way worse, substantially worse. And the average Ukrainian at the time was making about $400 per month for like your median job. Sure. That meant if they did open the door to trade with Ukraine,
he's reading off his tenant media flashcards.
Any other EU country where they can start taking jobs that pay more, which would have caused economic destabilization, not too dissimilar to what they saw with Spain and Greece, which they're trying not to repeat. However, Ukraine was actively in a political dispute. Western powers, notably the U.S., and funding various NGOs through USAID.
Okay, I thought he was setting this off the top of his head for a second. Now I see he was reading too. But, oh my God. Oh, you didn't know this? He's like reading a specific article about it.
And with European interests.
It could be such a, hey, I'm just like, look, if this was a good faith thing that he was doing, he's like, actually, I do think this matters, right? And you bring this up and you're like, well, so I'm looking into this a little more. I didn't know this. And it seems like this. Like, do you think that contradicts? That's not what he's doing, though. He's like, well, I asked you this. You had no idea what you were talking about. And this seems to be the crux of the entire conflict. You think you should know this, right? Like, it's very clearly this bad faith thing to make him look bad. It's not at all coming into this with I'm just asking questions, or, hey, what about this thing? Like, have you considered this? Like, it's so fucking transparent. I just hate this person so much.
We're supporting EU side of the
guys. If you give me enough super chats, I can buy Tim Pool and make him say what I want.
argument, Russia was supporting the Russian side of the argument, which is why the country was split east to west. The Kiev Oblast obviously was moving to the west, which is why you get Euromaidan. So a lot of NGOs were able to organize with the assistance of USAID. I don't think it's as simple to say that the CIA like snapped their fingers and made a revolution happen. They provided the resources so that activists in places like Kiev could do the work without having to worry about having jobs or not getting paid enough money.
If we can get rid of the 22nd Amendment and re-elect Trump a third time, we can get rid of the 14th so I can purchase Tim Pool.
So largely what ends up happening is Russia issues an ultimatum. Both sides offered tons of money to Yanukovych at the time. Russia said, look, if you open the door to European trade, we're shutting you down. We're not going to do trade with you because cheap European products would then flood into Russia.
Nothing wrong with that.
So Russia has protectionist policies to prevent their economy from being disrupted. So Yanukovych said, okay, let me get back to you. Went to the West and said, Russia's going to cut us off. What do you have to give us instead? When it came down to brass tacks, Russia offered, I think, somewhere around like several $1 billion. And Yanukovych was leaning towards taking the deal with the Russian Trade Federation.
Has Freudian slip. Okay, I didn't catch that. What did he say?
Back to you. Went to the West and said, Russia's going to cut off. Russia issues an ultimatum. Both sides offered tons of money to Yanukovych at the time. Russia said, look, if you open the door to European trade, we're shutting you down. We're not going to do trade with you because cheap European products would then flood into Russia.
Nothing wrong with that.
So Russia has protectionist policies to prevent their economy from being disrupted.
I don't think that's a Freudian slip. I think he's just describing it. But how funny would it be, though, if out of nowhere he's like, so Russia wants, like he just used we instead on accident?
Disrupted. So Yanukovych said, okay, let me get back to you. Went to the West and said, Russia's going to cut us off. What do you have to give us instead? When it came down to brass tacks, Russia offered, I think, somewhere around like several $1 billion. And Yanukovych was leaning towards taking the deal with the Russian Trade Federation over the EU. This is when the Euromaidan protests ignited. And we got the coup, which led to the physical ousting of Yanukovych. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that Yanukovych was a good guy by any means. Timoshenko was also accused of corruption.
Okay, Connor. Maybe.
Ukraine is considered to be one of the most corrupt countries in Europe, especially
which is improving under Zelensky, to be clear.
Perhaps. I mean, considering 7 million Ukrainians fled, it's hard to know exactly what's going on. But what we got after the fall of Yanukovych was Poroshenko, which led to
his argument against like, hey, I think the corruption's like getting better, and he's like, well, we can't say anything. We actually don't know because 7 million people fled. Why did they flee? What's going on? Is there like a war there or something? Like, what do you mean? Like, what the fuck? What are you talking about?
Obviously, the Burisma scandal, U.S.'s illicit involvement in Ukraine, the Qatar-Turkey pipeline conflict, Nord Stream 2, the expansion of the war, and ultimately where we're at now with Russia seizing the Donbass region and the Oblast stretching from the Donbass down to Crimea to secure a land bridge.
Again, unjustified. What Russia is doing in Ukraine right now, it's invasion that it started in February of 2020.
Guys, let me know, protest. Can I put this in 1.5 times speed? Because I do want to let you guys finish this. I want to speed it up a little bit. Is that okay? 1's in the chat if that's okay. 2's if it's not. Please? 1. All right. I got 1. I got 2 1, 3 1s. I'm just going to assume that's all of them. 1.5 times speed. Let's go. ADHD. Also, Albert, $2 challenge accepted. Thank you for what? Putting it in 1.5. 1 from double takes. I got 1, 2.
22 is unjustified because it is trying to go in and annex territory. It is trying to seize territory unjustly from a sovereign nation. All this Euromaidan stuff is a distraction. It really is.
Why is it a distraction?
It is a
distraction. The cause of the war is a distraction.
Because it does not matter to the justification.
The cause doesn't matter?
It does not matter to the justification.
Yeah, the cause, when we're talking about the war in Ukraine, you don't think discussing the cause matters?
I think that the cause being their leader was unconstitutionally ousted does not justify, again, the Bucha massacre. It does not justify the 20,000 children that were snatched away. It does not justify any of these actions that Russia has taken. And Russia has demonstrated again and again and again.
Thank God. Wick is doing such a good job refocusing this. It's like, okay, every time you describe something, and if you're even able to frame it as moderately bad, now this justifies, like, yes, fuck off.
This is how it operates. It stirs up this conflict, and then it takes advantage when this conflict happens.
Do you think it was justified for the United States to instruct the state to fire their state prosecutor?
Are we talking about the Burisma scandal and things like that?
I mean, it's connected to it, but the question is, does the U.S. government have the right to go to Ukraine and say, we will withhold congressionally approved loan guarantees unless you fire your state prosecutor?
Yeah, so should, the argument here is talking about the whole, who did they fire? God, I can't remember his name, because what's his name? Rob Noor would always bring this up when he would talk to people about this. Who's the Burisma guy? Was it Lukashenko? Not Lukashenko. Fuck, I don't remember. But yeah, it was like all these countries came together. It wasn't just the U.S. It was all these other countries and said, oh, wait, why am I even talking about this? I'm getting lost in the fucking Tim Pool thing. Tim Pool did not address any of the fucking shit that Wick just said, by the way. That's the more important part. I got what is it? I'm drowning in the pool. He's pooling and I'm drowning in it. Like, fuck. He's not addressing any of the legitimate points that Wick brought up. He's like, oh, actually, I'm falling in the pool, drowning. Let the bodies at the floor. Let the bodies at the pool. First of all, yes, if all these countries come together and say, hey, look, we give you this aid, and we're going to withhold it for a second if you don't get rid of this incredibly corrupt prosecutor. Like, no, it wasn't Victor Shokin. Was it Shokin? Maybe it was Shokin. Thank you, Louis.
I don't know enough
so
about
ridiculous.
that to say, to be clear. And it doesn't matter in the end of the day.
And it doesn't matter. Thank you, Wick. Oh, he's doing so good.
In asking Ukraine to fire a prosecutor, we're asking, is the U.S. justified, and should the U.S. continue to aid this current conflict, regardless of how it started?
Is it justified?
We have a situation where Ukraine's people are fighting for its life.
Tim's trying to deflect off of all these good points over and over and over again.
Independence. They're fighting for the right to exist as a nation, and I think that we have both financial interest in this.
God,
right?
he's such a
in
little
making them
pool.
Allies,
I hate him.
Trade deals like Trump is trying to do. We have an interest in setting them up and protecting our wider interest in the regions by. Again, if we can stop Russia now, because Russia's not going to stop. They have other imperialist ambitions. And again, I encourage you to go watch the April 3rd discussion between the EU commander, Army General Christopher G. Cavoli, and Congress. And he explains this and he sets this out in detail. It shows how, again, Russia in his professional experience is 38 years serving in the U.S. Army.
I just, I'm going to...
He's a NATO official.
I just have a
Of course
thought.
he's going to have that opinion.
I have a thought, and it's probably super arrogant, but I was just thinking, like, I don't understand why every single conversation I've had with people who are in favor of the war in Ukraine literally know nothing about it.
You say I know nothing about it?
Motherfucker. Oh my god. Oh, look at that deflection. You know what's so crazy to me? After all those really good points you made, I just think it's crazy whenever I talk about this that people don't know anything. You don't know anything. Fuck, I hate him. He's pooling.
We're able to say, well,
yeah, pot calling the kettle black. Fucking exactly.
Here's these minute details, these trivial details.
Oh my god, and Wick's gonna point it out. Yes! Oh,
you can't explain this period of history in complete detail.
This is so cathartic. You don't know how much I like it when Sam Cedar, when Wick, when Emma Vigeland, when Matt Lech, or not Matt Lech, it was Matt Binder go on, and they call his fucking bullshit out to his stupid fucking face, his beanie bullshit. God, I fucking love that. Because I want to say it to him, and I can't right now. I'm not on the show. And these people do it, and I'm like, yes, oh God, I'm vicariously experiencing you calling out their stupid fucking arguments. Thank you, Nogahide Travasky, for the $4.99. When you buy Tim's ass, please replace the godforsaken beanie with a propeller hat. Yeah, guys, if I buy Tim Pool, especially this is the $5, the first $5. Well, actually, everything, every donation from this stream is going to the purchase Tim Pool fund. And we have to look. What is the Tenet Media money? It was I forgot it was 400,000 for him, or if it was some millions. But when we save up enough and we purchase Tim Pool, we will replace the beanie with a propeller beanie. So.
Nothing about
Cause of it.
Right. I don't know the cause of the war.
The cause of the
Can I explain
war
what's happening right
is,
here?
again, Putin. And
See,
again,
this is what's
Putin
happening.
has
These are
decided.
the dogmatic talking points. This is what happens, right?
But it's just
when we
This
try
is
to-
what happens. Tim, makes a stupid ad hom, and then Lactoid jumps in and to completely obfuscates and deflects from the point you're trying to make. God,
Conversation and
talking about the cause of the war is not obfuscation. What's happening here is that you have a list of pre-programmed dogmatic talking points that you've been giving out this whole time, right?
I'm sorry. That is a funny thing for him to say, considering who is hosting this debate, who has the fucking pre-programmed dogmatic propaganda talking points that he was paid to say. Oh, God.
He's invading. Look what's
Reacts to the JonTron debate. Is JonTron debating again? Do you mean the Destiny debate? That's like 8 years old, dude.
happening. He's not justified. Whenever I bring up anything in history that Ukraine's doing, it's always, well, that's a distraction. That's not justifying this. That's not justifying this. That's
All
not
you've been
justifying
saying
this.
is you
What I'm saying, hold on.
over and
What
over
I'm
again.
saying is that when
There's a- they
you
were-
look at the history of the conflict, when you look at the causes of the conflict, that's relevant when we're deciding who to support with our money. I'm not saying support Russia with US dollars. I'm not saying do that. I'm saying that we should be a little bit choosy with which wars we're funding. We should be a little bit choosy with where we're sending billions of dollars. And
I
if we're
choose to
sending,
send money
and
to
so
Ukraine,
when
and so does most of Americans.
I know you choose that. I'm
46%
arguing that
of
we shouldn't.
Americans, 46%.
That's not most, it's plurality.
Plurality of Americans.
Regardless,
46% of Americans think that, and again, in a recent
that can be
poll
true.
in March, let me finish, right, have decided, right, they want to send more aid to Ukraine. They think
And
that we
notice,
aren't sending
again,
enough.
he keeps doing that. I don't know if this is like a Mott and Bailey necessarily, but the idea that it's like, well, here is something that I consider to be, somewhat morally questionable, or there's some sort of argument I can hear about the history of Ukraine and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, whoa, hold on, 1 second. Are you specifically saying that it justifies Russia's invasion? No. Actually, all I'm saying is I just don't know if we should be giving them money, because what if this is a little, a little questionable what happened or how it got started into? It's like, what the fuck, dude? You're not putting this level of fucking scrutiny over. Hi, Non-Fawn. I was going to raid into you, but I guess you ended early. Hi, Non-Fawn and all the non-Fawners. Love you guys.
Aid. And talking about dogmatic talking points, right? You continue to bring up these things that do not matter when it comes down to it. They do not. You keep saying that. You repeat it as if you're on.
Okay,
why doesn't the cause matter?
Let me ask you a question.
This is like Japan in 1945 saying, "Oh, the Americans are invading us," and then we say, "Well, what about Pearl Harbor?" Oh, that doesn't matter. That's history. Who cares?
Right. Okay.
Guys,
so,
did you know that the Crimean the Crimean referendums were the same as Pearl Harbor? That's the argument that was just made. So that's cool. Yeah.
why is Vladimir
Welcome to the
Putin
pool
taking
zone,
this-
non-fun. I'm drowning.
We have the battle map pulled up.
This specific, the ones he wants to take all of Ukraine, I would say. Again, his stated goals at the start of the world were demilitarization and denazification, and you can't do either of those if you don't control at least a major portion of Ukraine.
So non-fun, just for context, Wick is winning insofar as he has made excellent points so far. He has done a great job of refocusing the conversation. Every time these dipshits try to refocus it to something completely irrelevant, he's very centered, sturdy. Wick the brick, we're going to call him. He's a sturdy brick, and he's doing a great job. And he's called out Tim several times on his little bullshit, like, hey, you keep drilling down on the minutia of the specific thing and then are going to pretend like I don't know anything, when first of all, you've been looking stuff up this whole time, and I'm not allowed to do it. And second of all, like, half the time you're not even reading this fucking bullshit. Like, you're just using it to obfuscate from my main point, which I do know very well. Like, the region, God, I hate this.
The Donbass region, right? This is what he has been since 2014.
But Wick is killing it. Wick's the
sending
brick.
in his little green men to stir up these, and to fund these kind of separatist groups and to help them and to kind of stir up this conflict so he can quote unquote justify him coming back in. That's why he's trying to take those regions. That's his quote unquote justification.
Guys, by the way, if anyone stays to the end of this, we are going to write. You're going to help me draft a message to Wick praising him. We're going to be glazing him.
Again,
Can you name the oblasts that he seized?
Luhansk and Donbass?
Look at this fucking bolt, this little fucker. Can you name which ones he seized? After all of that he just said, hey, can I try to call you out on something you might not know? God, he's pooling so hard. He's a little pooling shit.
He has some
Zaporizhia, Kherson, Donetsk and Luhansk, and then Crimea.
Sure. Okay.
I think we might be interested.
Yeah, and he can name them. Go fuck yourself, Tim, you little fucker. Oh God, I hate that little slimy little shit.
Map from 2010 compared to the current occupation map. I think that's something that could be useful, right? One of the reasons why, and with Crimea, the reason obviously the Russians were able to take it so quickly.
No, look at him. He's a little defeated little fucker in the corner over here. Hold on, now you guys can't see this. Hold on, let me bring this over. He's over here like, oh, oops, he couldn't get around my, yeah, exactly. Nice argument. Now answer my pop quiz, you little shit. Like, actually can name them. Go fuck yourself, you little slimy bastard. You got caught. Oh God!
But one of the reasons, again, why they managed to make such
because guys,
strides,
just to be clear, if you're not aware of what was about to happen right there, what was going to happen was if Wick couldn't name them, it's like, and this is what's so interesting to me. You come here and you supposedly have this very strong argument about Ukraine, and yet you can't name these regions. What's up with that? Why can't you name them? Like, you seem to not know anything, and it's just like completely obfuscating the points he's trying to make. By the way, I can't fucking name them. I also didn't prepare for a debate on this, but God, I hate them.
The areas that they currently hold is because the population is not
such a little shit.
Russian, and there's polls that show this. And this idea that there's this idea that the separatist movement in the Donbass was just this entirely engineered thing.
This is and here we'll criticize Wick. All right, we're gonna criticize Wick the brick. This is when I would crash out. I'd be like, I'm sorry, why did you just ask me that? Was it to prove a point about how I don't know anything and I can just name these things off the top of my head? Like, go fuck yourself. Like, you're a little slimy little shit who's trying to obfuscate. I would fucking, I'd crash out on him.
There are people there who were upset, again, because they voted for this guy that was removed.
But again, do you deny that Russia has exacerbated whatever natural enmity might exist there? That Russia has used its power, influence, and military to exacerbate, to fund these, to funnel funds and men into these things? That's true.
I have no doubt that the Russian government has helped the separatists in the east and in Crimea in the same way that I have no doubt the Spanish and the French helped the U.S. during our war of independence.
These are not analogous. The Spanish and the French did not take.
He finally addressed the whole idea that Russian is like supercharging the separatist movement in these regions. And he's like, well, the French and the Spanish helped America, and I'm America. You think America's good, right? Well, you're right. Those things are the same. Okay, sorry, you've defeated my argument.
For themselves.
If the state voted to join them, this is the thing that's very it's confusing, right? Self-determination includes a country voting to join another country.
Self-determination doesn't count when you have guns pointing at your head.
Exactly, right? Was France and Spain? I didn't even think God damn, Wick is killing it. Imagine if France and Spain had said, "Hey, we are threatening the Americans and saying you have to revolt." That's not what fucking happened. But that is what happened in the Crimea, where Russia was threatening people to vote a certain way. They were coercing people to vote a certain way.
That's not what happened. When the Russians intervened in Crimea, they weren't going and pointing the guns at the population that supported them's heads. They supported them, but before, during, and after this whole incident.
Why don't they have an election? Why doesn't Ukraine vote on new leadership?
Well, first of all, it's unconstitutional. They have they have
What does the Constitution of Ukraine say about having an election?
so under martial law, they're not allowed to have elections. And
Who declares martial law?
the president of
The Constitution of Ukraine leaves out the president when it comes to who the elections are suspended for during martial law. It's
Oh,
a
wait.
statute.
The president declared martial law.
Yeah.
He could undeclare it.
Yes, but he is in a state. The country's being invaded. Of course, he's in a state of emergency. Martial
They
law is
shouldn't
very
have
important.
elections.
No, I don't think they should have elections now. I think it would disenfranchise
think-
millions of Ukrainians. I think that the people who are under occupation.
I'm sorry, did Tim not bring up earlier that 7 million people have fled, probably because of this war, and you think that we can have a legitimate election while your country is being bombed and people can't even like make it like across the street sometimes because there's missiles flying into their fucking like house, and like half the regions have been taking over. So many people are dead. Like, this is not like a time to have. I understand now a lot more, like hearing him try to argue this. Like, I'm like, oh wow. Like I sometimes I thought like, well, maybe you could have an election during a war, but like, holy shit. First of all, there's the security reason of like, hey, what if the opposing force in this existential war somehow tries to influence the election to help them win? That's a little scary. But also, hey, how the fuck are all these people going to be able to vote in a legitimate election when all the shit's going on in my territory? Like, you could say, oh, should the America? You couldn't say America can't vote because we're in the war in Iraq. Like, nothing is happening in the country right now that would prevent everyone from having that like legitimate voice there. Maybe you could make an argument about, oh, we're disenfranchising some of the military over there, but that's a lot more spurious than, hey, motherfucker, like my apartment is exploding. I can't get to the fucking polling booth right now.
occupied areas in Russia wouldn't have their voices heard.
Do you think that Zelensky should abide strictly by the Constitution, or should he use extreme measures to secure victory?
It really depends on the context. I can imagine
Notice
situations
again,
where
now Tim is also drilling down, and it's like, how can I make Ukraine look as bad as possible? Right. By the way, for someone who really doesn't care about Ukraine, Tim seems to be knowing a lot about certain parts of this that make Russia look good. That's interesting.
he probably should violate if it was
Let me ask you this.
distance,
So-
right, and he knew he was going to lose the whole country.
Well, hold on. It sounds like you have like maybe a slightly good answer on that. Let me ask you a different question.
Unless he violated one section of the
Remember
Constitution.
that one time, like a few hours ago, where I said something slightly good about Tim Pool? Take it all back.
It would
Slimy
depend. What's the
piece of
specific
shit.
example?
Let's try this. So right now, there's heavy conflict in their northern oblasts. Kharkiv, for instance, is the Ukrainian front on the Russian border. If the government of Kharkiv had, let's say, 40% of their of the local government was in favor of seceding to join Russia, should he go in and remove them from power by force?
In Kharkiv,
Yeah.
That's a good question. I think that
Growing,
yes, at this point.
growing sentiment is rising. Like hypothetically, growing.
If a region is being invaded and they're suffering horrific war and crimes and all this stuff, and because of this they decide, you know what, we want to not have this war happen anymore, should Ukraine go in and depose their leaders? This is like that. People asked this stupid fucking question. There was like this ridiculous abortion hypothetical about like a woman like on her way to get an abortion, but she slips and the baby dies. There's something stupid. Or it's like, what the fuck? How does this have anything to do with what I've just said? Which, by the way, again, he keeps ignoring Wick's points.
Against Kiev.
Yes,
Should
I think that
Zelensky
they
send the
have-
military in and arrest those politicians?
I think that they have a duty to the state and to the security of the state to go in and stop that.
If all the politicians in this region decide to commit treason, should Zelensky stop them?
that they have a duty to the state and the security of the state to go in and stop that from happening.
So in this context, if the people of these areas
That's
try
the other
to,
thing. One more Wick criticism. What I would keep bringing this up. Wait, Tim, I thought you don't care.
make self-determination independently through their own local government, you're saying he should stop that political
yes,
process.
I don't think that.
So they have no right to vote on how they should exist.
I don't think that right.
If they
supersedes
vote to commit treason.
the right for the state itself to protect itself from an ongoing invasion.
That's why I said if
And
the
Wick's
political
giving
process-
such good
I'm saying
answers.
the political
God
process by
damn.
which the local elected leaders say, guys,
But the
we
political,
think we should actually side with Russia at this
the
point.
political process is existing in the context of an ongoing invasion by a foreign hostile power, and we can't ignore that.
So my question then is, you are saying there is no context in Ukraine right now where anyone has a Democratic voice.
That's not true at all. That's not
So
what I'm saying
okay,
at all.
that's why I asked specifically about a minority group.
You're saying that if a bunch of people in a specific region voted to commit treason, that would not be legitimate and that they should be stopped by the president. You're saying that there's no possible justification that anyone could have a democratic voice? That's what you're saying? Like, he's pooling. He's pooling so fucking hard right now. This is infuriating for me to watch. Like, I can feel my skin crawling watching this little slimy shit weasel his way into these bullshit points that he knows he's doing. And I think Wick, and I'm not saying this to say like Wick is like dumb or naive. I think Wick's like at least taking him a little seriously. And I don't think he should. I think you should be like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, you really got to call this out. Like, you don't have to. I understand. And he's doing a great job engaging with it. Thank God that Wick is both falling into these bait ass fucking questions and giving good answers to them. But fuck Tim, dude, this is so ridiculous. Mirror Faith, thank you so much for the $4.99. You should make a bingo game every time they make a talking point. I should have done that before. It's a little late for that now, but good.
Voting through the natural political process against the interests of Kiev, and you said Zelensky should use military force to arrest those people.
Not just against the interests of Kiev, but also joining the enemy that is currently invading them.
Yes, see, such a good way to say it.
Right. So what about to separate? Not to join the fight, but to separate.
To separate, then that's a harder question, right? But again, under the context.
So okay, guys, real quick, Curse is asking, do you think Wick is convincing the Temple audience? How much do you guys want to bet that if I open the chat, there's going to be something about pooling, something about this guy's a cuck, something about, this is our bingo, all right, guys? We've got someone write this here. I'll write this down on a little notepad, all right? We've got someone's going to call him a cuck. I'm going to see the word cuck. Let's see. We'll do 5. Cuck. He's a soy. Gay voice. The word gay. This something about like wanting people to die. This guy just wants death. What's the 5th one, guys? Beta. No, that's too similar to soy, cuck, and gay. We got one more. 5. Low T. No, don't just see that. No, low T is too obvious. This guy doesn't know anything. This man does some variation of this guy is stupid. All right, let's see. I'm gonna just open the chat. I'm not even gonna let it play. Live chat replay.
I don't think it's okay.
Okay, here we go. Hey Tim. Fuck Ukraine. Soy. Okay, we got soy. That's 1. Excuse me while I withdraw my dingling. I don't know what that is. Ukraine is not a friend, no. His wife, boyfriend, cuck. We got 2. Chechnya is a different country, so go fight. Oh yeah, all these people saying, oh, well, if you support Ukraine so much, why don't you go fight, right? Who cares if Putin takes over Ukraine? It would be an improvement over their current leadership. Shut up, we have invaded way more. We unjustly invaded Iraq. Long live Putin. Fuck this dude, what a child. Communism equals LGBT. We got gay. All right, that's 3. Violence is never justified as a position of the privilege. Okay, so we got 3 out of 5. But yeah, that's what the chat was. I'm very happy I closed it. And you're asking whether or not he's convincing them? Absolutely not.
For country or for a portion of a country to try to secede during an invasion. So, like for example, if America was being invaded, if Canada rose up for some reason, right, and was coming in through the borders, I don't think that it would be okay. I don't think it would be morally justified for Georgia to try to secede from the Union because they're worried.
Well, this is a border state, which is why it's the example. So it'd be more like Oregon or Washington.
Sure, yeah, I don't think that's. I don't think that. I don't think that that's.
Do you think
morally, that I don't think that the United States should allow that to happen? No.
Do you think Zelensky should suspend legal jurisprudence, considering that war? Should he be able to detain and arrest anybody?
No.
Well, how far am I going to drag this hypothetical, and should Zelensky be able to do evil and all these evil things? And by the way, did I mention I'm not going to address any of your points about how we should defend Ukraine against being invaded by a fucking sovereign, dictator? Like, god damn. Oh, so God, he's pulling so hard.
Who say, a journalist,
hey, do you guys remember Lactoid is actually the opponent in this debate?
Should he be able to just rendition that person, or should they?
There should have some.
Yeah, Oregon is not a border state. Oh yeah, I forgot.
Some crime. There should be a legal process.
To be fair, I think Oregon and Seattle are the same state all the time.
At the very least, have a writ from a judge saying he's a bad guy.
It would depend on the situation, right?
So depending on the situation means there is a...
Again, what does this have to do with fucking anything? Hey, like, what are you willing to justify? Like, this is either, at best, in Kim's defense, which I know this is not the case, but it's like, oh, I'm just playing some fun little hypothetical mind games of, like, how far would you be willing to support a country if they did evil things? But that's not what he's fucking doing. He's like, why are we talking about this hypothetical? What if Zelensky was torturing 17 puppies in a basement? Like, would you still support the country? Like, oh my God.
Scenario then where the normal judicial process doesn't play out.
Well, for example,
because you're either saying absolutely not, there will always be standard habeas corpus and legal justifications through an adversarial court. If you say there's some it depends. You're saying sometimes maybe he should just grab somebody.
In extremis. So like if, for example, there was a journalist and you knew, right, you found information that this journalist had a nuclear weapon that he was about to detonate. I don't think
he is doing such a good job, and he's biting the bullet. He's jumping into this stupid fucking hypothetical, and he's giving like a really good example. Like, well, I don't know. Like, what if the person that you're arresting just happened to be supporting the war effort for the opposing person that's going to end your country? Like, should I be able to? Yeah.
Well, I think you take that out.
You're not talking about a journalist, you're talking about terrorist or an insurgent or an enemy combatant. A journalist.
This is not showing up in my chat for some reason, but I see your comment, Connor Mason. What if Zelensky went on live TV and called you a cuck, huh? What then? Would you still support Ukraine?
unless their job is literally just dissemination of information.
So dissemination of information, then in that case, if that's all they're doing,
What if there was
it
a
should be
foreign
a legal process.
What about a foreign journalist operating?
Are you talking about Coach Red Pill? Is this what we're leading to here?
One of the things we're getting to is the execution of Gonzalo Lira. Yes.
Execution.
Yeah, I can talk about that.
He was murdered by the state. He was trying to flee the state.
Can you prove that?
Yes, he posted a video at the border, and then he was kidnapped and reported dead.
He also
Dead by
claimed
what
to be-
causes?
He also
Hold on,
claimed to be
just real quick.
tortured.
Dead by what
before
causes?
this.
Improper
know
treatment,
anything about
malnutrition, and
this.
dehydration.
Improper treatment, malnutrition, and dehydration. So
Some
pneumonia,
reasons when you lock
right?
them into jail and don't give them medical treatment when they're trying to flee your country.
Right. So
How was he arrested?
how was he arrested?
Why was he arrested?
Why was he arrested?
Yeah, he was fleeing the country.
Disseminating.
And you notice this is a good example of like how you know that all the other stuff before was totally in bad faith, because now he does know about this very well, and he's asking these questions. You know he knows the answer. It's very clear he knows the answer here, and not in those other cases. I mean, it was clear to me, but like this is something where he's making it obvious that he knows the answer. He's like, oh, well, why? Because he's questioning. He wants Wick to answer it. He's like, well, I want to question your knowledge of this because I want to show that you're wrong. I want to put you on the back foot. He was doing it before, but now it's very obvious. Now it's very obvious he knows, and he's making it obvious he knows. Piece of shit. Absolutely fucking terrible human being.
information, as far as I know, right? And I'd have to look into the case again.
Are you in favor of that?
No, I don't think he should have been. I don't
Arrested and
think.
killed.
Well, first of all, there was no evidence he was killed.
I mean, if you take someone by
Who
force,
killed him?
The state.
The state killed him.
Yes, by locking him up
He
and
died of pneumonia in prison.
Indeed, yes. So you think in the United States,
The United States, if someone dies of pneumonia in prison, did we execute that prisoner?
we are responsible for their deaths? If someone is not guilty of a crime,
Yeah, this is I guess one argument finally that Wick is making that I actually don't agree with. Yeah, I think I don't know anything about the situation, but let's say what Tim is saying is true. Let's assume for no good reason, because nothing he says is true, that this guy was captured by the state and they mistreated him in prison and he died. Yeah, that would be their fault if that was the case. If he died of a disease that was preventable because of the bad treatment that they gave him, or he got pneumonia and they didn't give him enough, aid. Yeah, that's their fault. That's their responsibility. But I don't know how much I believe about this. What a crazy coincidence how people could run against Putin, die of completely unrelated radiation poisoning, though, huh? Yeah. He was guilty of a crime of passing info about the Ukrainian army onto the Russians. He moved to Ukraine to start a red pill society. Okay, well, if that's true, I believe you guys over Tim Pool. It sounds like he was literally acting as a foreign agent against the objectives of the state. So maybe it was good that they arrested him. But hey, still would not justify them letting him die in prison. Okay.
is fleeing, and we take them, we put them in
How
prison.
do we know he's not guilty of a crime?
What was he put in prison for?
He was putting in prison for disinformation, disseminating.
I can tell you
which
exactly.
I believe was a crime.
Sure.
But again, I'm against that. I think people should have the ability to have free speech, but to act as if the Ukrainian people don't get a say on their own laws, I think is silly.
Well, that's why I asked you about Kharkiv, and you said they should stop. They should arrest politicians who are against their will.
No, again, in the context of them joining an enemy state that is actively invading their country, you keep leaving out these contexts and doing this funny little trick where you'll set up a hypothetical. Yes, set up a hypothetical.
Yes,
under
Wick,
certain
call him out.
And then you'll check all the circumstances, and you'll say, "Oh, look, you said yes to this, so it must be yes to that."
Well, the comparison.
That's again.
Or it's literally called me
context.
asking you to
comparison
find
is
the
always
degree by
different
which
things.
you're accepting of certain degrees of power.
Sure.
So if you say Zelensky should abide by the Constitution, I will then ask you, okay, should we have elections?
Yes.
Then you say, right. So the issue then when I say, should there be standard habeas corpus? You say it depends. That would literally imply sometimes there should not be.
Yes.
Yes, I'm asking you these questions to find the line by which you would say the line has been crossed, not to set up, as you described it, funny little hypotheticals.
Well,
so I'm asking you,
then why-
when we
again,
talked
you
about
keep
Crimea,
saying that
Crimea had an
Russia-
election and you didn't respect it. So I ask you, what if Kharkiv was going to side with Russia?
The Crimea had an election under gunpoint, and the UN doesn't respect
Which is
that.
why I asked
International
you
law
about a
doesn't respect
hypothetical.
that.
Which is why I asked a hypothetical. So if that's clearly a red line for you, let's try another scenario. Would this be a red line for you? And you said in this circumstance, yes. In that circumstance, no.
Okay, real
Simple
quick.
answer.
Month. Don't you use that strategy? Maybe I'm misremembering. I feel like I've seen you ask questions you know the answer to make your opponent look bad. Yeah, potentially. And when I do something like that, it's made very clear, like, I am attacking specifically an argument by showing that you don't understand this specific part of the question, or I'm attacking a specific thing. But what Tim, first of all, again, Tim is not the other debater in this. He's the moderator. And second of all, Tim is, the first cases that he's doing this, he's pretending like, oh, well, I just want to understand your understanding of it. But he's only doing it to expose specifically that he's oh, actually, I know way more than you. You're just an idiot. And later, he's doing it in a way, well, it depends. If we're on a debate stage, this potentially could be a way I'd say, okay, well, maybe he's just trying to make him look bad, and that's justifiable because he's doing it for for an audience. But like, if you're in a good faith debate, right, I would say something like, not, well, why is that? And why is that? And why is that? It's like, look, the reason I'm saying this, the reason I'm asking you is because I want to demonstrate X, Y, Z, right? Like, eventually you have to loop this back into an overall argument that you're making, because even if you are having a blood sports debate, you can still have a little tactic where, hey, fuck you, or this is going to make you look stupid. But ultimately, the reason I'm saying this is because XYZ, and I think you're not addressing that. And that's never what Tim is going to do. He's never going to bring it back to a point where it's like, hey, actually, the whole reason I'm talking about this in general is because, I mean, actually, he kind of tried to do that. He was like, well, I'm just making a comparison. I just want to see what the extent of which it's doing, which is, again, another bad faith tactic, because that's not what he's doing. He's trying to make Wick look stupid specifically so that he doesn't have to address the specific point. So no, it's not, oh, you can never ask questions in a debate to as a rhetorical strategy, even if you know the answer. The point is, Tim is doing it specifically to obfuscate, specifically to make Wick on the back foot, and he keeps asking more and more specific questions to get Wick into a corner where it's like, oh, well, you didn't know about this? Oh, well, you look dumb here. Like, it's not a good faith strategy. So questions in and of themselves are not bad. Sorry if that wasn't clear, but thank you for asking, Month. Yeah. Oh, wait, he's the moderator? Yeah, he's the moderator.
Sure, there's no conflict. That's why I asked. What is the line by which you think the political process is a threat to Kiev? If the people choose, if the people in a oblast decide amongst themselves Russia is correct, you think that Zelensky should send in military to remove those politicians. And that's a fine position to have. I disagree. I think, and you said because it's an invasive force on your country, but where does self-determination come in?
There are plenty of instances where we wouldn't let people self-determine. I'll give you an example.
The reason why I
I'll give you an example, right? Just explain. So if I saw someone on a roof
Yes,
who was
the
about to
condescension.
jump, I wouldn't let them self-determination themselves to jump. I would physically stop them. I would grab them and stop them from
I get
doing
it.
that.
Now, the reason why I ask is because in the instance of Crimea, the people of Crimea overwhelmingly voted to join Russia. But your argument is it's fake. Russia was occupying the region, so it doesn't count.
Yes.
I then asked you, what about a legitimate election? And you still said the state should use military force from stopping those people from having that vote.
Because in Crimea, they weren't under invasion from
No,
Russia.
no.
But in this
You're
other
missing the point.
situation, they were. And my answer was, in this context,
you're missing the point.
I think you're missing my answer.
No, you're not answering what I'm
Okay,
asking.
so this is actually, well, hold on. I actually do think Tim is not obfuscating in this very specific case. Because if Tim's like, okay, well, you're not okay with this Crimea vote because it was under duress. Okay, what about, and really the example you should use is the Civil War. What about when the South voted to secede? Which actually now I'm not even remembering off the top of my head, and it's getting late. Was that even a Democratic vote? Let me look this up real quick. I gotta know. How did was it declared by the leaders? Someone should know this. Is Ryan still in here? How did the South vote to secede? I should know this. I went to fucking... Every state issued an article of secession. Yeah, but was it the state heads? Americans were significantly divided, 40%. Oh, okay, hold on. Every state in the Confederacy issued an article of secession. Okay. Texas issued specific documents. Guys, help me out in the chat. Did the people vote for their states to issue these articles? Did that even happen? You said the word secede in the entire history of the Soviet Union arranged to the melody of Tetris. It started playing in my head. Yeah, I don't think it was that direct of a democracy. Like, I don't think there was like a vote from people to decide to do this. Yeah, it was like a vote from the states themselves. So even then...
The point that was brought up is this. Crimea's election does not count because they're under duress.
Yes.
We agree.
Yes.
I asked you about what if another...
Right, they voted for the representatives that did
which
that.
means, even in the instance where Crimea was choosing to join Russia,
right.
you would
So
not...
to the point, Tim should bring up, hey, like, do you think that the U.S. should have stopped the Civil War, the South? Oh my God, if Wick brings this up, so good. But yeah, it's like, is that legitimate?
As you said, you sneak it in, right? But again, they are also under duress because there's a foreign military power actively
Agreed.
engaging.
And understood. Now let me try to explain what I'm saying. Your argument then is, it doesn't matter if Crimea is under duress, an oppressive force is seeking to take over Ukraine, we will not let Crimea secede.
If Russia was currently invading the Donbass and Crimea tried to secede, let's say the Crimea referendum never happened and Crimea was part of Ukraine in 2022 when they came in and Russia invaded the Donbass, and Crimea at that point tried to secede, yes, I would also say that that's not okay. But in other situations where, again,
the reason for asking
the point, you're missing mine.
The reason why I asked you this, because your point doesn't matter to why I'm asking you a question. You can assert some point after the fact. My point is, we're trying to understand your position on Crimea versus any other political process.
Notice he keeps saying we because it's him and Lactoid against him, by the way.
That the Crimean election is not legitimate because they were under occupation. Agreed. What if there was an oblast?
Why? Connor, you're being censored in chat. I see it in one spot, but I don't see it in the YouTube chat where it says, stop telling me what my position is, you squat little man, is apparently a shadow bannable comment, just FYI.
Not under occupation. You still think they should not be allowed to secede. In fact, when Crimea did get absorbed by Russia, the Donbass was already in conflict with Russian troops in the eastern region of Luhansk and Donetsk. Russia was already actively in this conflict, though it wasn't a hardcore invasion. The country was still considered a civil war when this broke out. After Trump's election, this simmered down and they stopped referring to it as a civil war, but a separatist movement, despite the fact Crimea had already been absorbed. your argument is inconsistent. I'd have no problem with you saying, I don't care what Crimea wants, they don't get to vote for secession. And I'd say, okay, if you made the argument that I don't care what Ukraine does, the U.S. shall prevail, I'd understand your position. But you keep trying to create moral justifications for why this instance is right and that instance is wrong. I think your better argument would be, literally nothing matters, all is fair in love and war, and we're going to crush Russia. And I'd say, okay.
Here's the deal, right? Again, when you gave me the hypothetical of Kharkiv, right? And I said, no, because this legitimate process, because, and this is context I think you were ignoring, and I think that makes me not inconsistent here, is that there is a form of duress, an extreme form of duress, and they're actively being invaded by the group that Kharkiv wants to
doing such a good job.
If you were
Which is what Crimea did, right?
No. What Crimea did was they were invaded by Russia. Russia locked their parliament.
Yeah,
right? And they had
exactly, Connor. I think a better argument would be this complete straw man that says, I don't care about any sort of morality or moral justifications or anything. Like, I just think the U.S. and the Ukraine should be able to do whatever they want. That's what I think your better argument would be. I'd understand it more.
When did Russia invade Crimea?
When did Russia invade Crimea? The 22nd, maybe the 23rd. It really, there is.
Did Russia have any military in Crimea before then?
Yes, they had a base, and they were leasing.
Was the base significant?
Define significant.
I mean, are you talking about like 10 troops, or are you talking about 1 million?
Neither of those.
If the U.S.
and Russia again,
if the U.S. built a port in
God, he's
Taiwan
pooling.
And staged their entire Pacific fleet there with all their flagships and 30,000 personnel, would we call that an occupation?
Did Taiwan invite us?
Yeah. And we've been there. So let's say we have 30,000 people in Taiwan. Our flagship for our entire Pacific fleet is there. All of our warships are based out of there. And then we send in, I don't know, a few thousand more troops. Would we call it an invasion?
Of course not.
So what you're saying is that Sevastopol was occupied by Russia the whole time and wasn't invaded because they already had their Black Sea Fleet flagship there. So it was their most significant port. In fact, their only warm water port.
During the Crimean referendum, Russian troops blockaded Ukrainian bases that were located in Crimea, so they couldn't stop them.
My point was this.
My point was, wait, hold on one sec. You have some actual historical knowledge and context of this. I didn't know this, by the way. Thank God Wick did. Like, oh, by the way, you actually have a reason to pick apart this, and I need to interrupt you. Wait.
Already housed thousands or tens of thousands of Russian personnel, naval personnel. It didn't just have some ships. It wasn't just a base. It was the base. It is the home of their Black Sea Fleet. It is where their flagship makes port. It is their only warm water access. This was not insignificant for Russia. Russia didn't need to invade. They were already there. So the question about elections becomes, if you believe that Crimea was under duress, and then I ask you about another region not under duress, but your position is, if they are going to be joining an adversarial force that is actively in conflict with them, we would not allow it. It would not have mattered what the result of either election is. It doesn't matter if Crimea is under duress or not. I don't know why you can't just say that. It's a simple answer. Crimea can't secede because we won't let them, just like in 1991. We didn't let them then. We're not going to let them now. End of story. Determination doesn't matter. There's no problem saying it. Abraham Lincoln didn't let the South make self-determination.
Okay, okay, cool. Wait. If maybe this is a actual good point from Tim. No, I shouldn't say that. Maybe Tim is using it. If he's just saying, look, are you saying that during war, or during a thing that's going to split up the union, we shouldn't allow them to secede, even if this small place, like, votes to say that we want to leave? Yeah, I bite the bullet there. I say, yeah, absolutely, we should not let them leave, even if they aren't under duress. Maybe 100% of the South said, actually, every single one of us agrees we should leave. No, we got to keep the union together. Sorry.
I mean, that's what I'm trying to understand. I don't see a cohesive moral worldview in the argument.
Let me see if I can explain this in a different way.
Okay? I do like that Wick is going to attack this from a different direction, but let me see if I can break this down for you. You fucking moron is what he should say, but he's being too nice.
I think that in cases where, like, self-determination matters to a point, I think that also the sovereignty of a nation matters as well. Sometimes these things can come in conflict. I tend to side with sovereignty over self-determination when it comes to these things. But there are extreme instances where I think, you know what, self-determination is probably the way to go. For example, if your people are being genocided and you want to break off and you're like, this is too much, we cannot suffer this anymore, fair enough. That's okay. But to act as if the hypothetical you gave me did not map on or mapped on to what was happening in Crimea, it does not.
Well, it's actually just, instead of going in circles, it's one for one.
Yeah.
If they're
saying it's one for one, it's simply not.
I ask you, if there was an oblast that wanted to vote, should they be arrested? You said yes, they should. They're not different circumstances.
I think what you're missing, Wick, is that according to the Ukrainians, their argument. Hold on, their argument is that they were
not in the same.
Their argument was that they were getting invaded by Russia in 2014 in the east. That was the Ukrainian. That's the current Ukrainian position.
They were being. There were border skirmishes, and they were being.
No. Ukraine maintained that.
I get first.
The view of the people in Kiev, and this is relatively anecdotal.
What was that? Did they have a technical problem that when Wick made a really good point?
Circumstances.
I think what you're missing, Wick, is that according to the Ukrainians,
Well,
their argument. Hold on, their argument is that they were
not in the same.
Their argument was that they were
vein.
getting invaded by Russia in 2014 in the east. That was the Ukrainian. That's the current Ukrainian position.
They were being there were border skirmishes and they were being.
No. Ukraine maintained that.
I get first.
The
What
view
is
of the
that?
people in Kiev, and this is relatively anecdotal, as I interviewed them in these protest movements,
Damn.
was that
Okay.
when the fighting
Technical
emerged
flaw.
in Luhansk and Donetsk, it was the beginning of civil war, which they referred to as civil war. When I came back 3 years later, they said, we don't call it that anymore. It's just a separatist movement, but it's largely being put down.
Because they realized probably
It's probably an
during
accident,
the
to be
space of time-
fair.
They realized probably during that space of time that they had overreacted. They had used hyperbolic language. They tuned down. But again, we can recognize that the invasion in 2022 is a fundamentally different thing at a different scale than what was happening in 2014. Correct? Can you acknowledge that?
The scale of invasion from 2022 was
scale was
substantially worse
substantially
than
different,
the separatists, the Russian-supported incursions in the east.
In 2014, yes.
In 2014, you had limited intervention from the Russians.
Oh, he didn't even like concede that very obvious point there. That's interesting. To say that 2022 is worse than 2014 or the scale is larger, like he didn't even. God.
In 2022, you had a hardcore invasion by Russia.
Yes, these are different things.
Indeed.
Scale matters.
Right. So
that's why again these
Okay,
are not
he
analogies.
did.
So then
Indeed.
you're saying that if
Indeed.
the Russians didn't go to Crimea could have voted to secede and you would have respected it.
Depends on the context. Again, I think
I'm trying to find out what your position is. So like when can someone vote to secede?
Again, if they're being genocided, if there are certain lines, and I can't give you a specific one.
What if they're denied vote? Like what if an area is like disenfranchised? Should they be able to leave?
How many times?
Just generally speaking, the president they elected was removed, or I guess in the U.S. case, we're not allowed to vote. Like where, how much of your representation needs to be denied before you say, hey, look, you have a right to form your own country? Because the UN has talked about this, and if you have an area without self-determination, that's one of the justifications for independence for that area. There was several litigated cases about this, including some islands in between.
Tim Pool had to check like his
We'd had that
approved
discussion, but
points
unfortunately
from
we
Tenet
can't because
Media.
Russia
Of like,
interceded
what am I
in a way
allowed
that made it
to
impossible for us to
say
ever know
bad against
whether or
Russia?
not
You're allowed to say
Crimea
Russia
seceded
invaded.
naturally or not.
We can't have that conversation because Crimea tried to leave and Ukraine said no. I keep
Actually, sent the military, the National Guard. I didn't know this.
Yeah, I mean, Puerto Rico doesn't have representation. Should Puerto Rico be allowed to secede? Maybe there's actually a moral argument there, but
But we're talking about 2014.
Right, and what this demonstrates is that when Crimea tries to leave, they get swatted down. And in 2014, when they tried to leave, and they're like, hey, we're going to have a vote, and they invited the OSCE refused because of Kiev.
Right, but actually, I think this is particularly more egregious because after the fall of the Soviet Union, Ukraine had no claim over Crimea. They just claimed it.
Sure, I'm not here to argue that was right or wrong. Fair enough.
Indeed, it just appears that the Republic of Crimea, as they deemed it, and the people of Crimea have a substantially different worldview than the rest of Ukraine. They viewed themselves as autonomous, and Ukraine decided to crush them, remove their laws, and send in the National Guard to actually shut down their attempts at sovereignty.
In 95, had there been an incident there? Fair enough. But we're talking
also
about
like, yeah, even if all of this was true, and even if all of these were morally justified, like why is Russia going past Crimea? Why don't they just stop there? Why did they invade again in 2022? Like, they keep jumping back to this, like, well, there's potentially a moral argument how Crimea was annexed in a way that we don't like. Anyway, that's why it's okay that Russia's going into Kiev. Like, come on. This is like, and I don't blame Wick for not bringing this up, by the way, because they're so good at obfuscating this.
14.
So the people who live there and have been there since then who wanted termination don't matter?
They absolutely
And something did happen in 2014, right? That when Kiev forced this constitution upon them, they played by the rules set by Kiev, right? Set by the government. And then 2014 rolls around, and the government breaks its own rules, right? You want Crimeans to play by the constitution, and then you break the constitution and surprise the
Tim Pool,
I want Russia not to
Tim Pool isn't moderating because Tim Pool is pro-Russia, got paid by Russia, and probably in some way, allegedly, probably still being paid by Russia. So.
Fear in the.
You want them to be unable to protect themselves. That's what
I want Russia not to be able to interfere in this.
Because that's the only way.
Not with military force.
That is the only way that the oppression.
Not with military force. That is absolutely not the only way.
I think we'd be doing the audience a disservice if we didn't actually give the real reasons for the war, which I think yours are largely emotional, moral, and.
Oh my God! Yours are largely I hate them. Fuck you, Tim. You pooling little shit. All your arguments are from emotion. You don't want a country to not be invaded. Sounds like facts don't care about your feelings, dude.
Not invading Ukraine because they want to restore the Russian Empire, though Vladimir Putin has stated he does want to bring back the Soviet Union. He hasn't said it exactly as that. That's not the reason for the invasion of Ukraine. The invasion of Ukraine is specifically because Russia has one warm water port into the Black Sea, which is in Sevastopol. That costs billions to produce. It's the home of their Black Sea fleet, and it's where they do the principal exports through the Bosphorus Strait and through the Suez Canal. Meaning, if Russia loses access to Crimea, they're not going to be doing any trade with North Africa or the Mediterranean. And
every time he starts going off on these little like, hey, this is the reason it's happening. By the way, man does not care. I don't care. Why should I care? Why should I care? By the way, here's exactly why Russia needs to do it.
Cut off from India and the rest of the Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean. This means that Russia has no choice politically but to make sure they secure Crimea by any means necessary. After the Euromaidan protests and the ousting of Yanukovych,
Russia has no choice because if they don't have this is the only thing they can have, right? Like this is the only way they have this very specific, port and ability to trade. And if they don't have that, the entire country will collapse and Russia will cease to exist. And that's why they have to invade the sovereign country. Like, what the fuck? God, I hate this guy.
There was
I
a
hate
large
him.
movement that was pro-EU, which meant Crimea would have fallen into the hands of European Union forces, NATO interests. So Russia obviously then says...
So by the way, God, this is so fucking annoying. If this was his actual argument, let's say it was. Let's say he truly believes this. He says, look, Russia needs to do this because they'll fall as a country because of this port, if they don't have this port. So it's military justified. Why did you bring up anything else? Just start here. We are almost done with this. And you could have said, look, they have to do it because of the port. They, you know, their country will fail. This is very important to them strategically. They need this. It's so fucking stupid.
Referendum, it's us now, which, yeah, I agree. I don't think is legit. But Russia's not going to give up their only Black Sea.
I can make it. I can make it through. We can make it through, boys. And girls and whoever else is in here. Sorry.
Their entire military
I was just using
that seems ridiculous.
Fortnite colloquialism.
But this would mean that in the next 30 or 40 years, they're cut off from the Black Sea, and their principal export, of course, is going to be energy, which ain't going to happen. A large portion of their exports, of course, are natural gas into Europe, which props up the Russian economy. That's through Gazprom. Gazprom has a natural gas monopoly in Europe.
I do think he's reading something he prepared. The Russians fed him for this part, right? I don't think he's just reading off Wikipedia. This is just like, oh, got out my tenant note cards.
Gazprom runs through Ukraine. Russia has another means of delivery of natural gas into Europe, that's through Germany with Nord Stream. Of course, we now know, according to Germany, or it is accused that Ukraine blew up the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, sabotaging Russia's ability to export natural gas to Europe, for which was propping up their economy. So the reason why Russia invaded the eastern regions of Ukraine and secured only Luhansk, Donetsk, Mariupol, Kherson, and portions of Zaporizhia is so that they can secure a land bridge access to Crimea so they do not get cut off from their exports. They had a bridge that stretched from Russia through Kerch into Ukraine, but it was bombed by Ukrainian forces.
God, all of this, like, okay, again, if all of this is true, if they're doing it to secure their exports, if they're doing it to secure their economy, just fucking say that. Just say that's why they're doing it, and I think military action is justified to prop up my economy. And all this other bullshit about, oh, the sovereignty or the democratic election, and oh, what about this corruption? Oh, what about the... You don't care. You don't care about any of this. Why the fuck did you bring any of that up? This is why you're saying it happened. If you clearly knew this from the beginning, unless you're reading this from somewhere else, why the fuck did you bring all that other shit up and try to make the moral argument why a country should be able to invade a sovereign country to prop up their economy, to secure trading routes? Like, make that fucking argument. Ugh.
The West with the exact reason why Russia secured the eastern region and why they're not waging a sustained
Oh my God, this is so
It also
annoying.
explains why when people make the argument that Russia wants Ukraine so we can invade the rest of these countries is a lie, because these people don't even know that Kaliningrad exists. And once you tell people that Russia actually borders the north of Poland and the south of Lithuania, they say that's impossible, and then you explain that Russia's an oblast in the Baltic called Kaliningrad, and they say, I had no idea that existed. Right, that argument goes out the window. If Russia gets cut off from the Black Sea,
Russia's doing this because they want to invade other things. Like, he baby brains the other side so much, this stupid fucking strawman. Like, well, you're saying it's just because Putin just wants more stuff. Well, no, it's not that. It's actually because of these very complicated things about trade. Well, do you think that maybe he wants to unite and create the Russian Federation because he also wants to prop up his country, and by propping up his country, or in order to do that, in order to prop up his country, he needs to secure certain trading routes and economic things? Do you think that maybe taking Ukraine is a predecessor to surrounding other countries and isolating other countries insofar as, well, yeah, if he just had this little region that I just mentioned, then it would be easier. But also then he has Ukraine, and then once he also has Moldova, which he got kicked out of and he wasn't able to do, thank God, then he can more easily invade Romania. And then once they have Romania, it's like so easily justifiable from the other end. You can think about this for 2 seconds, but it's like, actually, you're saying he just wants like bigger stuff? No, this is ridiculous. He just wants to invade? No, you don't know about this. It's actually this very specific thing that, oh, by the way, completely, even if this was all true, falls into the argument that you just made. Fuck you,
lose
dude.
40% of their economy overnight. There is nothing that will stop Russia from fighting a war to secure this region. That is why this war is happening. Now, certainly, Vladimir Putin does want the Soviet Union back. He's not going to get it. It's not going to happen. That's why he's been largely disinterested in the expansion of NATO into Estonia and Latvia. He's allied with Belarus. Sure. There's a concern if the war expands. Maybe Belarus will carve out a piece of Lithuania and Poland to create a land bridge into Kaliningrad, which I really doubt.
But this idea that they only are taking this specific portion, in the early days of the war, they had troops in Kiev, that they were rolling into Kiev. They tried to take...
How can Russia continue to exist if it can't invade any of its neighbors? Yeah, exactly. Look, if China, took over the Suez Canal and the... oh God, I can't. I'm just tired. What is the Suez Canal and the Panama Canal. If China took both of these over, just completely disrupted global trade, you could make an argument for, okay, maybe we need to go in and stop some of this. But this sovereign country that we use is deciding that they might want to join something else, and okay, well now we can just invade them. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Oh my God.
They were stopped from doing that. They have since...
Tim very casually talking about the invasion in Poland, or annexing parts of Lithuania, it wasn't literally a way to kick off a third world war.
Decided, hey, this is probably only what we can hold on to, and frankly, I don't know if they can hold on to it for much longer.
Play chess,
right? Yes.
Sometimes in chess, you make a...
Every time Tim does this obfuscation, I'm getting more I can feel my blood pressure rising. Holy shit.
Move to force your opponent to defend an area of the board you don't actually want.
Sometimes, but there's no evidence that this is the case.
It certainly is. All of the evidence.
All of the evidence.
And I'm going to say this as disrespectfully as I can.
Please do.
When you can't actually name the oblasts that are under occupation, I question what you actually know about the region.
Fair enough. You can question that.
Wait, he named parts of them, though. Fuck you. See, he did want to do that just to clown on him. Ugh.
Here's
Sure.
the thing.
You don't know the names of the places he actually invaded.
He invaded all of Ukraine, as I said.
Name the oblasts. We've already said them once. I said them again just a minute ago. Say them again.
Oh, you can't name these specific regions? I thought you didn't care about Ukraine, but also I've memorized these specific regions, and if you can't name them to me off the top of your head, then you don't actually care. Ugh!
Name the oblast. Name the oblast game that you're playing.
The game of
did he have
why
troops?
did
he have
Vladimir
troops
Putin
in
invade these
Kiev?
places?
Why did he invade these places? Because he wants all of Ukraine.
So what did he invade? Did he invade Lutsk?
He tried to. If he could, he would.
He tried to invade Lutsk?
He's tried to invade Kiev. He sent forces across into Ukraine's territory. They went as far as they could until they were stopped.
But they weren't stopped in the eastern regions.
They weren't stopped in the eastern regions. They were pushed back to the eastern regions.
No, they invaded actually from every direction. They invaded from the east and from the north through Belarus.
Yeah, they invaded all of it.
But they
tried to.
They gained a lot of territory. Ukraine has taken a lot back.
What economic value does Russia have from securing Lviv?
What economic value? It might have logistical value.
God.
I think the challenge largely is
That's him arguing with himself. This whole thing was like, Russia has to do this because this is important. Russia's economy will fail if they don't take this port. Russia's economy will fail if they don't secure this strait. And then it's like, well, what economic value does it have if they invade this? And it's like, is he about to say, well, this one doesn't have one? It's like, yeah, they don't. They just want Ukraine. This is, oh my God, Moldy Man. Oh, you like planes? Name every plane.
The lack of understanding in conflict makes it difficult for a lot of people to understand the requirements of warfare and the targets that have to be secured first. It's why in the Gulf War, we just dumped all their petroleum out. When you cut a nation off from their energy source, nothing else matters. Which is why in sci-fi, they have to make the joke, all of these movies are dumb because if aliens actually ever came here, they'd blow up North Dakota first. They'd take out our frack fields, eliminate our ability to power anything that we do. The reason why Russia invaded in every direction likely has to do with any standard first-grade level of chess. Sometimes you want to distract your opponent in one direction while secretly moving in an area where you want to secure it. Which is why when Ukraine actually started...
Wait. Oh my God. Wait, guys, Tim is saying, okay, yeah, there isn't really any economic value to this thing. Now, I know you're saying that the reason Russia invaded everywhere was because they want Ukraine, the stated reason why they're doing it, and the reason they've been doing it for so long. But actually, I have this 4D chess big brain theory that every time they're doing something that goes against my theory of they're just doing this because they want to secure their own economy in this trading route, they're doing it to distract from the fact that they really care about this trading route and this economy. Like, what the fuck is this, like, non-falsifiable? Like, everything that goes against me is obviously a strategy to distract you from the fact that they are indeed doing exactly what I'm saying they're doing. God, what the fuck is this? Yeah, the 3-year-long feint. Like, what the fuck? This is so stupid. I wish Dylan had gotten to this. I wish Dylan, because I know Dylan knows the minutia of, like, certain regions, why they're here, why they're there. You could have, like, any fucking, like, person from the U.S. government come in and explain, like, oh, this is why they're going from here, this is why they're going from there. Well, actually, bring on me, Tim Pool, military expert. I played Hearts of Iron 4 several times. But by the way, did you know that aliens would invade North Dakota if they're smart? Yeah, they're coming in, and they're doing all this stuff because they're feinting right here and here, just so they can take these two specific places. And they're doing a really smart job, by the way. Russia's very smart and good, and holy shit, I hate
to wage
this.
their counteroffensive, Russia did not retreat from the Donbass. In fact, the reason why it's largely considered that Ukraine's lost is because Russia has already secured the entire Donbass eastern region, stretching down into Crimea, securing their Black Sea access. If the first thing NATO forces did was carpet bomb the east and flatten all Russian forces and cut them off from the Black Sea, Russia's economy would be decimated.
Do you think that Ukraine has lost the war?
Yes.
Yes. Well,
see, unfortunately, now we're on a completely different argument, but I understand. This is so stupid.
With you.
No,
CENTCOM disagrees with you. The Supreme Allied Commander of NATO disagrees
They're
with you.
losing.
And
They're
forgive
losing.
me.
No, they lost.
Forgive me.
Ukraine lost the war.
Forgive me if I trust professional military men who have waged war over a podcaster.
Well,
Indeed.
okay,
So we'll appeal to authority, and I'll make that
Indeed! Appeal to authority. Okay, first of all, I really don't like that appeal to authority is like a fallacy, because I understand, like, the fallacious argument is like, I mean, this is how it was taught to me in school, right? In, like, logic class, right? Hey, you're thinking about whether or not you want to buy Reeboks. Well, did you know that this cool celebrity buys Reeboks? Oh, well, he's a cool celebrity. I'll buy it. That's like a stupid, like, fallacious appeal to authority. When it's like, this is like, oh, so you think the scientists told you that the planet was warming up due to the concentration of greenhouse gases and our continued use of production of all of these greenhouse gases is going to warm up the planet? Yeah, this guy who studies this extensively and all these other people that study this extensively across the planet have decided to come together and pool their research, and we all, kind of have this consensus that, yeah, this is happening. And whoa, dude, appeal to authority, dude. Appeal to, you're just going to cite the expert? Like, what the fuck, dude? This is so dumb. And, like, well, hold on. Let's see. I hope Wick calls him out on this fucking stupid bullshit. Holy shit. Oh, appeal to authority on the experts, the military experts who are constantly involved in this. You're gonna appeal to those authority? Fucking god.
And forgive me if I trust professional military men who have waged war over a podcaster.
Well, indeed. So we'll appeal to authority, and then I'll make the
appeal to authority. Do you know why I'm appealing to this authority?
And then I'll actually make the argument. The reason why Ukraine lost the war is because 7 million Ukrainians fled. They're drafting young women and elderly men.
They haven't lost the war.
And they're utilizing Western forces to keep fighting, which means Ukraine's no longer a factor in this conflict. It's NATO versus Russia.
Wick is a vet. Tim is not a vet.
Hold on, because I have to address this. This lost the war. This idea that they have lost the war is just not.
No, Wick didn't get to. Poor Wick. He got fucking pooled. But yeah, like he needs to like appeal to authority. Yeah, I'm trusting the people who have this is their job to understand and know this more than I trust you, a man who apparently didn't know what isolationism was until today.
The facts are against you. Ukraine is fighting the war against Russia. Ukrainians are fighting and dying on the front line.
How many fled?
And North Korean troops and maybe Chinese troops at this point.
Right. So Ukraine is no longer a factor in this conflict except for the territory. Indeed. Ukraine, as a governmental structure, has lost the war.
Has Putin achieved its goal of demilitarization?
Guys,
has Putin achieved its security?
I'm sorry I keep pausing because we're almost done, but the way he keeps saying indeed whenever he says some dumb point, it looks like, you said this dumb point. He's like, yes, indeed I did. It reminds me of the Family Guy where it's like, Peter does not understand a question. He's like, perhaps. Indeed, I did say that. Indeed.
Answer my question. Has Putin achieved its goal of demilitarizing Ukraine? Yes or no? Yes.
Have you ever looked at the battle map?
If they were demilitarized, then who is killing all these Russians?
If they didn't demilitarize, how is it that the Ukraine battle map shows that they secured the entire land bridge to Crimea?
Again, their goal is to annex Ukraine.
See, that's made up.
Fuck. Oh!
No,
dude, what needs to crash out, dude?
Demilitarize? Denazify. You can't do either one unless you occupy Ukraine.
So you've assumed what the end goal of those things are going to be.
You're assuming the end goal is the Crimean land bridge.
I'm not assuming it.
Yes, you are.
Do you think? Okay, first.
Yeah, Tim Pool pulls out this fucking bullshit out of his ass. Like, this is specifically why they're doing it. Any and all invasions of other part of Ukraine, that's just a distraction from the main goal. And then Wick's like, well, this is the stated goal from the leader who's doing this and has been his goal for decades. And also all of these analysts show that this is indeed what he wants. You're just assuming, buddy. Oh my god.
Let's pause here and say you exclaiming yes you are is not an argument. And
neither
if you,
is
and
you saying no.
Because you asked me, did they demilitarize? Yes, they own their stated goal. They own it. They've secured the Black Sea.
Demilitarization.
And they've demilitarized the entire land bridge into Crimea, which is their
not
asset.
Demilitarization of a land bridge into Crimea, the demilitarization of Ukraine.
That's an assumption you're making.
It's not an assumption I'm making. It's the stated goal of Putin,
which was general demilitarization and denazification of the eastern region
of all of Ukraine.
Sure, you can make that assumption, but Vladimir Putin sent troops into Luhansk and Donetsk because of
every
Azov battalion
to try to take all
not
of Ukraine.
in 2014. Not in 2014.
Not in 2014.
The stated goal of denazification
now.
The Azov battalion on the eastern front.
But we're talking about 2014
I shouldn't have put this in
now.
1.5 times speed, guys. I'm like having Tim Pool overload. He's making too many stupid points at once.
So he wanted denazification.
So then what has he said since then when he
this current conflict?
So what has he said as of then?
As of then?
Denazification was 2014. What did he say in 2022?
In 2022, the two goals
were... Denazification was in 2022, dude. Does Tim not know that? Tim should know that.
Denazification was the Azov battalion in the eastern front.
You do not know this? He said again.
When?
In February of 2022, before he went into Ukraine,
right?
He said that they had...
And when was the first time he said it?
He may have said it before, but he's saying it again. He's repeating that now.
So he was referring to which regions?
The denazification of Ukraine. He believes that the whole structure of Ukraine is filled with Nazis. And he has had Russian times, and people have said that. He has compared Zelensky to
You can take a look at the actual economics of the region. You can take a look at the actual companies that run their exports.
Or you can listen to what Putin has said.
Which is vague nothingness.
And what Putin has done, when again,
oh my
he
God,
sent
guys.
troops everywhere
He's pulling
into
so
Ukraine.
hard.
Imagine if NATO operated only on military strategy based upon what they've heard Putin say in interviews.
They have intelligence that, again, they say that Ukraine is not losing this war. They have stopped, largely, Russia from winning this war. That's what NATO says.
And why
Can
does
you
Russia control the land
imagine
bridge?
looking at a podcaster, right, and saying, oh, look, there's a land bridge there. I have post hoc rationalized, how can I make sure that no matter what happens, Putin's winning? What do I do for a living?
Yeah.
I podcast as well.
So no one should listen to what you have to say about this.
But they should listen to the EUCOM commander.
Oh, yes! Yes! Oh, Wick! Oh, get him! Oh!
Issue and foreign policy.
Name one.
You name one.
Sure. I will name...
Yes! Oh, fuck yes!
General Christopher G.
Name one. Doesn't know any. Well, name one. Well, actually, I've named several, but I'll name them again. Oh, go fuck yourself, Tim. You little shit.
Cavoli.
And what's his position?
He's the supreme Allied commander of NATO forces.
No, Ukraine.
That includes Ukraine because he's in Europe.
So my point was, Ukraine lost the war because Ukraine's government is no longer a factor. It's a NATO versus Russia conflict.
Hold on.
Oh my
By all
God,
means,
what?
cite NATO and the NATO support, the NATO weapons, the NATO intelligence.
Oh, well, guys, North Korea is helping Russia, so Russia lost.
And we agree. NATO is at war with Russia in the Ukrainian territories.
If NATO withdrew its forces, right? Or not forces, I'm sorry. If it stopped arming Ukraine, certainly that would be a very bad day for Ukraine. Like, they rely in a large way on NATO. But Ukraine is the one fighting and using those weapons. Ukraine is the one that's deciding how to do that. Ukraine is the one that's drawing out the battle maps, that's drawing and deciding the targets to hit. And
Except for the Black Sea Fleet.
What do you mean?
It was NATO intelligence and U.S. Special Forces.
We use NATO intelligence to strike at.
I mean, come on, like telling a Ukrainian to press launch doesn't change the fact.
Guys, do you know that if any country is helped by another country, that country has lost the war because that other country has to step in and help them? Like, what the fuck is this baby brain dipshit fucking talking point? Like, oh, well, they wouldn't win without their allies, so they didn't win. Guys, I was watching this game yesterday. I was watching soccer. It was Barcelona versus Real Madrid. And Real Madrid was losing the entire time because Ronaldo relied on all of the other players, right? Like, he needed all those other people to win. So what the fuck? Like, they just lost. He was losing the other time. Without the other 10 people on his team, he would have lost. So like, he was on the back foot the entire time. God,
The U.S. delivered weapons to have fired
so
the Black Sea
fucking
Fleet.
stupid. By the way, guys, Lactoid has not talked in like 30 minutes.
That's like a weird argument.
Yeah, I should have used a war. Yeah, guys, Britain, they lost the war. Without the Lend-Lease program, they wouldn't have won. They were losing the entire time.
Do you not think that Ukraine wanted the Black Sea Fleet gone?
Of course they did.
Of course they did.
And my point is that Ukraine as a government is not a factor in this conflict.
So what?
Ukraine is not a factor at all. Like, it's just they're like Ukrainian government. Zelensky's not there. All the generals aren't there. All the different commanders aren't there. All the politicians aren't there. It's every single person is just they've been proxied in by NATO. Like, what is this? He's like this? He can't do anything at the end of this. Like, he's failed to address so many of Wick's moral arguments and all of the factual stuff. So he just has to obfuscate at the end here. It's so stupid. This is so frustrating to watch. And this is why, guys, like, if I went on this show, I wouldn't have like a good debate. I would just be yelling at him the whole time, which might be entertaining, but like, I would be so frustrated with this.
Okay. And you take that gun and you go and you pull the trigger. Did I shoot the target or did you?
If you give me a gun,
Answer my question.
I am. If you give me a gun and tell me to shoot a guy, guess who goes to prison?
But I'm not telling you to shoot a guy.
The United States
I'm
told
not
them.
telling you which guy to shoot.
The United States did.
Wait. Notice that. Okay, I have to keep pausing this because these obfuscations are so fucking dumb. So Wick tries to make a good faith. Like, here's the analogy: I give you a gun and you pull the trigger. Who's pulling the trigger? Who's fighting the war? Is it the guy who supplied the gun, or is it the guy with the gun? Right? Obviously, the guy pulling the trigger. And Tim says, "Well, who goes to jail? What does that have to do with who is doing the thing?" Yeah, sure, both of those people are implicated. Yeah, America's helping Ukraine. What the fuck does that have to do with the analogy? You're so fucking stupid. God damn it. Oh my god.
It is NATO. Let's be fair. It includes Europe too.
Do you think how many targets do you think that NATO specifically decides for Ukraine to?
All of them.
All of them? I disagree. Where's your evidence?
In Joe Biden threatening to withhold aid unless they agreed to the targets that the United States wanted.
No, what Biden did was he said you can't target certain things in Russia, and he
Which
walked
is what
that
I just
back.
said.
That is not what they said. What you just said.
No, Tim Pool just said every single target that Ukraine hits is decided on by NATO. Every single one. Not, Joe Biden said, hey, we're giving you aid, but you can't strike in Russia, which is a very fucking different thing. What a little shit, dude. Oh my god, this man is pissing me off. And we're not,
different things.
We're trying to make it the last 10 minutes,
you can't
guys.
strike is a remarkably different thing than, hey, we want you to hit here,
Wick.
here, and here.
Thank you,
Ukraine
thank you.
might listen to
Oh my
advice
God.
that NATO gives it, but Ukraine is deciding its targets on its own. And if
Tim
you think
Pool's gonna
that's
take
not
5
the
years
case,
off
then
my age.
please
He's
provide
so
some
annoying.
evidence.
I did.
You have yet to do so.
Joe
What
Biden
you have
said-
done is provide rhetoric that does
Was
not.
it true that Joe Biden restricted the targets Ukraine can make?
Yes,
Is it true that NATO provided the intelligence and the targets for their weapons for Ukraine to target in the Black Sea?
probably yes.
It is a fact, yes. The NATO and NATO troops and U.S. troops in
Hold on,
Poland
do you think that-
have been the ones training the troops, and you've got the international coalition of volunteers that are doing.
You
a lot of fighting
understand that
on
they are
the
doing far more targeting than just the things that were in the Black Sea. That they have targeted things. And
ground.
Sure.
Let's try this. If NATO was uninvolved from Ukraine,
Immediately jumps off because he knows he made a stupid, dumb shit, fuck ass point about like, oh yeah, NATO's controlling every single fucking thing that Ukraine is doing, and Wick, for some reason, instead of crashing out, says, wait, what? Well, you know they're doing other stuff, right? Which is a good point. You know, like it's not just these one things that maybe NATO helped them find. Oh, actually, here, let's try this. Let's move on to a completely different. God, I just want to rip his beanie off and hit him in the face
would
with
they
it.
still be fighting?
in different
He's
ways.
pooling!
Like insurgency.
Probably.
Yeah, there'd be no war.
It'd be a guerrilla war, but it would be a war nonetheless.
Insurgency, guerrilla war, but Russia would largely occupy and control Ukraine. That's your position, right?
It's hard to say. It is much more likely that that's the case, yes.
I don't see why it wouldn't be the case, considering Russia already controls the land bridge to Crimea. I mean, clearly they've seized the Eastern Front.
Again,
so imagine
the land bridge to Crimea wasn't their goal.
That's not,
right, not their stated goal.
I said they have this, and if the Ukraine
you said that
was
Ukraine
not supplied,
lost.
And if the Ukraine
you said Ukraine already lost.
Slow down for a second, so we can actually have a conversation,
please.
Can you slow down? I know you're trying to call me out on my bullshit points that once you lay them out all specifically right next to each other, none of them make any fucking sense. But can I actually act a little indignant and move off of that for a second? God!
Eastern Front is controlled by Russia. If Ukraine is not supplied with weapons by the West, Russia would take more of Ukraine, no?
It is likely that to be the case.
And they would have done it much, much quicker, yes?
Probably so.
Right. My point is Ukraine would not be involved in a war were it not for the West. It's a proxy war between NATO and Russia. Ukraine is not a factor in this conflict. Ukraine would have been flattened in weeks by Russia.
Again, the Ukrainians are the ones fighting and dying, and to say that they're not a factor in this conflict, we don't have NATO forces, NATO troops on the ground fighting and dying.
Is the U.S. on the ground
not fighting and dying? They're training people, obviously. And you have volunteers. You have volunteers from the U.S. who have decided to join up with Ukraine, but it is a fundamental different thing.
Do you think
NATO forces?
Do you think that
Wait, outside? 1 second, guys. My friends in the chat. YouTube hates free speech says, so a coyote tried to get my dog. Should I respect its consciousness? Is this about the abortion thing? Should I respect its consciousness or should I turn its consciousness into red mist? You should absolutely defend your dog from the coyote. If the coyote was just minding its own business, you should not kill it. But thank you for giving me just a shining light of comedy in this absolutely devastating to my mental health debate. I appreciate it.
Of the United States and Russia, the rest of the world sees American soldiers on the ground as just volunteers?
Outside the United States and can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
So let's take a country, Madagascar.
Sure.
You think the people of Madagascar see U.S. troops fighting in Ukraine and go, they're not U.S. troops, they're volunteers? Or do you think they say, wow, United States citizens are fighting a war in Ukraine?
United States citizens is markedly different than United States military.
Do you think foreign countries view that as U.S. involvement or just random?
Guys, did Korea declare war on Chile because in a random bar fight, this Korean guy decided to punch this Chilean guy in the face? What the fuck is he talking about? Oh, random volunteers are deciding to join us. You know, Americans have gone to help out Russia. In fact, he brought one up recently. What's his name? Coach Red Pill was literally aiding Russia, if I'm to understand this correctly. And it's as if like they're not, you know, volunteers who are not, you know, state actors can do whatever the fuck they want. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? Everything, every 10 seconds now is a dumb argument coming out of Tim Pool. By the way, just to remind everyone, because I have to keep doing this, this is a debate between WhickTV and Lactoid about this, and Lactoid has been very quiet.
Than private volunteers.
We are absolutely involved in the war, but we are not involved in the war by U.S. military troops fighting against Russians right now. We aren't.
U.S. veterans and PMCs are on the ground, and U.S.
Oh, well, the volunteers were at one point in the military. Isn't that different? Fuck. Oh, my God. This is so dumb.
But they are not involved in the fighting. What they're doing is they're helping to train
special forces involved
Ukrainian forces.
They are involved in the fighting.
Are you saying right now that there are U.S. special forces that are currently engaged in hot conflict, kinetic conflict with Russian troops right now?
How would you define involvement in kinetic conflict?
Shooting at them.
No.
Okay.
But U.S. special forces are actively involved in the conflict right now.
Okay.
I don't deny that.
Okay.
Right, so
all right.
Again,
we can do this.
There are lines, and one of the lines is, are you involved
Simple's
in
the moderator, by the way, guys.
kinetic conflict where U.S. troops or special forces are shooting at Russian forces
I'll give you a spin,
right now?
guys.
That's
Cool me
not the
down.
case.
Cool me down.
You can't
provide evidence.
Tag me
Are there
out.
American citizens who have previously served in the military on the ground in Ukraine.
Previous serving in the military is not the same as being an active military member.
Yes or no?
Yes.
They are. Who are taking orders from?
Ukraine.
And who's giving the intelligence and the weapons to Ukraine?
NATO.
Do you think that any...
No! Oh, this is so stupid. Okay, guys. Are you saying that American troops, American state actors are not fighting Ukraine? Yeah, no, that's not happening. Well, are you saying that people that used to be in the military are not in Ukraine now? Well, okay, that some of them are volunteers and volunteered to do that. Yeah, but who are they taking orders from? Ukraine. Well, who's Ukraine taking orders from? Well, Ukraine's taking orders from America. So America is fighting the war. Oh my God. God, this is so dumb.
In person.
Thank you for joining, Louis. Thank you for becoming a basic bean. I love you guys.
The United States looks at that and says, don't worry, guys, the U.S. is not involved because those guys aren't formally under the direction of Americans.
Do you think my argument is that the U.S. isn't involved in this? My argument here, and the whole reason I'm here, is to advocate for further U.S. involvement in the form of aid and
you think
weapons
the U.S. should intervene
training
with
and
troops on the ground?
No. I don't think we've reached that line.
So then what is the end goal then?
The end goal is to stymie Russia's imperial ambitions to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty.
Did he just say stymie? Did you mean stymie? It's stymie, right? Because I think it's really funny because stymie is what we all call it, our like stimulus package. We got to stymie Russia.
Wait, we can't. Look, I'm not Nostradamus. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know who's actually going to win this war. But I think
Creamed Crop. Thank you so much for joining. Cream Crop, welcome to the team. Oh yeah.
Have an interest in making sure that Ukraine gets as good a peace deal as it can out of this, that at the end of the war, however this ends, that Ukraine is in a much better position than Russia is. That should be the goal. Will we achieve it? I don't know, but we should strive to do so.
Donald Trump right now says that he wants a peace agreement between both nations. Do you see a reality where we get a peace agreement and Russia gives back the territories it seized?
Not currently, no.
So should the conflict end today, who would have won?
I don't think there would be a winner right now. Well, no.
Russia
Actually,
expanding its territory is not a victory
myself.
for Russia?
I'll correct myself. I think that Ukraine continuing to exist as a fundamentally strong nation, right? I think that's a victory for Ukraine.
Even though they lose
It's a
the eastern
Pyrrhic
region?
victory. It's, again, like...
Oh, did Ukraine really win by completely defending themselves from this foreign invasion that would have completely erased them as a nation, even though they, made a lot of losses and had a lot of casualties? Like, did they really win, though? Because they're smaller now. Now the circle is smaller than it was before. It's like, yeah, like, obviously there were losses, but holy shit, yeah, of course. Thank God. Wick, I don't know if Wick was trying to, like, bait me by saying he didn't do as well in this. I think he fucking killed this. Like, yeah, it wasn't perfect, but holy shit.
It's hard. They wouldn't have lost. They would have stopped Russia from winning.
I would not commit violence.
You don't think that's a victory for
against
Russia to
anyone.
control the eastern region into Crimea?
I think that it shows that they have not achieved their stated military objectives in the conflict. So I would consider that a loss.
So you think that Donald Trump is correct in negotiating this end because it would mean Ukraine won?
It depends on how Donald Trump's negotiating.
Right now, the war stops as is, and the territories held by
Oh,
Russia.
everyone just stops fighting?
Is that a victory for Ukraine and the United States and NATO?
It's not a loss.
But you said the sovereignty and maintenance of Ukraine would be a victory.
Yes.
And Russia's not really winning because they're not completing their stated goal. They're just expanding their territory a little bit.
Yeah.
I accept. Let's right now end the war where it is. Russia can.
I accept. Let's end the war right now where Russia is. God, oh my God, he's such a slimy little fuck. Oh my
keep the
God.
eastern regions. Ukraine wins.
Russia.
Ukraine won.
I agree a little bit with what you're saying, a little bit with what Wick is saying. I wouldn't say that Ukrainians have lost. I am kind of on the position that they're losing. If there's a peace right now and the only change...
I forgot Lactoid was here, like legitimately. I legitimately forgot he was here for a second. I was like, who's this guy?
To Russia. I think it would be a sort of like a partial victory for Russia. But really, I think the other thing that is necessary for it to be a complete victory would be some kind
By
of
the
guarantee
way,
that Ukraine
guys, Lactoid has a full-time job. He's a lawyer, right? So I don't think he's getting Russia money, which is why he's able to agree with Wick here.
NATO. I think that's the main thing that we're really looking for here.
If the position right now is Ukraine wins by securing their sovereignty and Russia loses by not expanding their goal, then I think we should be in agreement that the war ends today and Ukraine won.
If that's what the Ukrainian people want, I would be supporting that. Look, here, at the end of the day, if Ukraine...
I just don't think Russia would accept that.
No, it's not about if they would accept it. The question is right now, if this is the means of victory and everyone agrees, then why
It's not about the realistic outcome and how we can get there. It's just about, hey, if everyone stopped fighting and Ukraine maintained its sovereignty, that's good, right? Okay, let's stop. It's like, cool. All right, let's talk about reality now. Let's talk about the fact that Ukraine wants security guarantees that Russia won't invade it again and actually completely win over and remove its sovereignty. And the existential crisis now has been fulfilled and we don't have a country anymore. Let's make sure that never happens, which Russia will never do. Let's make sure that, we do get all our children back. Let's make sure we do get our territories back. That's never going to happen, okay? So, fuck you, Tim Pool. Holy shit.
Theo says, we end it now.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Good job, Tim. Here's your fucking Nobel Peace Prize. Look, I would just go in there and say, you guys, Israel, Gaza, you're both being really mean to each other and you need to stop right now.
They got. That sounds like you think Ukraine wins. I'm happy to see the fighting stop. This means U.S. saves money. We're no longer involved in conflict. Ukraine remains Ukraine, but loses some territory. Russia doesn't expand into Ukraine. Everybody loses a little bit, but it's a victory for the West.
Everybody loses.
If it ended
accomplished.
as it is right here, it would absolutely be a victory for the West, no doubt.
Well, all right then, guys. This has been fun, but we are over time. So did you want to shout anything out before we head out?
Sure. WhickTV on YouTube and Twitch at WHICK.
We made it through, guys. I'm going to record a nice message for Wick on stream now.
Thank you for having
You guys are
me.
going to help me.
Right on.
Yeah, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV, Twitch, X, and YouTube. This was a good conversation. I did want to get into a little bit more as to the humanitarian issues that are happening in Ukraine. Rest in peace, Gonzalo Lira. But I talk a lot about that. So
right on. Well, everybody, we're going to say.
All right, guys. Let's record this for Wick. You're going to hear me. I'm not going to bring it up on screen because I don't know what other DMs are here. Let's see. Can I record a voice message? No, here. I'll do it on my phone. We're going to do it on my phone. Okay. 4 hours, guys. Thank God. Thank you all for sticking around and making it through this. He's asleep right now, by the way. He went to bed. I asked him if he wanted to come on and talk about it. He went to bed. So he's going to wake up and he's going to hear this really nice message, guys. First of all, before I start, does anyone want to say anything? Because I will read off chat's compliments. If it makes you feel better, I won't eat it. No, you can eat the coyote, buddy. Guys, if you want to say anything to Wick, I'm going to read these out loud to him. Super chats or whatever. Just if you have some messages for him, positive things, because he needs all the help he can get from all the hate mob Tim Pool bullshit he's about to get. All right. Hey, Wick. It's me, the soy pill. You know this because it's our DM. I'm still on stream. I am 4 hours and 10 minutes into watching your 2 hours and 7 minutes debate. You said you didn't do so well in the middle. Here, hold on. I'm going to read your quote out loud. You said, I got some hits in, took some hits. I started well, struggled in the middle, and ended well. You're completely wrong. I think you fucking knocked it out of the park. And I'm not just saying this because like I go on your panels and you invite me. I was ready to be like upset that you missed a lot. I think you absolutely fucking killed it. We're in a 2v1, which was really a 1v1 because Lactoid just kind of gave out in the middle there. You kept refocusing the conversation every time he tried to obfuscate. When he tried to play stupid fucking games with you, you said, no, this is a stupid fucking game. You're obfuscating. And you got back to the original point. Half the time, and my chat will attest to this, and like you can go watch the VOD, but half the time I was like, oh, he needs to bring this up. You like immediately bring it up. You did an amazing fucking job. You fucking killed it. Like 5 out of 5 stars. Like, yeah, there's a couple things you could have done. I think you got indignant in certain moments. You maybe didn't need to. I think you weren't mean enough to Tim Pool, but like this, all side notes, right? Like you fucking killed it, dude. Like actually really fucking good job. You blew my expectations out of the water. So that's great. And I asked my chat to say nice things. We've got Louis. He says, good job, Wick the Brick. We're calling you that because you stayed steadfast the entire time. You did not let him fucking take over. You absolutely fucking stood your ground and said, no, fuck you. We're not arguing about these dumb little minutiae. We're talking about this argument. By the way, we fact checked a couple things. I didn't have to look at this, but you know, Tim Pool bringing up, oh, they're deposing this politician in Romania for no reason. Like, yeah, you got through all the lies that he just fucking lied to you about because that's not what's happening. He's just trying to obfuscate. The only thing, the biggest criticism, and this is big criticism, Wick, and I'm mad at you. I'm mad at you for this. So you didn't call Tim Pool out for being a dumb fucking biased bitch baby moderator who was taking Russian money and is clearly still on some sort of payroll, at the very least shilling for Russia, because he took over the debate entirely and Lactoid just dropped out so that he could argue for Russia. So fuck him. He's a slimy little piece of shit. You fucking killed him. I liked that you used my tactic there, which was very good. Someone should clip the, hey, if I go look this up later, is it going to be true? It's fucking not. And well, there's one more thing I wanted to say, which was, fuck, I don't remember. But anyway, yeah, you did an amazing job, dude. And let's see, what else is my chat going to say? Wick is wicked. You're a great Wick. You stood up for the Ukrainian people. It was an absolutely painful watch, but you did a great job. Only sane person in the room. Wick is you held up admirably in the face of overwhelming bad faith ignorance. This is my chat, by the way. Sorry, Wick. Good job doing 1.5v1, not 2v1. Yes. You whacked the wackos. You defied gravity. I'm not going to sing it. You pulled him out. You stopped that stupid fucking Putin simp. You're the refocuser. You slayed. Amazing job, dude. Like very little notes, and yeah, it's just great fucking job, dude. Like I can't believe I had to watch all 4 hours of that, but I am impressed by the way. Like I said this in the chat. This is what I want to say. Sometimes like you make points in debates that frustrate me. I'm like, like Wick really like jumped in there and that was annoying. That wasn't the point I was trying to make, or, oh, I could have made that better. Or he's like, you know, deviating away from the argument we're having. And I was like, oh, I hope he doesn't do this in the debate. And not only did you not do that, like you kept it on track the entire time and just made point after point after point, just hammering these fucks into the ground. I hate these people, and I can't believe you kept your composure during that. So good fucking job, dude. You fucking killed it. Go on again. Demolish these fucks. Great job, dude. Whew. Oh, thank God, Wick.